梁歌制作，乾隆休妻，作者陈连恒。一、抱不平评论机洗。话说我们中国向来的习惯，女子犯了七出的罪名，她的丈夫便可把她休掉。其实这种七出的罪名
Production by Liang Gu, Qianlong divorced his wife, author, Chen Lianhen. 1. The habit of complaining about injustice. Speaking of our Chinese custom, if a woman commits 7 crimes, her husband can divorce her. In fact, there are 7 crimes like this.
并不是确实根据陈律而成立的，因为我们中国的风俗是夫权极重的。女子在这夫权极重的时代，给她丈夫的威权压制着，简直毫无自由可言了。所以女子犯了七出的罪名。
It is not really established based on the dust laws, because our Chinese customs place a strong emphasis on the power of the husband. In this era of extremely powerful husbands, a woman is suppressed by her husband's authority and has almost no freedom at all. Therefore, the woman is guilty of 7 crimes.
丈夫可以用七出的名义去休她，可以不认这个女子做老婆。但是反过来讲，男子假使有了不规的行为，无论犯了7出8出，甚而至于1000出10000出，女子却不能不认这个男子做丈夫。
The husband can divorce her in the name of Chichu, or deny the woman as his wife. But on the other hand, if a man behaves irregularly, no matter whether he commits 7 or 8 crimes, or even 1,000 or 10,000 crimes, the woman cannot deny this man as her husband.
这样很不平等的情形，实在是很不合理的。因为男子固然是个人，女子也是个人，怎么男子有这种不讲公理的大大威权，那女子非但没有威权，便连她的幸福都给男子剥夺得干干净净。
Such a very unequal situation is really unreasonable, because men are individuals, and women are also individuals. How can a man have such unreasonable authority? Not only does a woman have no authority, she even gives her happiness to the man. Deprived of everything?
唉，人生不幸为女子身，说起来真是可怜啊。况且女子有七出的话，说的也不很明了。即使女子并没有可出的行为，男子也不妨东扯西拉，硬牵到七出的话上去。所谓欲加之罪，何患无辞？
Well, having the misfortune of being a woman in life is really pitiful to say the least. Moreover, if a woman has 7 outbursts, the explanation is not very clear. Even if the woman has nothing to blame, the man may as well talk about it and forcefully bring it to Chi-Chu's words. The so-called wanting to incriminate is why there is nothing to say.
这样说来，那女子非但幸福都给男子的威权剥夺了，便连她的生命也在男子的掌握之中，那么女子实在是很不安全的了。不过这种休妻的行为也不是男子方面光荣的事情。
In this way, not only is the woman's happiness deprived by the man's authority, but even her life is under the man's control. Then the woman is really insecure. However, this kind of divorce is not an honorable thing for men.
所以上中等之家对于女子虽也使了威权来压制她，但是7出8出的话却不是常常挂在嘴边的。然而天下之大，女子不幸给丈夫休掉也绝不在少数。不用说旁的，身为皇帝何等尊严。
Therefore, even though the upper middle class family uses its authority to suppress women, it is not always on their lips that they talk about it frequently. However, in this vast world, there are not many women who are unfortunately divorced by their husbands. Needless to say, being an emperor is so dignified.
尚且不顾颜面，把皇后休掉。我们翻开历史来看，从古到现在，不知有多少起了。可见的，身为女子，无论生在皇帝家或是平民家，都是一样可怜的。在下现在写一段皇帝休妻的事情。
Even if you don't care about face and divorce the queen, let's look at history and see how many things have happened from ancient times to the present. It can be seen that being born as a woman, whether born into an emperor's family or a commoner's family, is the same pitiful thing. Now I will write a paragraph about the emperor's divorce from his wife.
给列位看官茶余酒后消遣消遣，或许看到中间要说皇帝无情，替可怜的皇后同居伤心之类里。闲话少叙，且说在下所写这段皇帝休妻的事情，也是前清时代的秘史。书中主要人物
Let the officials have some fun after tea and wine. Maybe when you see it, you may say that the emperor is ruthless and shed tears of sadness for the poor empress. Stop gossiping. Let's talk about the emperor's divorced wife written below, which is also the secret history of the Qing dynasty. The main characters in the book.
当然是皇帝与皇后两个人。那皇帝是谁？便是雍正皇帝的第4个儿子，大名鼎鼎的乾隆皇帝。那皇后是谁呢？便是禁卫军领侍卫内大臣傅恒的女儿富察后。
Of course it's the emperor and the empress. Who is the emperor? It is the 4th son of Emperor Yongzheng, the famous Emperor Qianlong. Then who is the queen? It was Empress Fu Cha, the daughter of Fu Heng, the imperial guard's leader.
原来乾隆皇帝没有即位的时候，还是个太子，雍正皇帝便给他配上了傅恒的女儿富察后。后来雍正死了，乾隆皇帝继承了皇位，便把富察后立为皇后。那富后是很聪明、很有才干的人。
It turned out that before Emperor Qianlong ascended the throne, he was still a prince, and Emperor Yongzheng married her to Fu Heng's daughter Fukahao. Later, when Yongzheng died, Emperor Qianlong inherited the throne and made Fukahao his queen. The rich queen was a very smart and talented person.
不过容貌差些，乾隆皇帝因为富察后很有能耐，便有些怕她。早年时候，他们两人虽不见得如胶似漆，却也相安无事。等到中年时候，天下都很太平，藩属有叛逆不奉朝命的地方，大兵所至。
However, her appearance was not good enough. Emperor Qianlong was a little afraid of her because Fu Chahou was very capable. In their early years, although the two of them were not necessarily inseparable, they still got along well. By the time he reaches middle age, the world is at peace, and if there are areas where the vassals are rebellious and do not obey the orders of the court, they will be attacked by large numbers of soldiers.
群筹倒戈，于是疆土一天大似一天，武功震赫，四夷宾服，国内又是米贱兴连，民乐齐业。一般善于逢迎的臣僚利用这个机会，大施他们做官的秘诀。今天上奏，明天上表。
The ugly people turned against each other, so the territory became bigger and bigger day by day. The martial arts was great, the barbarian people were subdued, the rice in the country was cheap and the salary was low, and the people were happy in their work. Officials who are generally good at flattering people will take advantage of this opportunity to use their official secrets. Play it today and watch it tomorrow.
说的话无非是于宋生平，一唱百和，官职不论大小，都是争先恐后的上奏章。看官请想，甜蜜蜜的于宋话，谁不愿意听呢？况且这时候，乾隆皇帝也自以为功高望重，非但前清开国所仅见。
What he said was nothing more than flattery to promote peace and peace. No matter how big or small the official position was, it was all about competing for the throne. Please think about it, readers, who wouldn't want to hear sweet flattery? Moreover, at this time, Emperor Qianlong also believed that his achievements were high and prestigious, which was not the only thing seen before the founding of the Qing dynasty.
即前代兴邦建业的皇帝，也不见得个个胜他，所以见到一般臣僚于宋的奏章，一发的乐不可支，于是渐渐地想到声色方面去，少不得有许多不顾廉耻的臣僚和一般宫监们。
Even the emperors of previous dynasties who prospered their country and established their empires may not all be better than him. Therefore, when I saw the flattering memorials of ordinary officials, I became even more happy, and gradually I thought about the appearance and appearance. There must be many officials and ordinary palace supervisors who have no regard for their integrity.
猜透乾隆皇帝的心里，出了许多主意，进了许多计划。那乾隆皇帝所没曾想到的事情，他们都给他摆布了。乾隆皇帝虽觉得非常称心适意，只是碍着富察后的耳目。
After guessing Emperor Qianlong's psychology, he came up with many ideas and made many plans. Things that Emperor Qianlong never thought of were at his mercy. Although Emperor Qianlong found it very satisfactory, it only hindered the eyes and ears of Empress Fu Cha.
还不敢明目张胆地干去。二，一相左帝后反目。话说乾隆皇帝因为天下升平，听了满耳于宋的话，很觉得非常得意，以为天下是没事了，便专在声色上用功夫。一般不要脸的臣僚宫监们。
I don't dare to do it blatantly. 2. The emperor and the empress turned against each other. It is said that Emperor Qianlong felt very proud because the world was at peace and he heard the flattering words in his ears. He thought that the world was all right, so he focused on his voice and appearance. Generally shameless ministers and palace supervisors.
除了上奏章于宋太平以外，又进了许多行乐游宴的方法。宫内花草木石鸟兽池岭，本来是现成有的，又有三宫六院无数的妃嫔，能弹的弹，能唱的唱，有的是冒艳如花，有的是身轻如燕。
In addition to memorials praising peace, many methods of entertainment and banquets were also introduced. The flowers, plants, trees, stones, birds, animals, ponds and ridges in the palace were all ready-made. There were also countless concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, who could play and sing. Some were as beautiful as flowers, and some were as light as swallows.
帝皇家哪一件没有？要怎样便怎样。今天在这里，明天到那边，好不自在，好不快乐。不过乾隆皇帝恐怕富察后有什么不乐意，所以还不敢明目张胆，鬼鬼祟祟地干着，往往热闹之中。
Which one thing does the imperial family not have? Whatever you want, do whatever you want. I am here today and will be there tomorrow. I feel so uncomfortable and unhappy. However, Emperor Qianlong was afraid that Empress Fu Cha would be displeased, so he did not dare to do it openly and did it in a sneaky way, often in the midst of excitement.
总有些顾虑，渐渐的胆子大了， 正事也懒得办了。果然给富察后知道了，以为满营招损，绝不是好现象，便在乾隆面前竭力的规劝。那乾隆皇帝原是很喜欢虚名的人。
I always had some worries, and gradually I became bolder and no longer bothered to deal with political affairs. Sure enough, after being informed by Fu Cha, he thought that it was not a good sign to be full and suffer losses, so he tried his best to persuade him in front of Qianlong. Emperor Qianlong was originally a person who liked false fame.
听了富察后的一番规劝，心中虽很不乐意，但是要顾全自己的虚名起见，只得唯唯诺诺地答允着。其实他这种答允并非出于至诚，不过他恐怕为了规劝的事情和富察后伤了和气。
After listening to Fu Cha's advice, although he was very unhappy, he had to agree to it in order to protect his own reputation. In fact, his agreement was not out of sincerity, but he was afraid that because of the persuasion, he and Fu Chaho had lost their harmony.
岂不惹人家笑话？即使人家不敢说什么笑话，也恐怕人家背后议论他。他有这种客观的念头，才能容忍富察后的规劝。怎奈那富察后还不识好歹，成天的在乾隆皇帝面前唠叨。
Wouldn't it make people laugh? Even if people don't dare to tell a joke, they are afraid that they will talk about him behind his back. Only with this objective thought could he tolerate the advice from Empress Fucha. Unexpectedly, Empress Fucha still didn't know what was good, and kept nagging in front of Emperor Qianlong all day long.
使得乾隆皇帝忍无可忍，不觉把从前容忍的心理渐渐地变作厌恨起来。大凡人类的交际，平常并没见什么好坏的，心中寻于那人虽有不乐意的地方，只要不发作出来。
Emperor Qianlong couldn't bear it anymore, and his tolerance gradually turned into hatred. Generally speaking, there is nothing good or bad in human communication. I find in my heart that although the person is unhappy, as long as he doesn't express it,
倒也可以糊里糊涂的过去。假使有一天揭破了假面具，一顿发泄，那就糟不堪言了。那富察后既是给乾隆皇帝厌恨着，便像放鞭炮似的引着那要现了。
You can also go there in a daze. It would be terrible if one day the mask was revealed and the person vented his anger. Since Empress Fucha was hated by Emperor Qianlong, she set off the medicine thread like a firecracker.
不过，在这刚点着药线还没有引着火药的时候，虽然有些不乐观的现象，倒还可以苟且淡息。所以这时候乾隆皇帝虽很厌恨富察后，还不十分发作，任凭富察后成天在耳朵边唠唠叨叨。
However, at this time when the gunpowder had just been lit and the gunpowder had not been ignited, although there were some unoptimistic phenomena, it was still possible to live happily ever after. Therefore, although Emperor Qianlong hated Empress Fucha at this time, he did not get too angry and allowed Empress Fucha to do so. Nagging in my ears all day long.
他只是置之不理，在他的心里，原想言之谆谆，听之渺渺，使得富察后之风识去，也不必太认真，便将就些了。谁知那富察后为人，生性也有些古怪，偏是乾隆皇帝越不要听，他越说越起劲。
He just ignored it. In his mind, he originally wanted to speak earnestly and listen to it with contempt, so that after observing it, he would know the style and interests, so he didn't need to take it too seriously, so he would just make do with it. Unexpectedly, Empress Fucha was a bit weird by nature, but the more Emperor Qianlong refused to listen, the more she talked and became more energetic.
看官们请想，古语说道：“话不投机半句多。”现在乾隆皇帝和富察后两人本来已是话不投机，越说越不投机，富察后却偏有千言万语，叫那乾隆皇帝怎样能容忍呢？所以直到后来
Readers, please think about it. As the old saying goes, it's enough to say nothing without speculation. Now Emperor Qianlong and Empress Fucha were already talking to each other, and the more they talked, but Empress Fuca had 1,000 words to say. How could Emperor Qianlong tolerate this? So until later.
乾隆皇帝愤怒的时候，那才是好像放鞭炮引着火药了。放鞭炮引着了火药，噼噼拍拍，响声便不绝了。在下把他们两人这时候的感情做一个第一次的小结束。
When Emperor Qianlong was angry, it was like setting off firecrackers to ignite the gunpowder. Setting off firecrackers ignited the gunpowder, cracking and clapping, and the sound was endless. I will give the first little ending to the relationship between the two of them at this time.
便说这时候乃是他们两人失和的起点，将来因失和而口角，因口角而披甲，因披甲而卒卒，因卒卒而休掉，因休掉而富察后落发为泥，直到后来富察后气愤而死。
He said that this was the beginning of the quarrel between the two of them. In the future, they would quarrel because of the quarrel, criticize their cheeks because of their quarrels, kick their feet because of their cheek criticism, divorce because of their kicks, and lose their hair and become a nun because of their divorce. It was not until later that Fu Chaho died of anger.
乾隆皇帝非但没有念旧连死之心，竟忍心害理，把一堆枯骨化成灰烬。在下现在姑且把正文暂时搁起，先把这段乾隆休妻的事情批评一下，作为正文的开场，看官们请听着。
Emperor Qianlong not only had no regrets about his past, but even had the heart to turn a pile of dead bones into ashes. Now let me put aside the main text for now and criticize this paragraph about Qianlong's divorce from his wife. As the main text, please listen.
乾隆皇帝原是个英明有为的帝皇，他的勋业却还不错。不过他私德不修，对于德行上实在有些说不过去的。看他对待富察后的前后情形，真可以当得忠言逆耳，无情无义8个字。
Emperor Qianlong was originally a wise and promising emperor, and his achievements were indeed pretty good. However, he has not cultivated his personal ethics, and there is something really unjustifiable about his moral character. Looking at his treatment of Fu Cha, it can be said that he was loyal and unfaithful, and ruthless and unjust.
至于富察后，虽然胃中进言，因中获罪，似乎很是可怜，但他过于任性，也未免太不识趣。在下把这事交代明白，闲话就此剪断，下回便入正文。3. 体仁宫猝然惊艳。话说皇宫里面
As for Empress Fucha, although she was a loyal advocate and was convicted because of her loyalty, it seems very pitiful, but he was too willful and too ignorant. I'll explain this matter clearly and cut off the gossip. I'll get into the text next time. 3. Tiran Palace is suddenly stunning. Let's talk about the inside of the palace.
妃嫔们本来是很多的，乾隆皇帝在宫里边近日看花，东边玩耍，西边歇宿，也不管富察后唠叨，成天的和妃嫔们作乐取笑，倒也觉得很安逸。光阴如箭， 不觉日子好久了。
There were originally many concubines. Emperor Qianlong spent all day in the palace looking at flowers, playing in the east and resting in the west. He didn't care about the nagging of the imperial concubine, and just had fun and joked with the concubines all day long, so he felt very comfortable. Time flies like an arrow, and I don't realize how long it's been.
乾隆皇帝玩得有些腻了，因为皇宫里面的许多妃嫔们虽没有马脸跛脚的丑娘子，但也并没有什么绝世旷代的佳人。乾隆皇帝起初和他们玩耍，觉得都很合意，等到日子既久，
Emperor Qianlong was a little tired of playing. Because among the many concubines in the palace, although there are no ugly ladies with pockmarked faces and lameness, there are also no peerless beauties. Emperor Qianlong played with them at first and found them all very agreeable.
才觉着这般妃嫔们都不是绝色的人才，所以兴致渐渐的阑珊了。有一天，正当暮春天气，乾隆皇帝在便殿上午睡醒来，正想往西院那边去闲步一回，只见富察后站在玉榻旁边。
I realized that none of the concubines were extremely talented, so my interest gradually waned. One day, in the late spring weather, Emperor Qianlong woke up from his nap in the banquet hall. He was about to go to the Shiyuan for a stroll when he saw Empress Fucha standing next to the imperial couch.
乾隆皇帝靠在玉榻的龙柱上，明知富察后又有一篇不堪入耳唠叨话来压住他的清心，所以他只做没曾看见。富察后见他醒了，又把眼睛闭着，仿佛又要睡着的模样。
Emperor Qianlong leaned on the dragon pillar of the royal couch, knowing full well that Fucha would suppress his happiness with another unpleasant chatter, so he just pretended that he had not seen it. Fucha later saw that he was awake and closed his eyes again, as if he was about to fall asleep again.
也明知这是他的假做作，一时等不耐烦，便上前启奏道：“陛下这几天敢是龙体乏了吗？照奴的意思，人生在世，固然不妨及时行乐，但是风流繁华都是转眼一瞬罢了，有什么趣味可说？”
Knowing that this was her pretense, she got impatient and stepped forward to say, "Your Majesty, do you dare to feel exhausted these days? According to news point of view, while you are alive, you can enjoy yourself in the moment, but the prosperity and prosperity are all fleeting, so what's the fun?"
陛下还是安息龙体为要。乾隆皇帝不待他说完，早便假作呼呼的一声，理也不理的睡了。富察后惹了一场没趣，只得悄悄地走了。乾隆皇帝等富察后走了以后，也便离了玉榻。
Your Majesty still wants to rest the dragon body. Emperor Qianlong didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He pretended to be snoring and fell asleep without paying any attention to him. After Fu Cha got into trouble, he had to leave quietly. Emperor Qianlong also left the imperial couch after waiting for the Fucha Empress to leave.
携着2个小宫监，直到体仁宫来。原来那体仁宫的妃子名唤云娇，所以便名云妃，生得倒也不错，可算的皇履内首屈一指，因此很得乾隆皇帝的怜爱。这天，乾隆皇帝在云妃那边用了晚膳。
He took 2 young palace eunuchs with him until he came to Tiran Palace. It turned out that the concubine in Tiran Palace was named Yunjiao, so she was named Yunfei. She was a good-born concubine and was considered to be the best in the imperial family, so she was loved by Emperor Qianlong. On this day, Emperor Qianlong had dinner at concubine Yun's place.
娇宫女们吹吹弹弹，作乐了半宵，正待和云妃解衣安歇，忽然见着一名宫女手携着一个降纱灯，站在寝宫外边。乾隆皇帝无意中接触在眼帘中间，觉得那宫女桃腮柳眉，鹰口一首。
After teaching the palace maids to play the bombs and having fun for a long time, they were waiting for concubine Yun to undress and have a rest. Suddenly, they saw a palace maid standing outside the palace holding a silk gauze lantern. Emperor Qianlong accidentally touched it in the middle of his eyes and felt that the palace maid had peach cheeks and willow eyebrows, and her cherry lips were licking her hands.
生得很是俊俏，并且身段虽不纤瘦，温润却和美玉琢成一般。乾隆皇帝既把那宫女看个明白，怎肯把机会失掉，便传旨唤入相见。早有宫监们一声吆喝，那宫女慌忙进入。
He is very handsome, and although his figure is not slender, he is as gentle as jade. Emperor Qianlong saw the maid clearly, and how could he miss the opportunity, so he summoned her to meet her. The palace supervisors had already shouted, and the palace maid hurriedly entered.
跪在乾隆皇帝面前，云妃先开口问道：“你不是景明宫的宫婢美玉吗？来此何干？”好端端见过万岁再说。那宫女初次见驾，慌的话也说不出，依然跪倒尘埃，头都不敢抬起来。
Kneel before Emperor Qianlong. Concubine Yun asked first, "Aren't you Meiyu, the maid of Jingming Palace? What are you doing here? Long live the good life." When the palace maid saw him for the first time, she was so panicked that she couldn't say anything. She still knelt down in the dust and didn't dare to raise her head.
乾隆皇帝见那宫女实在可爱，便不管云妃在旁，一手搀了起来，说道：“你名唤美玉，固然是名副其实，但既有这样人才，怎么朕像未见过呢？”美玉低着粉颈，慢声起奏道。
Emperor Qianlong saw that the palace maid was really cute, so he ignored concubine Yun and held her up with one hand, saying, "Your name is Meiyu, and you are worthy of the name, but with such a talented person, why have I never seen her before?" Meiyu lowered her pink neck and started playing in a graceful voice.
婢子是服侍景明宫福妃的，因为万岁爷只到过景明宫2回，那时婢子奉了福妃的命，来此请云妃去谈话，不知万岁驾事在此，婢子鲁莽，理应万死。说着又跪了下去。
The maid is serving concubine Fu of Jingming Palace, because Lord Longlive has only been to Jingming Palace twice. At that time, the maid was ordered by concubine Fu to come here to invite concubine Yun to talk. I don't know if Longlive is here, but the maid is reckless. Deserve to die 10,000 times. Then he knelt down again.
一篇莺啼燕语般的轻声柔语，直乐得乾隆皇帝手舞足蹈，便和云妃说道：“景明宫有这样人才，朕几乎把他错过。上幸天缘巧合，今晚在此相见，朕实心幸得很。朕向以为6000粉黛。”
A soft and clear voice like the song of an oriole made Emperor Qianlong dance with joy, and he said to concubine Yun, "There is such a talent in Jingming Palace, and I almost missed her. It is a lucky coincidence that I am very happy to meet you here tonight. I always thought it was 6,000 fendai."
除了青青以外，直无可瞩目的了。谁知10步之内必有芳草。朕得此女，加上青青，可谓美具难并了。朕今想把她封为妃子，便名为玉妃，位在青青的次，青青的意思怎样？云妃听了，
Except for Qingqing, there is no one else who can be noticed. Who would have known that within 10 steps, there must be grass? I have found this girl, plus Qingqing. It is difficult to say that she is beautiful. Now I want to make her a concubine, so I will call her Jade Concubine. She will be in the rank of Qingqing. What does Qingqing mean? Concubine Yun listened.
知道是对头来了，心里当然非常不乐意，但怕乾隆皇帝怪恼了自己，又想事已至此，也绝不是自己能够摆而托的，便乘此机会落得双方做了个人情，遂道：“美玉妹妹却是奴的良友。”
Knowing that the enemy was coming, of course I was very unhappy, but I was afraid that Emperor Qianlong would offend me, and I thought that the matter had reached this point, and I would never be able to get rid of it, so I took this opportunity and ended up having a personal relationship with each other. Said, Sister Meiyu is indeed a good friend of this slave.
四奴见之漏容，何及美玉妹妹的万中之一？万岁英明卓拔，奴时愉悦得很。乾隆皇帝见云妃并无妒忌之心，很是快乐，果然把美玉封作玉妃，安置在昭清宫内，等明天宴贺。玉妃喜不自胜。
She looks like a slave and has a mean and ugly face, but she is not as good as the beautiful Jade sister who is one of 10,000. Long live the wise promotion, Nu Shi is very happy. Emperor Qianlong was very happy to see that concubine Yun was not jealous. As expected, he made Meiyu the concubine and placed her in the Zhaoqing Palace, waiting for a banquet tomorrow. Concubine Jade was overjoyed.
谢恩而退，乾隆皇帝当晚便在云妃那边安歇。4. 承恩泽玉妃专宠。话说乾隆皇帝在体仁宫内见着景明宫的宫婢美玉，竟为绝代佳人，封作玉妃，安置在昭清宫内。
Retreat with thanks. Emperor Qianlong rested at concubine Yun's house that night. 4. Concubine Chenjin's special favor. It is said that Emperor Qianlong saw the beautiful Jade from the Jingming Palace in the Tiran Palace. He was so surprised that he was a peerless beauty. He named her a Jade concubine and placed her in the Zhaoqing Palace.
当晚仍和体仁宫的云妃歇宿，一宿无话。次日早起，上朝议政完毕，回到宫来，便在昭清宫内安排御宴。早有各宫妃嫔起来给玉妃贺喜，又有一班宫女们歌舞吹弹，好生热闹，直到夜半才止。
That night, he stayed with concubine Yun of Tiran Palace. After spending the whole night without talking, he got up early the next day, finished discussing affairs at court, returned to the palace, and arranged a royal banquet in the Zhaoqing Palace. All the palace concubines had come to congratulate concubine Jade, and there were also ordinary palace maids singing, dancing and playing music, making it very lively until midnight.
乾隆皇帝便和玉妃定情，那玉妃生性很是机诈，又会谄媚，一消恩爱，已把乾隆皇帝迷恋得死心塌地。枕度这事不必细表。春宵苦短，不觉天光破晓，红日满围，梳洗才罢。
Emperor Qianlong fell in love with concubine Jade, who was very cunning and flattering by nature. After a night of love, Emperor Qianlong was obsessed with her. There was no need to elaborate on the matter. The spring night is short, and I don't realize that the sky has broken, and the red sun is full of curtains, so I just wash up.
乾隆皇帝传旨颁赏许多珍品给玉妃收受。一般妃嫔宫女和宫监们都知道玉妃是心承恩宠的妃子， 以为结欢玉妃便可在乾隆皇帝面前说些好话，所以大家都是争先恐后来屈奉玉妃。
Emperor Qianlong issued a decree to reward concubine Jade with many treasures. Generally, the concubines, palace maids and palace supervisors all knew that Jade concubine was a newly favored concubine. They thought that by marrying Jade concubine, they could say good things in front of Emperor Qianlong, so everyone rushed to serve Jade concubine.
一朝青云得路，好不得意，只是苦了云妃，恼了富察后。原来乾隆皇帝自从得着玉妃以后，把云妃冷落得置之脑后，云妃自己越想越气，无可奈何，也只得放宽肚皮，听他们的便了。
Once Qingyun got his way, he was very unhappy, but he only suffered from concubine Yun and annoyed Empress Fu Cha. It turned out that Emperor Qianlong had neglected concubine Yun since he got concubine Yun. Concubine Yun became more and more angry as she thought about it, so she had no choice but to relax and listen to them.
唯有那富察后虽是个聪明的人，但是他偏不知趣，此番知道乾隆皇帝得了玉妃，以为又可借题发挥，进些忠谏了。恰巧那天清早，乾隆皇帝退朝回宫，刚进宫门，早有玉妃候着。
Although the Empress Fu Cha was a smart person, she didn't know what to do. Now that she knew Emperor Qianlong had acquired a jade concubine, she thought she could use the topic to give some loyal advice. It happened that early that morning, Emperor Qianlong retired from court and returned to the palace. As soon as he entered the palace gate, there was already a jade concubine waiting for him.
劈面又来了富察后，玉妃因为她是皇后，便上前行礼。富察后却大模大样，理也不理，只管向乾隆皇帝唠叨地说道：“陛下新得宠妃，想必很是快乐，唯望为国珍重。”
When Fu Cha came across from him again, concubine Yu stepped forward to salute because she was the queen. Empress Fu Cha was so arrogant and ignored her. She just nagged Emperor Qianlong and said, "Your Majesty has a new favorite concubine. He must be very happy and hopes to cherish it for the country."
乾隆皇帝素知富察后喜欢多说话的，便搭讪着走了。玉妃明知富察后悻然满面醋意，她原是很伶俐的，所以让乾隆皇帝自去，自己却依然站在那里。富察后见乾隆皇帝走了。
Emperor Qianlong knew that Fu Chaho liked to talk a lot, so he struck up a conversation and left. Concubine Jade knew that Fu Cha was full of jealousy. She was very smart, so she let Emperor Qianlong go, but she still stood there. Fu Cha later saw that Emperor Qianlong had left.
心中有些气愤不过，便想在玉妃身上发作，说道：“皇上向来是勤政廉俭、孝义干实，自从有了你们，才荒怠起来。我辈为正宫，为遵守祖宗家法起见，原应该惩戒你们的。”玉妃不待他说完。
I was a little angry, so I wanted to take it out on concubine Jade, and said, "The emperor has always been diligent, honest and thrifty. He eats and drinks every day, but he has become idle since you came into his life. I am preparing to take the throne. In order to abide by the laws of my ancestors, I should have punished you." Concubine, you didn't wait for her to finish.
含着笑脸说道：“娘娘所说的话未免有些不合，婢子蒙皇上天恩提拔的，不是婢子自请皇上到来的。皇上本即勤政廉俭、孝义干实，婢子不知怎样才是荒怠。倘因为皇上提拔了婢子。”
With a smile on his face, he said, what the Empress said is a bit inconsistent. I am promoted by the Emperor's grace. I did not invite the Emperor to come. The Emperor is very diligent and thrifty. He wears clothes at night and eats at night. My maid does not know how to be idle. Suppose the Emperor promoted his maid.
便说是荒诞，那是很错怪皇上的。婢子故事下愚，不足各位妃嫔，但是堂堂天子便多置几个妃子，也未必遂说是荒诞哩。不用说平民人家，尚且有3妻4妾，难道贵为天子？
He said it was laziness, which would be very wrong to blame the Emperor. The maidservant is indeed a fool and is not as good as the concubines, but if the Emperor has a few more concubines, it does not necessarily mean that he is idle. Needless to say, a common man has 3 wives and 4 concubines. How can he be considered the Emperor?
应该生平不二色的吗？这一场话说的富察后闭口无言。原来富察后的聪明敌不过玉妃的伶俐，因为富察后的聪明才干不过是认识几个字，不似那玉妃口若悬河。
Should one's life be the same? This scene made Fu Cha speechless. It turns out that the cleverness of Empress Fu Cha was no match for the cleverness of concubine Jade, because the intelligence and talent of Empress Fu Cha only knew a few words and was not as eloquent as concubine Yu.
能够把无理说出有理的来得厉害。富察后又惹了一场霉去，正待老羞成怒和他见个高低，忽然念头一转，心想自己是出身贵阀，不比他是下贱升上来的，何必和他争此嫌弃？
It is beneficial to be able to make sense out of the unreasonable. After Fu Cha was in trouble again, he was just waiting to get angry because of his embarrassment and wanted to meet her. Suddenly, his thoughts changed and he thought that he was born in a noble family and was not promoted from a humble position like her, so why should he compete with her for this leisure time?
所以忍了一肚子的闷气，也就不和玉妃计较，径自走了。玉妃见富察后这般模样，以为富察后是好惹的，倒反自己得意起来，于是一天骄傲一天，洋洋自得。
So after enduring a lot of sulking, I didn't care about concubine Yu and actually left. Seeing Empress Fu Cha's appearance, concubine Yu thought Empress Fu Cha was easy to mess with, but she became proud of herself, so she became proud and complacent day by day.
觉得自己是皇帝身边第一个得宠的红人，谁也不能得罪他的，皇后都要让他几分。他从此在宫内大模大样，自得其乐。乾隆皇帝虽是爱他的了不得，只因他得寸进尺，仗势欺人。
She felt that she was the first favored celebrity around the emperor, and no one could offend her. The queen would give her some credit. From then on, she looked great in the palace and enjoyed herself. Although Emperor Qianlong loved her very much, it was only because she took advantage of her power and bullied others.
心中也有些不以为然，不过究竟是爱他，所以处处优容。那玉妃深得乾隆皇帝的怜爱，一发的骄傲放肆起来，把皇后都不放在心上，怎讲许多妃嫔？因此人人不见得好。
There was some disapproval in my heart, but after all, I loved her. So there is beauty everywhere. The jade concubine was deeply loved by Emperor Qianlong, and her pride became more and more unbridled. She didn't even care about the queen. How could there be so many concubines? Therefore, everyone is not necessarily good.
但是妃嫔们想结欢于他，凭他怎样骄傲， 也只得领受的。唯有富察后是皇后的身份，当然不肯给她压倒，反去养她的鼻息。玉妃也以为在宫中所向无敌，只有皇后是她的对手。
But the concubines wanted to marry her, and no matter how proud she was, she had no choice but to accept it. Since Empress Fucha is a queen, of course she refuses to overwhelm her and instead looks up to her. Concubine Jade also thought she was invincible in the palace, and only the queen was her opponent.
处处寻险找隙，事成冰炭。5. 因及继后妃骄者。话说玉妃恃宠而骄，非但许多妃嫔们都去养她的鼻息，几乎连富察后都不放在眼里。富察后见她这般骄傲的模样，心中当然不很乐意。
Looking for suspicion and gaps everywhere, the situation becomes icy charcoal. 5. Due to jealousy, the concubine was banished. It is said that concubine Jade was arrogant because of her favor. Not only did many of the concubines look up to her, but almost even Empress Fu Cha didn't look down on her. Of course Empress Fu Cha was not very happy when she saw her looking so proud.
因此两人遂成不两立之势了。那天乾隆皇帝正在太和殿和大臣们商议国政，因为事情重大，退朝虽晚了些。富察后趁此机会便到昭清宫来，想借个题目训诫玉妃几句，出自己的闷气。
As a result, the two became incompatible. That day, Emperor Qianlong was discussing state affairs with ministers in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Because of the important matter, he retired a little late. Empress Fucha took advantage of this opportunity and came to Zhaoqing Palace, hoping to use a topic to reprimand concubine Jade to express her sullenness.
原来玉妃和乾隆皇帝平日成天的玩在一处，富察后早想寻些闲隙，苦于碍了乾隆皇帝的耳目，所以一直忍着闷气迁延下来。现在有这机会，怎肯错过？三脚两步到了昭清宫中。
It turned out that concubine Jade and Emperor Qianlong played together all day long. After Fu Cha, he had long wanted to find some quarrel, but he was in the way of Emperor Qianlong's eyes and ears, so he kept sulking and postponed it. Now that I had this opportunity, how could I miss it? I arrived at the Zhaoqing Palace in 2 steps.
劈面便正色对了玉妃说道：“你虽蒙皇上恩幸，擢为宠妃，只是名分攸关，究竟是个妃嫔。况且你年岁又轻，事情或不很明了，总应该时时留意些。倘是恃宠而骄，那么我为恪守祖宗家法起见。”
When they faced each other, they looked at concubine Jade seriously and said, "Although you have been favored by the emperor and promoted to be his beloved concubine, it's just because of your status that you are still a concubine. Besides, you are young and things may not be clear to you, so you should always pay attention. If you are arrogant because of favor, then I want to abide by the family law of my ancestors."
顾不得你什么颜面了。玉妃听着，满面自矜地答道：“婢子自蒙皇上恩幸以来，旁人倒也没说什么，唯有娘娘总是和婢子过不去。婢子原是个妃嫔罢了，怎敢和娘娘并列？”
I don't care about your face anymore. Concubine Jade listened and replied with a look of pride on her face. Since I received the emperor's favor, no one else has said anything. Only the empress is always at odds with me. I am just a concubine. How dare you? Tied with the empress?
娘娘说婢子要时时留意些，婢子不敏，不知道应该留意些什么。 婢子年岁故轻，事情也不明了，唯独娘娘的心里，婢子却敢说猜到7、8分的。复查后见他依然抢言斗嘴地说了一大篇。
The empress said that the maid should always pay attention to it, but the maid is not sensitive and doesn't know what to pay attention to. The maid is young and doesn't know what's going on. But she can guess at least 70% about the empress's psychology. Fu Cha later saw that she was still quarreling and said a long story.
忍不住厉声斥道：“你说猜到我7、8分的心理，究竟我的心里是怎样？”玉妃听了，微微的冷笑了笑，将理不理地说手：“娘娘休恼，且也不要误会，皇上在婢子这里，也和在娘娘那边一样的。”说着
He couldn't help but screamed, "You said you guessed half or 8 of my psychology. What exactly is my psychology?" After hearing this, Concubine Jade sneered slightly and said indifferently, "Don't be upset, Your Majesty, and don't misunderstand me. Your Majesty is the same with your maid as you are with your Majesty." Said.
又接二连三地冷笑起来。复查后见他说话带着讥讽，一发的不成话了，便斥道：“你这不要脸的东西，敢说这种话来搪塞我吗？老实和你说，你不配和我斗嘴，你要和我斗嘴，你便以下犯上。”
He sneered again and again. Later, when Fu Cha saw that she was speaking with sarcasm, he became even more speechless, so he scolded, "You shameless thing! How dare you say such words to frustrate me? To be honest with you, you are not worthy of quarreling with me. If you want to quarrel with me, you will do the same thing."
论罪是不可恕的，你切莫以为有了皇上的恩幸便不识好歹。你必须记着，我是掌握宫中的，你躺在无理胡为，我可以传命把你问罪，便是你的生命也都在我的掌握之中里。
Sin is unforgivable. Don't think that because of the emperor's favor, you don't know what is good and what is evil. You must remember that I am in control of the palace. If you behave unreasonably again, I can send orders to punish you. Even your life is under my control.
玉妃听了这一篇话，知道复查后此番动了真火，她何等伶俐，早便趁风收蓬，悄悄地无言了。复查后见他并不答话，也只得走了出来。玉妃等复查后走了以后，觉得冈山受了一番训斥。
After hearing this, Concubine Yu knew that Empress Fucha was really angry. How smart she was! She had long since taken advantage of the wind and was speechless. Fu Cha later saw that she didn't answer, so he had no choice but to walk out. After Concubine Yu waited for Fu Cha to leave, she felt that she had just been scolded.
闷在肚子里实在有些难受，并且碍着宫女宫监们在旁边，未免有些面子卸不下来。一个人只在打算报仇的方法。恰巧乾隆皇帝退朝回来，他才见乾隆皇帝跨进他的宫门，亏他会做作。
It's really uncomfortable to feel stuffy in the stomach. Moreover, with the maids and palace supervisors nearby, it was hard to save face, and one person was only thinking about ways to take revenge. It happened that Emperor Qianlong came back from the court, and she saw Emperor Qianlong stepping into her palace. Fortunately, she knew how to be pretentious.
眼眶中早就拼出一副急泪，扑落落地洒了满腮。乾隆皇帝见此模样，一时摸不着头脑，低声问他道：“敢是你受了旁人的欺侮吗？谁大胆敢来欺侮你？你快说明，朕可给你做主。”
A pair of tears had already formed in his eyes, and they fell down all over his cheeks. When Emperor Qianlong saw this, he was confused for a moment and asked her in a low voice, "Do you dare to be bullied by others? If anyone dares to bully you, explain it quickly and I will make the decision for you."
玉妃见乾隆皇帝待她很是殷勤，心想一不做二不休，落得乘机报仇，便眼泪汪汪地对着乾隆皇帝看了一看，依旧低着头，呜呜咽咽地哭个不了，越哭越伤心，格外的哭得起劲了。
Concubine Jade saw that Emperor Qianlong treated her very attentively, and thought to herself, "If you don't do anything, you will take the opportunity to take revenge." Then he looked at Emperor Qianlong with tears in his eyes, still lowering his head, sobbing and crying. The more he cried, the sadder he became, and he became even more energetic.
乾隆皇帝也是聪明的人，心便料到必是富察后或许和他有过不去的地方，便说道：“敢是今天皇后到过这里吗？”玉妃听着，知道乾隆皇帝疑点到本题，便顺水推舟放声大哭。
Emperor Qianlong was also a smart man, so he expected that Empress Fu Cha might have some issues with her, so he said, "Have you dared to say that the Empress has been here today?" Concubine Jade listened and knew that Emperor Qianlong had reached the topic, so she followed the trend and burst into tears.
乾隆皇帝见她哭得非常凄惨，以为定是伤心到极点，也就不再问她，却托过一个小宫女来盘问详细情形。那小宫女原是玉妃的心腹，倒也是个会说话的，便把富察后训斥的话。
When Emperor Qianlong saw her crying very miserably, he thought she must be extremely sad, so he stopped asking her. Instead, he dragged a young palace maid over to interrogate her in detail. The little palace maid was originally Concubine Jade's confidant, and she was also a good talker, so she told Empress Fu the words of reprimand.
照样的说了一遍，还加上些资料，说得活龙活现，把玉妃对富察后说的话，却避重就轻地略说了几句。乾隆皇帝听了小宫女的话，又见着玉妃可怜的模样，当然很怪富察后的不是。
He said it again in the same way, and added some information to make it vivid and vivid. He said a few words about what concubine you said to Empress Fu Cha, but avoided the important points. Emperor Qianlong listened to the words of the little palace maid and saw the pitiful appearance of concubine Jade. Of course, he was very surprised that Empress Fu Cha was not the one.
便谓着玉妃道：“你今天吃亏了，朕自有主张的。”玉妃见计已成，也便止住眼泪，竟带出她的闷气。6. 逞才华奏参宠姬。话说玉妃给富察后训斥了一番，哭诉在乾隆皇帝面前。
Then he comforted concubine Jade and said, "You have suffered a loss today. I have my own opinion." Seeing that the plan was done, concubine Jade stopped crying and waited for her suffocation to come out. 6. Show off your talents and play the role of your favorite concubine. It is said that concubine Jade scolded Fu Cha and cried in front of Emperor Qianlong.
乾隆皇帝见她哭得很是凄惨，又因素知富察后脾气，所以很怪富察后的不是，心中早定了主意，安慰过玉妃，出得昭清宫，闲步到了养心殿，在殿内随意抽看了几页古书。
Emperor Qianlong saw him crying very miserably, and because he knew Empress Fu Cha's temper, he was very surprised by Empress Fu Cha's behavior. "I had already made up my mind," comforted concubine Jade, left Zhaoqing Palace, and strolled to Yangxin Palace. I randomly read a few pages of ancient books in the hall.
正想打发小宫监到中宫去请富察后来殿相见。那富察后本想把这事对乾隆皇帝说明，所以小宫监还没曾动脚，富察后已是跑进殿来。乾隆皇帝见着富察后，也不待富察后说话。
I was about to send the little palace eunuch to the middle palace to invite the rich inspector to meet him later. The Empress Fu Cha wanted to explain the matter to Emperor Qianlong, so before the little palace eunuch made a move, Empress Fu Cha ran into the palace. When Emperor Qianlong saw Fu Cha Ho, he did not wait for Fu Cha Ho to speak.
皮面便问道：“皇后身体可曾劳乏吗？何必时常动那脾气呢？”富察后听着，觉得乾隆皇帝的口气有些回乎玉妃，便气愤愤地说道：“皇上此言，莫非为那不要脸的玉妃说着吗？”
They met each other and asked, "Has the queen ever been physically tired? Why do you need to lose your temper all the time?" After listening to this, Fu Cha felt that Emperor Qianlong's tone was somewhat protective of the jade concubine, so he said angrily, "Could it be that the emperor said this for the shameless jade concubine?"
自从玉妃得幸以来，处处要高出奴的上面，宫中的事情真是糟不堪言。皇上英明，理应惩戒他才是。乾隆皇帝听了，很不乐意地说道：“皇后总是这样的脾气，气量也何必这样狭小？”
Ever since concubine Jade was blessed, she has always been above the slaves. Things in the palace are really terrible. The emperor is wise and should punish her. Emperor Qianlong heard this and said unhappily, "The queen always has such a temper, why should she be so narrow-minded?"
朕看那玉妃倒未必怎样的想高出皇后的上面，皇后却时常闹脾气去压制朕了。说着也不去理会富察后，尽管看他的书。富察后又惹了一场霉去，嘴里边咕噜了半天。
When I look at the jade concubine, I may not even want to be above the queen, but the queen often loses her temper and tries to suppress me. After saying that, he ignored Fu Cha Ho and just read his book. After Fu Cha, he was in trouble again, and he grunted for a long time.
见乾隆皇帝懒洋洋也不理，只得回到宫中。究竟他是读书明理的人，心想玉妃处处骄傲，皇上也有些知道的。此番和玉妃斗嘴，自己并没有错怪玉妃的地方。现在皇上回护玉妃。
Seeing Emperor Qianlong being lazy and ignoring him, he had no choice but to return to the palace. After all, he is a well-educated and sensible person, thinking that concubine Yu is always proud, and the emperor also knows it. This time he quarreled with concubine Yu, and he did not blame concubine Yu wrongly. Now the emperor is protecting concubine Yu.
这必是皇上听了玉妃的谗言，先入为主，所以偏重玉妃方面，又想自己去当面给乾隆皇帝剖白一下，只怕他耳朵听也不听。复查后想了好久，以为口说不如笔述，仗着他的满腹才华。
This must be because the emperor listened to Jade Concubine's slander and preconceived ideas, so he focused on Jade Concubine's side. I also wanted to confess to Emperor Qianlong in person, but I was afraid that his ears would not listen. Fu thought about it for a long time and decided that speaking orally was not as good as writing, so she relied on her full talent.
动起笔墨，不多时早已成就一长篇奏状，把玉妃尽兴以后骄傲的情形和自己斗嘴的情形说得详详细细。那篇奏状换了一名小宫监捧往养心殿。
After starting to write in ink, it was not long before a long memorial was written, describing in detail the pride and quarrels between concubine Yu and herself after her marriage. That memorial summoned a young palace eunuch to take him to the Yangxin Hall.
乾隆皇帝这时本想要到昭清宫去和玉妃厮混，见着复查后的奏状，只得坐下观看。在乾隆皇帝的心里，对于复查后的感情本来是不好的，但是对于玉妃虽很怜爱，也有些嫌她太行骄傲。
Emperor Qianlong originally wanted to go to Zhaoqing Palace to hang out with concubine Jade, but after seeing Empress Fu Cha's memorial, he had to sit down and watch. In Emperor Qianlong's mind, his feelings for Empress Fu Cha were not good, but although he loved concubine Jade very much, he also felt that she was too proud.
冈山复查后唠叨了一篇话，乾隆皇帝实在是厌听他，此番复查后写了一长篇奏状来，乾隆皇帝却从头至尾的看了一遍，倒觉得复查后说的话都不是凭空臆造的。
Empress Fu Cha just made a speech. Emperor Qianlong was really tired of listening to him. This time Empress Fu Cha wrote a long memorial. However, Emperor Qianlong read it from beginning to end until he felt what Empress Fu Cha said. None of it is made up out of thin air.
又想起玉妃确实骄傲得很，于是对于这件他们斗嘴的事情，把维护玉妃的偏见无形中减少了许多，这也算得复查后笔下的能耐。且说乾隆皇帝看完那复查后写来的一长篇奏状以后，
He also remembered that concubine Yu was indeed very proud, so regarding the matter about which they were quarreling, the prejudice of protecting concubine Yu was invisibly reduced a lot, which can be regarded as the skill of Fu Chao's writing. Let's say that after Emperor Qianlong read a long memorial written by Na Fu Cha,
心里边有些责怪玉妃骄傲的意思，自己却依旧躲到昭清宫来。这时天色已晚，光禄寺早已安排御膳，乾隆皇帝便顺手去托玉妃同桌共享酒宴。不料那玉妃仗着恩宠，
In my heart, I wanted to blame concubine Yu for her pride, but she still walked to Zhaoqing Palace. It was getting late at this time, and Guanglu Temple had already arranged the royal meal, so Emperor Qianlong went to drag concubine Yu to join the banquet. Unexpectedly, the jade concubine relied on her favor.
仍复做假事的不肯过来。乾隆皇帝等不耐烦，未免有些着恼。玉妃初不知复查后有奏状上去，所以不觉得乾隆皇帝对于自己也有责怪的意思。等了半晌，乾隆皇帝用膳完毕。
Those who still pretended and refused to come over. Emperor Qianlong was impatient and a little worried. Concubine Jade didn't know that Fu Chao had reported a memorial at first, so she didn't think Emperor Qianlong had any intention of blaming her. After waiting for a long time, Emperor Qianlong finished his meal.
见玉妃还是有气没气地坐在那边，这时乾隆皇帝喝了几杯酒，有些醉意，便对玉妃道：“人贵知足，也不可太使人难堪。皇后脾气固是不好，但你也未免太骄傲了。”玉妃听着，以为乾隆皇帝
Seeing that concubine Jade was still sitting there lifeless, Emperor Qianlong was a little tipsy after drinking a few glasses of wine, so he said to concubine Yu, "You should not embarrass others too much if you are content with what you have. The queen has a bad temper, but you are too proud." Concubine Jade listened and thought that Emperor Qianlong was the emperor.
忽然改了口气，必定有人搬弄是非的。但转过来一想，自己不妨再拼一副热泪，把乾隆皇帝的心热了回来，所以依旧呜呜咽咽地哭着，一声都不响。 凭那乾隆皇帝千唤万呼，总是哭着不理。
Suddenly changed his tone. Someone must be making trouble. But when I turned around and thought about it, I might as well cry again to warm up Emperor Qianlong's heart, so I still cried without making a sound. With Emperor Qianlong calling out thousands of times, he was always crying. Ignore.
这时，乾隆皇帝酒兴大发，不觉着恼起来，说道：“朕着你于下贱之中，偏你不知自足，骄傲无礼。皇后所说的话虽未必可信，但朕看了现在的情景，实在也不是象比虚造的。你既是这样任性。”
At this time, Emperor Qianlong was drunk, and he became annoyed and said, I have brought you down to a low level, but you are not self-satisfied, proud and rude. Although what the Queen said may not be credible, I have seen what you are doing now. The scene was actually not fabricated by Xiangbi. You are so willful.
朕当削你妃位，惩你无礼之罪。玉妃无意中忽听此言，不觉大惧，气洁身院卧薪尝胆。话说乾隆皇帝因为玉妃实在骄傲的非常，酒后发怒，训斥了玉妃一番，并且要把玉妃的妃位削去。
I will deprive you of your concubine status and punish you for your rudeness. Concubine Jade suddenly heard this and was greatly frightened. 7. To bear deep grudges and to endure hardships. It is said that Emperor Qianlong was so proud of concubine Jade that he got angry after drinking. He reprimanded concubine Jade and wanted to remove her title.
这也可算得自兴玉妃以来破帖第一遭，所以玉妃出于不义，料不到自己是9成恩宠的人，给皇上忽然这样对付的，心中遂非常恐慌。亏他是很伶俐的人，急中生智。
This can be regarded as the first time that concubine Xingyu has solved the problem. So concubine Yu did not expect that she was a person who had been favored for a long time, and was suddenly treated like this by the emperor, so she was very panicked. Fortunately, she is a very smart person, and she is wise in her haste.
肚子里早就安排了妙计，便慌忙跪在乾隆皇帝的膝前，哀告道：“万岁爷，请暂息雷霆之怒，婢子并非无礼无止，是因今天胸腹不舒，饮食统都不进，绝不是和皇后娘娘有什么失和的成见。”
She had already planned a clever plan in her stomach, so she hurriedly knelt in front of Emperor Qianlong's knees and begged, "Long live the Lord, please put aside the anger of the thunder. My servant is not being rude and disobeying the order. It is because I feel uncomfortable in my chest and abdomen today and I have not eaten all my food. Not entering is definitely not due to any quarrel with the Queen."
婢子蒙天高厚，宠列妃嫔，虽粉身碎骨，难报万岁隆恩之万一，怎敢骄傲无礼，上犯圣心？万岁爷因一时误会，要削婢子位号，婢子自恩获罪圣君，不如一死以谢万岁。
This maid is blessed with great grace from heaven and favors his concubines. Even though she is reduced to ashes, she will never be able to repay the favor of long live. How dare she be proud and rude and offend the Sacred Heart? Due to a misunderstanding, Long Live the Lord wanted to deprive the servant of his title. The servant has sinned against the Holy King because of his kindness, so it would be better to die to thank Long Live.
更没有颜面偷生在世的了。说着盈盈下拜，叩了几个头，眼眶中又是不住地淌下泪来。果然百炼钢化围绕指柔，乾隆皇帝的满肚子无名之火给玉妃的眼泪柔声，好像经了催眠术似的。
There is no shame in living in secret. After saying that, Ying bowed down and kowtowed a few times, tears streaming down her eyes again. Sure enough, the steel turned into softness around the fingers. Emperor Qianlong's belly full of nameless fire gave the tenderness of concubine Yu's tears, as if hypnotized.
化成烟消云散，反觉得自己出言鲁莽，着实安慰了玉妃几句，一场风波遂告结束。只是玉妃心中不能释然，偏要探听怎么乾隆皇帝忽然动起火来。早有宫女宫监们报上信来。
It turned into smoke and disappeared, but I felt that I had spoken rudely, so I actually comforted concubine Jade with a few words, and the storm came to an end. But concubine Yu couldn't feel relieved, and wanted to find out why Emperor Qianlong suddenly became angry. The palace maids and palace supervisors had already reported the letter.
玉妃才知道富察后在养心殿上奏的事情，便咬牙切齿地恨道：“我和你势不两立，你既然暗箭害我，我将来终有报仇的一天。”从此以后，玉妃把这件事情牢记在心里，专待有机会。
Only then did concubine Yu know what Empress Fucha had said in the Yangxin Hall, so she gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "You and I swear we are not at odds with each other. Since you have hurt me in secret, I will one day take revenge." From then on, concubine Yu kept this matter in her heart and waited for the opportunity.
作弄富察后不提，但是玉妃经了乾隆皇帝一番训斥以后，倒减轻了她许多骄傲之气，比着从前却温和起来。富察后因为她不像从前的骄傲，以为他自己训斥的效力。
Don't mention it after teasing Fu Cha. However, after Emperor Qianlong's reprimand, concubine Jade lost a lot of her pride and became gentler than before. After Fu Cha, because she was not as proud as before, she thought her own reprimand was effective.
却不知道玉妃是卧薪尝胆之计里。且说乾隆皇帝自从训斥玉妃以后，觉得玉妃也未能深合自己的意思，富察后又是成天的在他耳朵中唠叨，宫内也并没有十分出色的人才。
Little did he know that concubine Jade was a daring stratagem. Moreover, after Emperor Qianlong reprimanded concubine Jade, he felt that concubine Jade was not in line with his wishes. Empress Fucha kept nagging her all day long, and there were no outstanding talents in the palace.
所以又觉得烦闷起来，成天到晚懒洋洋地闷着，好生没趣，便在养心殿中看书消遣。无意中在书架上面抽得一本唐人所撰的《教坊记》，心想当时教坊里面有着许多娇娃艳妓。
So I felt bored again. I was lazy and bored all day long, so I spent time reading in the Hall of Nourishing Heart. I accidentally picked up a copy of Jiafang Ji written by the Tang dynasty on the bookshelf. I thought that there were so many charming girls and beauties in the Jiafang at that time.
难道现在京城内许多窑子便没有一个可取的吗？他想到这里，心中便安排着主意，立刻换进几个心腹小宫监，吩咐等到天色傍晚，大家都换了民间衣服，出城到窑子中去消遣。
Isn't it possible that among the many kills in the capital, none of them are worth it? Thinking of this, he made some plans in his mind, and immediately called in a few of his confidants, the palace eunuchs, and ordered everyone to change into folk clothes and go out of the city to a brothel for recreation when it gets dark.
令传旨旁的宫监叫他们不许声张。好在这几天乾隆皇帝也不常留宿昭清宫，所以玉妃以为他宿在旁的妃嫔处了，旁的妃嫔又以为他宿在玉妃处了， 便连复查后也不理会他的宿处。
They were also told by the palace eunuch beside them that they should not make any noise. Fortunately, Emperor Qianlong didn't often stay in Zhaoqing Palace these days, so Concubine Yu thought he was staying at the concubine's place nearby, and the concubine next to her thought he was staying at Concubine Yu's place, so even Empress Fucha ignored him. Accommodation.
乾隆皇帝安排妥当，等到晚上，果然携着3名小宫监，悄悄出的宫门，4人乔装作客商的模样，来到正阳门大街。只见是4林立，车马喧闹，究竟是京城地面百货齐集。他们4人信步行来。
Emperor Qianlong made all arrangements, and as expected, at noon, he quietly left the palace gate with 3 young palace eunuchs. The 4 of them disguised themselves as merchants and came to Zhengyangmen Street. I saw numerous shops and noisy carriages and horses. After all, on the ground floor of the capital, department stores were gathered together. The 4 of them came on foot.
转变抹角，绕进一条横胡同，唤作胭脂胡同。果然名副其实，里边都是些窑子。他们既是进了胡同，乾隆皇帝抢步上前，跨进一家大门，3名宫监也便跟了进去。早有窑子里的伙计招待。
Turn around and go around into a side alley, called Rouge Alley. Sure enough, it lives up to its name, and there are many kilns inside. As soon as they entered the alley, Emperor Qianlong stepped forward and entered the door of a house, followed by 3 palace eunuchs. There were already waiters from the brothel waiting for me.
引入空房，挑定姑娘，茶果点心陆续的献上，少不得谈笑戏谑。他们4人本来是朋友称呼，所以窑子里的人都不觉得天颜咫尺。乾隆皇帝处理花丛，揽得民间女子别有风味，顿时乐不可支。
A vacant room was introduced, a girl was selected, tea, fruits and snacks were served one after another, and there was a lot of talking, laughing, and joking. The 4 of them were originally called friends, so no one in the brothel felt that Tianyan was so close. When Emperor Qianlong visited the flowers for the first time, he saw the folk women, which had a unique flavor, and he was immediately overjoyed.
歇了一会，离了这家，又到那家，足足玩了一宵，直到东方发白，天光渐亮，才回进宫来。从此以后，乾隆皇帝每到天晚，便换了衣服出城闲逛。日子既久，城内城外的路径都已熟悉了。
After resting for a while, he left this house and went to that house, playing all night long. It was not until the east turned white and the sky gradually became brighter that he returned to the palace. From then on, Emperor Qianlong would change his clothes and go out for a stroll every night. As time passed, the paths inside and outside the city became familiar.
便单身出宫，并不携着宫监，倒也散荡得很。那京城内的有名妓女，乾隆皇帝差不多都见识过了，因此把宫内的妃嫔们一发的不放在心上。8. 不迷镇温生入垢。
So he went out of the palace alone, without the palace supervisor, and he was very loose when he arrived. Emperor Qianlong had seen almost all of the famous prostitutes in the capital, so he paid less and less attention to the concubines in the palace. 8. The maize formation is full of plague.
话说这时候，京城内有一个大名鼎鼎的妓女，名唤三姑娘。她那边走动的人都是些有权有势的贵人，她的生气可以直通到宫禁之中里。
It is said that there was a famous prostitute in the capital at this time, named Miss San. The people who walked around her were all powerful nobles, and her voice could reach directly into the palace.
所以，一般在京城内谋事后差的人和许多升官发财心热的官吏，都把姑娘那边看作他们的茶会模样，你跑我走，统都前去养三姑娘的鼻息，把三姑娘那边的门槛都几乎踏得稀烂。
Therefore, people who are looking for jobs in the capital and many officials who are eager to get promoted and make money regard the girls as their tea party. They run around and admire the three girls. The threshold over there is almost broken.
三姑娘本来生成一副天然绝妙的脸蛋，现在生涯鼎盛，自己的衣食供奉当然格外优厚起来，锦上添花，一发艳名四播了。三姑娘那边既然都是些达官贵人，论理。
The third girl was born with a naturally beautiful face, but now her life is prosperous, and her food and clothing supplies are of course extra generous. The icing on the cake has made her even more famous. Since the third girl's side is full of dignitaries, it's reasonable.
三姑娘或许要应接不暇的，但是三姑娘却不慌不忙，左右指挥，把一般达贵人们都在她手掌的中间盘旋着，好似畅目人戏的牵动傀儡似的。她的魔力实在是大无可比的了。
The third girl may be overwhelmed, but the third girl is calm, directing left and right, and the ordinary dignitaries are hovering in the middle of her palms, like a puppet singer pulling puppets. Her magic power is incomparable.
且说这时候有一个宰相的公子，名唤盖使，乃是个完阴子弟，肚子里固然是一窍都没曾开通，但是很喜欢蒸烛声色，凡是吃喝嫖逛的地方都有他的踪迹。
Let us say that at this time there was a prime minister's son named Gaishi, who was a Wan-yin son. Although his stomach has never been enlightened, he likes to pursue sex and pleasure, and he can be found wherever he eats, drinks and goes whoring.
现在京城内有了这样盛名的三姑娘，盖使那有不知道的道理？他靠着自己的钱多，想用金钱的势力去调换三姑娘的色效，并且他是项庄舞剑，别有用心。
Now that there is such a famous third girl in the capital, does Gashina have any idea? Relying on his wealth, he wanted to use the power of money to exchange for the erotic smile of the third girl. Moreover, he was Xiangzhuang's sword dance, and he had ulterior motives.
还想和三姑娘发生肌肤上的关系，所以他天天跑到三姑娘那边去厮混。三姑娘原是久历风尘的人，眼光何等尖刻，一见盖使，早便料定是未经世故的公子哥儿，又知道他很有些钱。
He also wanted to have a physical relationship with the third girl, so he went to the third girl to hang out with her every day. The third girl was originally a person who had been in the world for a long time and had a sharp vision. When she saw Gaishi, she had already guessed that he was an unsophisticated young man. She also knew that he was very rich.
便把他笼络过来，据为其祸，更放出全副狡猾手段，故意用些甜言蜜语去勾引盖使的心，又时时和盖使言长道短，似乎非常亲热。亏他另有一种本领，一颦一笑能把盖使的魂魄都飞得掉。
So he won him over and treated him as a rare commodity. He even used all his cunning tactics to seduce Gai Shi's heart with some sweet words, and he often talked to Gai Shi and seemed to be very affectionate. Fortunately, she has another ability, she can make Gaishi's soul fly away with just one frown or a smile.
盖世以为三姑娘对他很有感情的了，便老着面皮想和三姑娘实行肌肤的关系。三姑娘也猜到盖世的心里，看盖世有了这种意思，忽然的故意冷淡起来。盖世见他一副凛不可犯的神气，
Gaishi thought that the third girl had feelings for him, so he tried to have a physical relationship with the third girl. The third girl also guessed Gaishi's mentality. Seeing that Gaishi had this kind of intention, she suddenly became deliberately cold. Gaishi saw that he had an air of invulnerability.
只得退避三舍。三姑娘看盖世想要避去，便立刻故意和颜悦色地调过脸来。盖世想避不忍避，想亲近又不敢亲近，弄得七颠八倒，摸不着头脑，却依旧地厮混着。不到几个月功夫，
I had to retreat. When the third girl saw that Gaishi wanted to avoid him, she immediately turned her face deliberately and pleasantly. Gaishi couldn't bear to avoid him, wanted to get close but didn't dare to get close. He was confused, but he still hung out with her. In less than a few months,
好几万银子都给三姑娘骗到手去。盖世床头金尽，仍是混在三姑娘那边，一步都舍不得离开。三姑娘知道盖世的实力已经完了，便白眼相待。盖世到了这时，
the third girl defrauded the third girl of tens of thousands of silver. Gaishi's bedside was full of gold, but he still hung out with the third girl and couldn't bear to leave. The three girls knew that Gaishi's strength was at an end, so they looked at him with blank eyes. Gashur has arrived at this time.
才知道三姑娘的目的是要他几个钱，等到银子用完，反眼便不相识，虽已知道上了大当，却已悔之恨晚了。盖世上了三姑娘的当，心头有些气愤，不过又不敢和他的父亲去直说。
Only then did he realize that the third girl's purpose was to get some money from him. When the money ran out, they turned against each other and no longer knew each other. Although they knew that they had been deceived, it was too late to regret it. Gaishi was a little angry because he had been tricked by the third girl, but he did not dare to tell his father directly.
但是他却终想设一个计策，去除这口闷气。忽然想起他自己有个母舅名唤附庸，官居提督九门步军统领，乃是皇后富察氏的叔父，正可请他去做主。原来京城内的官职。
But he finally wanted to devise a plan to get out of his sullen mood. Suddenly he remembered that he had an uncle named Fu Yong, who was an admiral and the commander of the Nine-Gate Infantry Army. He was the uncle of the Empress Fucha, so he could be asked to make the decision. It turned out to be an official position in the capital.
大的有戴红顶子的宰相尚书，小的有戴不上顶子的典史巡检，大大小小何止千万。但是论到实权，要算提督九门步军统领首屈一指，因为那步军统领便汉朝时候的执金吾在京城里面。
The big ones include the Prime Minister and the Secretariat who wear red hats. The small ones have the inspectors who cannot wear the hats, large and small, more than tens of millions. But when it comes to actual power, the Admiral Nine-Gate Infantry Commander is second to none. Because the infantry commander during the Han Dynasty, Zhi Jinwu, was in the capital.
兼有警察审判的威权，向来的习惯。到了晚上，他亲自出来到九门去巡视一遍。倘然犯了他的鲁部，不论是大小文武官吏，或 或许是土农工商，他不管三七念一，立刻传命侍从的人。
He also has the authority of the police to judge, and it has always been his habit. At night, he personally goes out to the 9 gates to patrol. If someone violates his rules, whether it is a civil or military official, or a local farmer, industry, or merchant, he will not care about the 21, and immediately send orders to those who would serve.
把贩卤部的人按倒当街，赏赐30大板。所以居住北京的人听到步军统领都有些怕他的。这种官制，直到前清末年才罢，到了现在民国时代，把步军统领的威权固然大消特削。
The person who committed the crime was pushed to the street and rewarded with 30 big boards. Therefore, people living in Beijing are a little afraid of him when they hear about the infantry commander. This kind of official system did not exist until the late Qing dynasty. In the current era of the Republic of China, the authority of the infantry commander has been greatly reduced.
但是这个官职依然存在，这是闲文，不必细表。且说盖使请附庸去给他做主，把三姑娘的事情完全吐出。附庸听着非常发怒，便安慰了盖使，打算惩戒三姑娘的方法。9. 使暴力豪仆出丑。
But the official position still exists. This is a casual article, no need to elaborate. Let's say that Guy Shi asked Fu Yong to make the decision for him and tell him everything about the 3 girls. Fu Yong was very angry when he heard this, so he comforted Guy Shi and planned a way to punish the 3 girls. 9. The powerful servant made a fool of himself by committing violence.
话说盖使上了三姑娘的大当，心不甘服，哭诉到他的母舅附庸那边。附庸听着也很替盖使不平，心想自己是提督九门步军统领，妓女们正在他自己的权力范围以内。
It was said that Guy Shi had been cheated by the 3rd girl and was unwilling to give in. He cried and complained to his uncle Fu Yong. Fu Yong listened and felt very sorry for Gu Shi. He thought that he was the commander-in-chief of the 9-gate infantry army and the prostitutes were within his own power.
不难派一名干仆到三姑娘处索还原金。他计策安排妥定，便换一名干仆带领12名家丁前去行事，吩咐到了三姑娘那边，定要把原金索还，否则可割了三姑娘的头发。
It is not difficult to send a servant to the 3rd girl to demand the return of the money. After the plan was settled, he called a servant to lead 12 servants to do the work, and ordered that when he got to the 3rd girl, he must ask for the original gold, otherwise he would cut off the 3rd girl's hair.
那干仆名唤朱虎，奉了他主人附庸的一番命令以后，便带领12名家丁，急急忙忙地直奔三姑娘那边而来，三脚并作2步，好似猢狲头上飞了金似的，哪消半个时辰，早已到了。
The servant's name was Zhu Hu, and after receiving some orders from his master Fu Yong, he led 12 servants and hurried straight to the 3 girls, with their 3 feet 2 steps apart, like a hosen's head. It flew like gold, and it didn't take even half an hour to arrive.
便有窑子里的伙计去报知三姑娘，说是步军统领正堂大人不知怎的，忽然派了许多人马来此要见三姑娘。三姑娘听着，心中早已明白，原来盖使的身家来历，三姑娘统都知道的。
Then a man from the kiln went to report to the 3rd girl that the commander of the infantry army, Master Jingtang, had suddenly sent many troops to see the 3rd girl for some reason. The third girl listened and already understood in her heart. It turns out that all three girls knew about the origin of Gaishi's net worth.
所以盖什想靠他母舅附庸的势力去压制，三姑娘也已料到的。三姑娘早有整备，便不慌不忙地出来，劈面见着朱虎，知道他是个头目，便问道：“你们喧喧嚷嚷到此怎的？”朱虎本来是个小人。
Therefore, Gaishi wanted to rely on his uncle Fu Yong's power to suppress him, and the third girl had already expected this. The three girls had prepared themselves for a long time, so they came out calmly. When they met Zhu Hu, knowing that he was the leader, they asked, "Why are you so noisy here?" Zhu Hu was originally a villain.
靠着主人的权威，狐假虎威的满脸势利模样，听了三姑娘的话，挺了胸脯说道：“老爷们奉了正堂大人的命令，来拿你这浪蹄子的，偏是你浪蹄子不识好歹，见了老爷们也不叩头请安。”
Relying on the authority of the master, with a snobbish look on his face, after listening to the third girl's words, he puffed up his chest and said, "The masters have been ordered by the master to come to arrest you, a prodigal, but you are a prodigal and don't know what is good or bad. I didn't count out to say hello to the gentleman."
开口便说你们，难道老爷们可以给你换作你们的吗？朱虎说着，还装腔作势的大骂浪蹄子、混蛋、王八蛋的说了一大篇。三姑娘见他模样，且不计较，笑嘻嘻地说道：“
If you say you when you open your mouth, can I call you you?" Zhu Hu said, and also pretended to curse, saying a lot of things like a slut, a bastard, and a bastard. When the third girl saw his appearance, she didn't care and said with a smile,
我们以为你们给公子请安礼，盖公子现在虽然久不到这里来，但是我既和盖公子盘旋过几天，当然有些香火恩情。所在我见了你们，很客气的对视，不料你们狂妄到这般地步。
"We thought you were greeting Mr. Guy. Although Mr. Guy won't be here for a long time, I have been with Mr. Guy for a few days, and of course we have some feelings of kindness. So when I saw you, I treated you very politely. Unexpectedly, you were so arrogant. Such a situation."
怎像大户人家的气派？或许是这里沿街教化的一般乞丐冒充的吧。你们倘敢再没规矩，我这里奴仆很多，绳索也有，便当把你们一一捆住，送到县衙门，先办你们一个无端敲诈的罪名。
How does it look like a wealthy family? Maybe he's an ordinary beggar on the streets here pretending to be? If you dare to be unruly, I have many slaves here and I have ropes, so I can tie you up one by one and send you to the county government office. I will first punish you for unprovoked blackmail.
朱虎听了大怒，抢不上前，气着三姑娘是个女子，便想武力对待。不意三姑娘是文武全才，岂是好惹的？见朱虎来意有些不善，早已把衣袖捋起，露出一双雪白如藕的臂膊。
Zhu Hu was furious after hearing this. He rushed forward and tried to bully the third girl because she was a woman, so he wanted to use force against her. Unexpectedly, the third girl is talented in civil and military affairs, so she is not easy to mess with. Seeing that Zhu Hu had some evil intentions, he had already rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of arms as white as lotus roots.
见朱虎抢不上前的时候，斥道：“你是想用武力吗？先尝尝老娘的拳脚。”说着，朱虎已然来到。三姑娘顺手一扬，朱虎立脚不住， 倒跌尘埃。12名家丁见朱虎吃了苦，仗着人多。
When he saw Zhu Hu rushing forward, he shouted, "Are you trying to use force? First taste my fists and feet." As he said that, Zhu Hu had already arrived. The three girls raised their hands, and Zhu Hu couldn't stand and fell to the ground. The 12 servants saw Zhu Hu suffering and took advantage of the large number of people.
想上前包围着和三姑娘决斗。三姑娘眼快手快，料想众寡不敌，便把左手的食指放在口中呜呜地吹了一声。旁屋内忽然走出10几个雄赳赳气昂昂的关西大汉来，伸开芭蕉扇似的大手。
I want to go forward, surround and fight the third girl. The third girl had quick eyes and quick hands. She expected to be outnumbered, so she put the index finger of her left hand in her mouth and blew a sound of woo, woo. Suddenly, a dozen arrogant Kansai men walked out of a nearby room, holding out their big hands like banana fans.
好像要决人模样。12名家丁本来个个是饭桶，到了这时早已吓得上气不接下气了。亏他们都有一种能屈能伸的本领，便趁此机会跪在三姑娘面前，叩头求耍三姑娘见他们丑形怪状。
It seems to be grabbing people. The 12 servants were all useless at first, but by this time, they were so frightened that they were out of breath. Fortunately, they all have the ability to bend and stretch, so they took this opportunity to kneel in front of the third girl, kowtow, and beg the third girl to see their ugly appearance.
便一一斥道：“狗子们听着，回去告诉你家主人，子侄们应当自己好好的管束，怎可以把势力欺压他人？我们行业虽很下贱，也纳捐领诏，奉过皇上的允许的。”
Then they scolded them one by one. "Listen, dogs. Go back and tell your master that your nephews should be well controlled by themselves. How can you use your power to oppress others? Even though our industry is very humble, we still accept donations to get licenses, and we have the emperor's permission."
但是盖使在这里用掉的许多银子，我也并不贪爱这种造孽钱，已经捐助南省荒镇了。以后叫你家主人不必再来麻烦，更不必胡想报复。倘然还是不识趣，那可不是老娘吹一句牛。
But I don't like the money that Gaishi spent here, and I don't like this kind of illegal money. I have already donated it to the southern province for famine relief. From now on, teach your master not to cause trouble again, and not to think about revenge. If you still don't know what to do, that's not my boast.
便连你家主人的前程都不能保了。12名家丁听着，微微答允。朱虎跪在地上，乘机也便趴了起来，擦了一擦额角上的冷汗，对三姑娘赔了一个礼。三姑娘也不理会他。朱虎使了一个眼色。
Even your master's future cannot be guaranteed. The 12 servants listened and Wei Wei agreed. Zhu, who knelt on the ground, took the opportunity to lie down, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and apologized to the third girl. The third girl also ignored him. Zhu, who winked.
领着12名家丁悄悄地回去。闹妓院忽来圣旨。话说朱虎等被三姑娘一顿教训，鼠窜似的回去见过附庸，却不说自己叩头讨饶的事情，只说三姑娘无礼，并把三姑娘所说的话。
He led the 12 servants back quietly. 10. There was a sudden imperial edict in a brothel. It is said that Zhu Hu and others were scolded by the third girl and scurried back like rats. When they saw the rich and mediocre, they did not say anything about how they kowtowed to beg for mercy. They only said that the third girl was rude and repeated what the third girl said.
和三姑娘和她决斗的情形，装头装脚地说了一遍，气得那附庸两眼迸火，七窍生烟，立刻传下令来，限京城内的窑子，尽这一天以内驱逐得干干净净，不许逗留一名妓女。
He and the third girl pretended to talk about the situation of the duel with him. The rich man was so angry that his eyes were on fire and his orifices were filled with smoke. He immediately issued an order that all the brothels in the capital should be expelled within 1 day, and no prostitute was allowed to stay.
倘然有胆敢违抗命令的，便当拿住问罪。这个命令下了以后，京城内开窑子的许多乌龟吓得如丧家之犬，个个变作落汤乌龟，一般妓女们也纷纷地像鸟兽散了。
If anyone dares to disobey orders, he should be held accountable. After this order was issued, many turtles who opened brothels in the capital were so frightened that they turned into drowned turtles. The prostitutes also dispersed like birds and beasts.
独有这个三姑娘却行所无事，一些也不慌忙，依旧非常安适地住着。早有统领衙门的探子报于附庸知道。附庸心想，从古以来只有强项的官吏，却没曾听过有强项的妓女。
Only the 3 girls were doing nothing. They were not in a hurry, and they still lived very comfortably. There were spies in charge of the Yamen who reported to Fu Yong. Fu Yong thought to himself, since ancient times, there have only been officials with strong strengths, but I have never heard of prostitutes with strong strengths.
三姑娘是什么东西，敢违抗命令？今天拿住，正好用一顿大板把她送终，才可替外甥盖使出气，并可给朱虎等遮脸。这时已是半夜3更时分，附庸领了人马到了那边。
Who is this third girl? She dares to disobey orders. Take it today, just in time to give her a big meal and send her to death, so that you can vent your anger on behalf of your nephew and cover the face of Zhu Hu and others. It was already the 3rd watch in the middle of the night. Fu Yong led the troops and arrived there.
朱虎又忘掉了冈山的事情，依然耀武扬威地上前，并不叫门，一脚把大门踢倒。附庸带领许多兵丁直闯进来，吓得窑子里的伙计以为强盗打劫，等到定睛一看，
Zhu Hu forgot about what had just happened, and still stepped forward in an arrogant manner, without calling for the door, and kicked the door down with his kick. Fu Yong led many soldiers and barged in, frightening the workers in the brothel. They thought they were being robbed by robbers until they took a closer look.
兵丁们都拿着步军统领字样的灯笼，才知他们为三姑娘来的，慌忙地迎着道：“三姑娘有客，现在已经安歇了。”附庸也不答话，把手一挥，兵丁们都到院子以内。
The soldiers all held lanterns with the words "Infantry Commander" on them. Then they realized that they were here for the third girl. They hurriedly greeted them and said, "The third girl has a visitor." They have rested now. Fu Yong didn't answer. He waved his hand and all the soldiers came to the courtyard.
三姑娘在房内听得院子中人声大喧，只听得有人说正堂大人，心已料定步军统领亲自来了，便起得身来，穿了一件水红色的小衬衣，云环蓬松，睡眼惺忪地看了一看， 隔窗问道。
The third girl heard loud noises in the courtyard from her room. She only heard someone saying, "Master, sir," and she already expected the infantry commander to come in person. Then she got up, put on a small water-red shirt, and her hair was fluffy. She looked at it sleepily and asked through the window,
为怎地这样汹汹呢？你们留心着，不要惊动贵人才是。只是半夜三更来此喧嚷，也不怕贵人受惊，论罪便当砍你们的脑袋。说着，又叫旁屋内许多关西大汉出来，禁止兵丁们喧嚷，说是
"Why is it so violent? You should be careful and don't disturb the noble people. It's just midnight, there's so much noise here. I'm not afraid of the nobles being frightened. I'll chop your heads off if you're guilty." After saying that, he called many big Kansai men in the side room to come out and stop the soldiers from making noise, saying,
有凭信在这里，看了自能明白，并且要深悔办事太鲁记的礼。附庸听了，怎肯罢息，仍旧在院子里大嚷。朱虎正待又想上前踢门，忽然房内传出一张纸来，又听得三姑娘在里边说道：
"If you have faith here, you will understand it after reading it, and you will deeply regret that you acted too rudely." After hearing this, Fu Yong refused to stop and continued shouting in the yard. Zhu Hu was about to step forward and kick the door when suddenly a piece of paper came from the room, and he heard the third girl saying inside,
贵人幸而只受这些虚惊，已经从地道出去了。你们可以快些回去，看那纸上所说的便是，才知老娘绝不哄骗你们的。附庸接了那张纸，心想姑且去看他一看，借着灯光，只见写得清清楚楚。
Fortunately, the nobleman only suffered a little false alarm and has already left the tunnel. You can go back quickly and read what is said on the paper. Only then will you know that I will never lie to you. Fuyong took the piece of paper and thought he would take a look at it. With the light, he could see that the writing was clear.
上面写道：尔姑去，明白自有旨。签词。下面还盖有一颗朱印，乃是皇帝之宝4字。吓得那附庸一身冷汗，认为这张纸绝不是假冒的。不料皇帝却在这里逛起窑子来了。
It says, "Ergu, go and understand your own purpose. Admire this." There is also a red seal stamped below, which is the word Emperor's Treasure. Fu Yong was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, thinking that this piece of paper was definitely not a fake. Unexpectedly, the emperor came to visit the brothel here.
难怪三姑娘有了这样的恩客，才敢这样的倨傲。想了一会，便传命兵丁们在外面远远的看守前后门，自己只得踉跄的回去。且说三姑娘那边怎地把皇上请来？
No wonder the third girl dared to be so arrogant with such a benefactor. After thinking for a while, she ordered the soldiers to guard the front and back doors from a distance, and she had no choice but to stumble back. Let's talk about how the third girl invited the emperor here.
在下作书的程附庸回去的时候，补写一笔。原来乾隆皇帝自从微服野游以来，也足有好几个月，相好固然攀得不少，但是和三姑娘却最为亲热，所以三姑娘那边他便走得最勤。
When Fu Yong returns home, I will write a little more. It turned out that Emperor Qianlong had been traveling incognito for several months. Although he had many acquaintances, he was the most affectionate with the third girl. Therefore, he walked the most frequently to the third girl's side.
只得他近来独自闲游，每去必是一人。三姑娘心中便起了疑心，留心探问口气，才知是天颜咫尺。乾隆皇帝知道三姑娘已觉得他是当今天子，便也并不隐晦。但是窑子里的人
It was only because he had been wandering alone recently, and every time he went, he was always alone. The third girl became suspicious, and after paying close attention to his tone of voice, she realized that Tian Yan was so close. Emperor Qianlong knew that the third girl already considered him his queen, so he did not hide it. But the people in the brothel,
除了三姑娘以外，却没人知晓。亏得三姑娘善于摆布，暗中派人在自己房中凿成一条地道，这条地道可直通宫墙旁边，所以那晚附庸出了这回乱子，乾隆皇帝恐有不妙。
except for the third girl, no one knows. Fortunately, the third girl was good at maneuvering and secretly sent someone to dig a tunnel in her room. This tunnel could lead directly to the palace wall, so when Fu Yong caused trouble that night, Emperor Qianlong might be in trouble.
便悄悄地从地道中出去。乾隆皇帝自从地道中出去，回到皇宫以后，究竟受了些惊惶，并且已经有人知道他微服野游，所以后来也不常在窑子中走动。此事后话不提。11.
Then quietly walked out of the tunnel. After Emperor Qianlong went out of the tunnel and returned to the palace, he was somewhat frightened, and some people already knew that he was traveling incognito, so he did not often walk around the brothel. This is something I want mention later. 11.
壁中见舞台进香。话说附庸一团高兴，带领全部人马，想把三姑娘责打大板，消除胸中闷气，不料碰了一个大大钉子，高兴变成扫兴，回到家中，心想明天早起上朝。
Avoid loyalty and admonition to Wutai and go to incense. It is said that Fu Yong was so happy that he led all his troops, hoping to beat the three girls to the sword and get rid of the suffocation in his chest. Unexpectedly, he hit a big nail, and his happiness turned into disappointment. When he returned home, he thought, I will get up early tomorrow morning to go to court.
不妨和乾隆皇帝说破此事。因这张纸无论是真是假，乾隆皇帝为保重名誉起见，这种暖媚事情必定不肯承认。倘然乾隆皇帝不肯承认，那么三姑娘那边还可另打主意去报复的。
You might as well talk to Emperor Qianlong about this matter. Because regardless of whether this piece of paper is true or false, Emperor Qianlong will definitely not admit such an ambiguous thing to protect his reputation. If Emperor Qianlong refuses to admit it, then the third girl may have other ideas to take revenge.
附庸主意打定，挨到天明，急忙上朝。跪拜刚删完毕，还没开口，乾隆皇帝劈面便笑嘻嘻地说道：“你办事倒也勤谨，但又何必太认真理？”附庸听了，知道话中有因，忙得叩头服谢。
Fu Yong made up his mind and waited until dawn to go to court in a hurry. The kneeling had just finished, but before he could speak, Emperor Qianlong faced him and said with a smile, You are diligent in everything you do, but why do you need to be too serious? After hearing this, Fu Yong knew that there was a reason for his words, and kowtowed in thanks.
把他预备着的话吓得不敢再往下说，只得退出。乾隆皇帝等他临走的时候，把眼睛对着附庸斜了一斜，低声对近旁的宫监说道：“ 他竟想做中宫的鹰犬吏。
He was so frightened that he didn't dare to say anything further, so he had to withdraw. When Emperor Qianlong was waiting for him to leave, he squinted his eyes at Fu Yong and whispered to the palace supervisor nearby, "He actually wants to be the eagle dog of the palace."
原来乾隆皇帝把附庸对待三姑娘的事情认作富察后的意思，因为附庸和富察后的父亲傅恒是同胞弟兄，所以富察后便有了这种嫌疑。其实附庸的对待三姑娘。
It turns out that Emperor Qianlong took Fu Yong's treatment of the third girl as the intention of Empress Fu Cha. Because Fu Yong and Empress Fu Cha's father, Fu Heng, were brothers, Empress Fu Cha had this suspicion. In fact, the rich treated the three girls in a mediocre manner.
完全是想替他外甥盖世报仇。乾隆皇帝不明真相，谁想到富察后的身上去，实在是很冤枉的。事有凑巧，附庸又把三姑娘处碰见乾隆皇帝的事情去和富察后说明。富察后听着
He just wanted to avenge his nephew Gaishi. Emperor Qianlong didn't know the truth. Who would want to kill Empress Fu Cha? It was really unjust. As luck would have it, Fu Yong went to explain to Fu Cha about the third girl's encounter with Emperor Qianlong. Fu Chaho listened.
心中非常不乐意。富察后的不乐意原是一片好心，恐怕乾隆皇帝常在外边微服野游，或许出了乱子，岂不危险？但是一片好心，乾隆皇帝是万万体会不到的，所以富察后竭力的中谏。
I was very unhappy. The dissatisfaction of Empress Fu Cha was out of good intentions. I was afraid that Emperor Qianlong often traveled incognito outside, and something might go wrong. Wouldn't it be dangerous? However, Emperor Qianlong could never appreciate his good intentions, so he tried his best to admonish him.
乾隆皇帝非但不去听他，并且对富察后审道：“你竟想在外面结了党员来制服朕吗？”但是朕不是设伏于群底的人力。原来乾隆皇帝本以依着附庸对待三姑娘是富察后的意思。
Emperor Qianlong not only refused to listen to her, but also said to Fu Cha, "You actually want to form a party outside to subdue me? But I am not a person who wears skirts." It turned out that Emperor Qianlong had already suspected that Fu Yong's treatment of the third girl was the intention of the Empress Fu Cha.
现在富察后又去觐见乾隆皇帝，一发的疑起富察后来，所以也便一发的恨起富察后来，这也可算富察后自讨苦吃。且说乾隆皇帝自从在三姑娘处受了些小惊惶以后，
Now that Fu Chaho went to remonstrate with him, Emperor Qianlong became more and more suspicious of Fu Chaho, so he also hated Fu Chaho more and more. This can be regarded as Fu Chaho asking for trouble. Let's talk about the time Emperor Qianlong suffered a little panic from the third girl.
恐怕外面耳目众多，有些不很方便，便不敢再在三姑娘处走动。只是他闲游已久，习惯成自然，怎能在福处深宫成天的闷着里？他也会摆不主意，心想不必去和富察后时常闹意见。
I'm afraid there are so many eyes and ears outside that it's inconvenient for me, so I don't dare to walk around the third girl's place anymore. It's just that he has been wandering around for a long time and has become accustomed to it. How can he hide in the palace again and be bored all day long? He would also make up his own mind, thinking that he would not have to have constant disagreements with Fu Chaho.
不如去向太后面前设想办法。 他便怂恿太后往五台山去进香。恰巧那太后听得进香很重他的心里，便满口赞成。偏那富察后不愿同去，乾隆皇帝也不强他，趁他便宫内安排既定。
It is better to go to the Queen Mother to think of a solution. He then encouraged the Queen Mother to go to Mount Wutai to offer incense. It happened that the Queen Mother heard the incense and liked it very much, so she agreed wholeheartedly. But Empress Fucha didn't want to go with her, and Emperor Qianlong didn't force her to go with him, so he took advantage of her. The arrangements in the palace are finalized.
传旨前往五台山，早有栾舆卫士准备一切仪仗，那消几天功夫便已备齐，即日起驾而去。那五台山便是顺治皇帝出家的所在。看官们看过在下所做的那本顺治出家的秘记。
Send an order to Mount Wutai. The Wanyu guards had already prepared all the ceremonial guards. In a few days, they were ready and they set off immediately. Mount Wutai is where Emperor Xuanji became a monk. The officials have read the secret notes of Xuanji becoming a monk.
大概也便明白了。闲文不提。乾隆皇帝奉太后到了五台山，便在清凉寺下榻。清凉寺的一般和尚们少不得忙着接驾。太后见佛烧香，倒也非常虔诚。乾隆皇帝原不过借进香的名义。
You probably understand. Nothing to mention. Emperor Qianlong arrived at Wutai Mountain to serve the Empress Dowager and stayed at Qingliang Temple. The ordinary monks in Qingliang Temple are at least busy picking up the guests. The Queen Mother saw the Buddha burning incense and was very pious when she arrived. Emperor Qianlong originally only borrowed money in the name of offering incense.
散他的愁闷，但是既然来到清凉寺，也只得洞中思静，便和那清凉寺的方丈惠安等许多和尚口禅入定，同参妙地。一连住了10日，一般护驾陈辽猜透乾隆皇帝的游幸五台山。
To dispel his depression, but since he came to Qingliang Temple, he had no choice but to meditate while moving, so he and the abbot Huiyan of Qingliang Temple and many other monks meditated into concentration and studied the wonderful truth together. After staying there for 10 days, he usually accompanied his officials and guessed Emperor Qianlong's visit to Mount Wutai.
乃是借此散闷。现在五台山除了和尚以外，并没有什么能和乾隆皇帝意思的人。不过乾隆皇帝是爱虚名的人，却假装著名士气派，有此山林之乐，实则是久已觉得无聊之至了。
It was just a way to relieve his boredom. Apart from monks, there was no one in Wutai Mountain who could agree with Emperor Qianlong's wishes. However, Emperor Qianlong was a man who loved his reputation. He pretended to be famous for his morale and enjoyed the mountains and forests, but in fact he had been bored for a long time.
那班臣僚们既都是做大官的人家，都有做大官的本领，所以一猜便着，都到乾隆皇帝面前说圣公应该节劳才是。乾隆皇帝本来觉得五台山乏味得很，听了臣僚的话，趁此机会。
Since all the ministers were high-ranking officials and had the ability to be high-ranking officials, they all came to Emperor Qianlong and said that Shinggong should save his labor. Emperor Qianlong originally thought Mount Wutai was boring, but after listening to his officials, he took advantage of this opportunity.
便传旨启程回京，仍旧依着原路回去。到了京城，接驾上奏，忙个不了。 乾隆皇帝却因路上辛苦，奉了太后回宫安息。12. 现繁华江南汉漫。话说乾隆皇帝奉太后游幸五台山回京以后，
Then he sent an order and set off back to Beijing, still following the original route. When he arrived in the capital, he was too busy to pick up the driver and present the memorial. However, because of the hard work on the road, Emperor Qianlong honored the Queen Mother and returned to the palace to rest in peace. 12. Envy the prosperous Jiangnan and the sweat dash. It is said that Emperor Qianlong returned to Beijing after visiting Mount Wutai on behalf of the Queen Mother.
在宫内一发无聊得很。有一名小宫监，名唤小安，生得很是狡黠，见乾隆皇帝闷在宫内很不自在，便进言道：“万岁爷既在宫内玩得腻了，怎不往外省去巡查一番？”
It became increasingly boring in the palace. There was a little palace eunuch named Xiaoan who was very cunning. Seeing that Emperor Qianlong was uncomfortable in the palace, he said, "Since long live the Lord is tired of playing in the palace, why don't you go to other provinces for inspections?"
一则可以查看外省的民情风俗，二则可以游玩山水，三则可以拣选几名绝色奇才的女子进宫，岂不是好？乾隆皇帝听着，正中下怀，便道：“朕久有此意，上回游幸五台山，便是这个意思。”
Firstly, you can check out the folk customs of other provinces. Secondly, you can visit the mountains and rivers. Thirdly, you can choose a few beautiful and talented women to enter the palace. Wouldn't it be nice? Emperor Qianlong listened, and he realized what he was thinking, and said, "I have had this intention for a long time. This is what I meant when I visited Wutai Mountain last time."
怎奈外省也没甚可玩的所在，那便怎处？小安见自己的话已经打动了乾隆皇帝的心里，便接口道：“万岁爷上次游幸五台山，本来是误会的了，因为五台山本没有可玩的。”
Unfortunately, there is nothing to do in other provinces, so what can we do? Seeing that his words had touched Emperor Qianlong's mind, Shaoan said, "Long live my last visit to Mount Wutai." It was a misunderstanding because there was nothing to do in Mount Wutai.
现在万岁爷既想往别处去玩玩，何不找一处热闹的地方去呢？常言道，上有天堂，下有苏杭，江南的苏州府和浙江的杭州府两处地方，简直是好到极点了。莫说山明水秀，百货杂集。
Now that long-lived master wants to go somewhere else for fun, why not find a lively place? As the saying goes, there is heaven above, and there are Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Suzhou in the south of the Yangtze River and Hangzhou in Zhejiang are simply the best places, not to mention the beautiful mountains and rivers and the variety of department stores.
便是那一般女子们都是个个生得娇艳非常，并且吴侬软语，开出口来，娇声柔音，实在好听的哩。乾隆皇帝听了小安的话，点头称是，便答道：“朕也久慕吴越山川之美，很想前去一游。”
It's like ordinary women, all of them are very pretty, and Wu Nong's soft words come out of his mouth, and his sweet and soft voice is really nice to hear. Emperor Qianlong listened to Shao An's words, nodded in agreement, and replied, "I have long admired the beauty of Wuyue mountains and rivers and would like to go there for a visit."
现在听你所说，更使朕游兴大发，不可遏止的了。乾隆皇帝说着，便去禀明皇太后。那太后本是个无可无不可的人，乾隆皇帝说着，哪有不答允的道理？所以立刻传旨安排仪仗。
Now that I hear what you say, I am even more excited about traveling and can't stop it. Emperor Qianlong said and went to report to the Empress Dowager Ming. The Queen Mother is an incompetent person, Emperor Qianlong said. There is no reason not to agree. Therefore, a decree was immediately sent out to arrange the ceremony.
定期南下江南，这个消息早给富察后知道。乾隆皇帝以为富察后或许也像上回不愿同去的，所以不把他放在心上。不料富察后生性古怪，上回五台山虽不愿去，此番江南却执意要去。
He regularly travels south to the south of the Yangtze River. This news was known to Fucha early. Emperor Qianlong thought that Empress Fucha might not be willing to go with her like last time, so he didn't take her seriously. Unexpectedly, Fu Chaho was eccentric by nature. Although he didn't want to go to Mount Wutai last time, he insisted on going to Jiangnan this time.
乾隆皇帝素来和富察后意见不合，常常视为眼中之钉，那愿意叫富察后跟了同去，因此便不许他去。富察后见乾隆皇帝不许他去，他一发的偏要同去，说是长途劳顿，要侍候太后用膳的。
Emperor Qianlong had always had disagreements with Empress Fucha and was often regarded as a thorn in his side, so why would he be willing to teach Empress Fucha to follow him? Therefore she was not allowed to go. After Fu Cha found out that Emperor Qianlong did not allow her to go, she became more and more insistent on going with him, saying that she was tired from the long journey and had to serve the Queen Mother for dinner.
乾隆皇帝见他用侍候太后的大帽子来压制也不理会，终是不许他去，这是一仗都已齐备。原来此番游幸不是像上回游幸五台山的情形，乃是从水道行的，早有城管衙门。
Emperor Qianlong saw her using the big hat of serving the Queen Mother to suppress her but ignored her, and finally refused to allow her to go. At this time, all the ceremonial guards were in place. It turned out that this trip was not like the trip to Mount Wutai last time, but that we were traveling by waterway, and we had already taken charge of the Yamen.
造成2只大龙船，附有许多小龙船，从北京到江南，本有运河可通，因此龙船便从运河南下。在船上的时候，乾隆皇帝独自坐了一只大龙船，太后也坐了一只大龙船。
Two large dragon boats were created, with many small dragon boats attached. There was a canal from Beijing to Jiangnan, so the dragon boats went south through the canal. While on the boat, Emperor Qianlong took a big dragon boat alone, and the Queen Mother also took a big dragon boat.
富察后本来是奉旨不许去的，大龙船没有给他预备，他便强附在太后的大龙船里去。乾隆皇帝见他固执情形，只得听他，但是终不理会。且说御船从运河南下，皇帝家出行不比寻常。
Empress Fucha was originally ordered not to go, but the dragon boat was not prepared for her, so she was forced to go aboard the Queen Mother's dragon boat. Emperor Qianlong saw her stubbornness and had to listen to her, but he ignored her in the end. Let's talk about the royal boat going south through the canal. It was unusual for the emperor's family to travel.
威风凛凛，好生齐整，千百只龙船排列的4条长龙似的。为首的船乃是太后的大龙船，接着便是乾隆皇帝的大龙船，后面的许多小龙船乃是文武百官护驾的臣僚们坐的。
Majestic and neat, thousands of dragon boats are arranged like a long dragon. The first boat was the large dragon boat of the Queen Mother, followed by the large dragon boat of Emperor Qianlong. The many small dragon boats behind were for the officials escorted by hundreds of civil and military officials.
每逢早起的时候和天晚的时候，太后的龙船便回据上流。乾隆皇帝坐了龙船去朝见他，虽是在路上终比在宫内辛苦，但是这种规矩终是不废的。一路行来，小行夜宿，早离了北京很远。
Every morning and evening, the Queen Mother's dragon boat would go upstream. Emperor Qianlong took the dragon boat to visit her. Although it was harder on the road than in the palace, this rule will never be abolished. Along the way, Xiaoxing stayed overnight and was far away from Beijing.
夜色山光，另有番乐趣。乾隆皇帝在龙船中间，有时看看山水，有时看看古书，有时和宫监们谈天说地，倒也并不寂寞。这时宫监小安随驾在大龙船中，乾隆皇帝爱他之趣，常和他谈笑取乐。
Wild colors and mountain scenery are another kind of fun. Emperor Qianlong was among the dragon boats, sometimes looking at the landscape, sometimes reading ancient books, and sometimes chatting with the palace guards. He was not lonely there. At this time, Shaoan, the palace eunuch, was riding in the big dragon boat. Emperor Qianlong loved his knowledge and often talked and laughed with him.
行了多天，已经过了沧州，出得直隶境界，便进了山东省境。乾隆皇帝在船中听的宫监们报着已入山东境，他原是假充名士派的人，忽然想起管仲射女驴300的事情来。
After traveling for many days, we have passed Sangzhou. After leaving the territory of Zhili, he entered the territory of Shandong province. Emperor Qianlong heard the palace supervisors announcing that he had entered Shandong province in the boat. He was pretending to be a celebrity sect, and suddenly he remembered that Guanzhong had set up 300 female concubines.
便传旨教护驾的大臣们研究着。一般大臣们奉旨以后，引经据典地说了一大篇，哪晓得干皇皇帝的实在心里，所以都不称旨。唯有宫监小安却明白着乾隆皇帝的意思，所以便上前启奏。
Then he passed the decree and taught the ministers to study it. After receiving the decree, ministers usually quoted a lot of scriptures and said a lot, but they didn't know the true heart of Emperor Qianhuang, so they didn't comply with the decree. Only the palace supervisor Xiaoan understood what Emperor Qianlong meant, so he stepped forward to start the memorial.
13. 进燕姬州中销魂。话说小安听得乾隆皇帝问起管仲射300女驴的事情来，早已猜透了乾隆皇帝的心理，便上前启奏了。现在天下最繁华的地方，当然第一要推到江苏省的扬州府。
13. Enter the beauty boat to lose your soul. It is said that Xiaoan heard Emperor Qianlong ask about Guanzhong's 300 female concubines. He had already guessed Emperor Qianlong's mentality, so he stepped forward and said, "The most prosperous place in the world now, of course, must be the first place in Jiangsu province. Yangzhou Prefecture."
但是除了扬州以外，就该轮到山东省的济南府了。万岁爷既然想访问管仲所射300女驴的遗迹，便可以在这里参政了。倘然万岁爷委奴才去做采访使，奴才定当搜罗许多考验品来。
But besides Yangzhou, it's Jinan Prefecture in Shandong Province's turn. Since Lord Long-Live wants to visit the ruins of the 300 female villages established by Guanzhong, he can check it out here. If the Lord long live appoints me as an interviewer, I will definitely collect many test items.
供万岁爷去考验，大概比较那环宇访杯、征题山水来的兴味浓郁些哩。万岁爷是能够乐此不疲，倒也可称的是福海了。乾隆皇帝听着，心中大乐，便命小安去做采访专使。
For long live Lord to test. It was probably more interesting than visiting monuments in the world and asking questions about landscapes. Long live Lord is able to enjoy this endlessly, so he can be called a sea of blessings. Emperor Qianlong felt very happy after hearing this, and ordered Shaoan to be the interview envoy.
搜罗女驴300的遗迹，小安奉了圣旨，便暗中派了他的心腹党羽，兼程前往济南，把济南府有名的妓女搜罗得毫无前漏。这时玉船离着济南不远，小安虽是预备妥当。
Collect the remains of 300 women. Shaoan obeyed the imperial edict and secretly sent his cronies to Jinan to collect all the famous prostitutes in Jinan Prefecture. At this time, the imperial ship was not far from Jinan, although Shaoan was well prepared.
却恐怕乾隆皇帝或许要假充到学起来，所以不敢立刻的送上去。到了明天，船已将到济南，恰巧有些微微的小雨，趁着空间轻烟，风景实在可爱。这时，乾隆皇帝夜见太后回来。
But he was afraid that Emperor Qianlong might pretend to be a Taoist, so he didn't dare to send it immediately. Tomorrow, the ship has arrived in Jinan, and there happens to be a slight drizzle. The scenery is really lovely with the light smoke in the space. At this time, Emperor Qianlong came back from an audience with the Queen Mother.
一个人独自坐在船楼上面，对那山水景致好像有些异想似的。小安趁此机会，便指着离船不远的人烟稠密地方，奏道：“这便是现在女驴所在的地方里。”小安话方说罢。
Sitting alone on the boathouse, a man seemed to have some imagination about the scenery of the mountains and rivers. Shaoan took this opportunity to point to a densely populated place not far from the boat and said, "This is where the daughter-in-law is now." Shaoan just finished speaking.
官属们来前报着，已到了济南。乾隆猛然触动心事，便悄悄地对那小安说道：“今天朕觉得很闲适，这里的风景又很清幽，理当有些点缀才是。并且朕想去采风问俗，倘不是直接求知民间。”
The officials and family members announced that they had arrived in Jinan. Qianlong was suddenly touched and quietly said to Shaoan, "I feel very relaxed today, and the scenery here is very quiet, so it should be decorated with some decorations. And I want to learn about customs, if not directly among the people."
也不能知道的详细。昨天所说的考验品，似乎这里可算的是此地最宜了。小安听着，微微的便想走了出去。乾隆皇帝又唤他回来，说道：“不要忙，朕先问你，你是得到这种人才，已是好久了吗？”
I can't know the details. It seems that this is the best place for the test items mentioned yesterday. Shaoan listened and Weiwei wanted to leave. Emperor Qianlong called him back again and said, "Don't be busy. Let me ask you first, has it been a long time since you got such a talent?"
小安听着，却不先说话，仍是微微的含糊应着而去。等了片刻功夫，只听得车声辘辘，从岸上直向御座的大龙传来。仔细一看，乃是宝马香店的小游牧车， 车里面满载着砚基胶瓦。
Shaoan listened, but didn't speak first. He still responded vaguely and left. After waiting for a while, I heard the rumble of cars coming straight from the shore to the big dragon boat where the emperor was sitting. If you take a closer look, you can see that it is a small oil curtain car belonging to BMW Xiangdan. The car is full of beautiful girls.
都是些28年纪的美貌佳人，有的是捧了正色，有的是抱着琵琶，有的是拿着箫管，肥胖的肥胖，纤瘦的纤瘦，绰约的绰约，轻盈的轻盈，好像一片彩云给风吹掉下来。
They are all beautiful women in their 20s and 80s. Some are holding zither, some are holding pipa, and some are holding flutes. Some are fat, some are slim, some are graceful, some are light. They are like a colorful cloud, blown down by the wind.
一朵一朵的落到龙船里来。乾隆皇帝到了这时，看得眼都乱了，真像到得山阴 Dale 上应接不暇的了。且说那班妓女们来到船中，小安便领着他们到乾隆皇帝面前叩过了头。
One by one they fell into the dragon boat. When Emperor Qianlong arrived, his eyes were confused, as if he was on the mountainside and overwhelmed. When the prostitutes came into the boat, Shaoan led them to kowtow in front of Emperor Qianlong.
逐个报了名字，都跪伏在地上候旨。乾隆皇帝遂传旨他们席地而坐，便轮流地奏起伎来。于是吹的吹，唱的唱，吹唱了片刻，又排成了队，跳起舞来。他们原都是青裙长袖。
Their names were announced one by one, and they all knelt on the ground to wait for the order. Emperor Qianlong then ordered them to sit on the ground and take turns playing the skills. So he played and sang. After singing for a while, they lined up again and started dancing. They all originally wore light skirts and long sleeves.
所以舞起来好像许多名花奇葩凑在处，趁着灯烛的光彩，一发的五花八门，要的眼睛都不可逼视了。热闹了半天，时候已经是夜深了。乾隆皇帝便有我醉欲眠的意思，便传旨命小安过来。
Therefore, the dance looks like many famous and exotic flowers gathered together, and against the brilliance of lamps and candles, it becomes more and more diverse and dazzles the eyes. It had been busy for a long time, and it was already late at night. Emperor Qianlong thought that I was drunk and wanted to sleep, so he sent an order to Shaoan to come over.
拿出许多金帛，凡是歌舞的人都有赏赐。又对了小安说道：“朕想留几名在这里试夜，到明天调发他们回去，不知道能不能呢？”小安听着，悄悄地奏道：“他们是夜度娘，哪有不能之理？”
A lot of gold and silk were brought out, and anyone who sang or danced would be rewarded. Then he said to Shaoan, "I want to keep a few of them here to serve the night and send them back tomorrow. I wonder if that's possible." Shaoan listened and whispered, "They are night mothers, how can they not do it?"
能得掏成雨露，那他们真是幸等三生里。只要万岁爷指挥着他们，看他们谁多福泽就是。乾隆皇帝听了大喜，美中求美，精中拣精，献了丰容盛俭、态度不凡的6名绝色妓女。
If they can bear the rain and dew, they are really lucky to have waited for 3 lifetimes. As long live Lord directs them, whoever among them will be more blessed will be the winner. Emperor Qianlong was overjoyed when he heard this. He sought the most beautiful among the beautiful and the best among the best. He chose 6 stunning prostitutes who were rich in beauty and had extraordinary attitudes.
其余许多妓女们统都送上岸去。这6名妓女便轮流的失业。那6名妓女中间，有一个名唤赛鸿福，更受恩宠。这一夜到天明，龙船中间真是无乐不为，无欢不有，风流天子的温柔艳福。
Many other prostitutes were sent ashore. These 6 prostitutes took turns waiting for the night. Among the 6 prostitutes, one named Sai Hongfu was even more favored. From that night till dawn, there was really nothing but joy and pleasure among the dragon boats, the tenderness and happiness of the romantic emperor.
真可以使得吉色儿垂涎欲滴的了。14. 禁于中深夜草书。话说从古以来，皇帝嫖妓女的事情，历史上也是常常见过。不过在大庭广众、出行半路上，还想以翠微红，未免太无顾忌了。
It can really make anxious children salivate. 14. Exerting foolish loyalty and sparse grass in the middle of the night. It is said that since ancient times, emperors have often seen prostitutes in history. However, it is too unscrupulous to want to lean on the green and enjoy the red flowers in the middle of a trip in public.
但是乾隆皇帝未必的人，只有太后一人。宫监们原都知道，其实他们心中最注重的乃是富察后，因为富察后自认几番中谏以后，知道乾隆皇帝很多不可告人的隐秘事情。
However, the only person Emperor Qianlong was afraid of was the Empress Dowager. The palace supervisors all knew that the Empress Fu Cha was the one they paid most attention to. Because Empress Fu Cha knew many secret things about Emperor Qianlong after many times of loyal advice.
所以他为忠诚起见，便想随时去纠正他。那天晚上，乾隆皇帝正在龙船中魂销真歌的时候，这个消息早已传到富察后的耳目中间。富察后起初还不很相信。
So for the sake of loyalty, she wanted to correct him at any time. At noon that night, when Emperor Qianlong was dying in the dragon boat, the news had already reached the eyes and ears of Empress Fu Cha. After checking it out, I didn't quite believe it at first.
等到亲身到御座的大龙船旁探听消息，只听得龙船里边吹弹歌舞，好一热闹，他才哀叹了几声，心想果然有此荒淫的事情。独自回到自己的船中，投着枕上，再也睡不安稳。
When she went to the big dragon boat where the emperor was sitting to inquire about the news, she could only hear music, singing and dancing in the dragon boat, and it was so lively that she sighed a few times, thinking that such a debauched thing really happened. I returned to my boat alone, with my head on the pillow, and could no longer sleep peacefully.
便不管半夜3更，正下床来，想做一篇慨切悲痕的谏章，使得乾隆皇帝看了觉悟。他反复愁思地想了半天，总觉得情难自己，便决然地提起笔来，正想振笔疾书。
Regardless of the midnight watch, he got out of bed and wanted to write a remonstrance with deep sorrow, which made Emperor Qianlong wake up. He thought about it over and over for a long time, but felt that it was difficult for him, so he decided to write. I was just about to write quickly.
肚子中间也正在打算落笔的词句，只听得远远的御船中间歌舞的声音还没有散歇，他便觉得心乱如麻，无从下笔。原来富察后文才本来是很好的，只因胸襟中深受刺激，所以思想转顿。
She was also planning the words to write in the middle of her stomach, but before she could hear the distant sounds of singing and dancing in the middle of the royal ship, she felt so confused that she couldn't write. It turns out that Fu Cha's literary talent was originally very good, but because of the deep stimulation in his chest muscles, his thinking became dull.
右叶耳朵里接触声音，无非是些吟蛙燕曲，他听了更是痛心疾首，当然文思也便更行阻滞了。等了片刻，才听得御船旁边人散马鸣，众声并起，这便是乾隆皇帝留了6名妓女。
And because the sounds that came into contact with her ears were nothing more than pornographic songs, she was even more distressed when she heard them. Of course, her literary thoughts were even more blocked. After waiting for a while, the people beside the royal boat were heard shouting and shouting. This was the story that Emperor Qianlong had kept 6 prostitutes.
把其余的妓女送上岸去的时候，复查后以为桶都送上岸去了，所以听了这种声音，自言自语地说道：“妖物散了，或许可以才得见着天日里。”这时候他写的那篇谏章已经成就。
While sending the rest of the prostitutes ashore. After the inspection, Fu thought that everyone had been sent ashore, so after hearing this sound, he said to himself, "The demonic fog has dispersed, maybe we can see the sun again." At this time, the remonstrance she wrote had come true.
便想到了天明再进去启奏。照向来宫中的规例，凡是后妃奏事，随时可令宫监传报，可以不必等到升座教起才去启奏的。况且现在是出行在半路，更没有御殿升座的必要。
Then I thought of going in to start playing again at dawn. According to the rules of the palace, whenever the concubine plays something, the palace supervisor can report it at any time, and there is no need to wait for the throne to be called before starting the play. Besides, we are traveling halfway, and there is no need to ascend to the imperial palace.
所以只要过船去通报便是了。但是这时已经深夜，势必等到天明才可过船去。不过复查后这时深有切叹，想来想去，脑筋中觉得起伏像潮水似的，忽然又想起当初在北京的时候。
So just cross the boat and report it. But it was already late at night, and we would have to wait until dawn before we could cross the boat. However, Empress Fucha sighed deeply at this time. Thinking about it, her mind felt like a tide. Suddenly she remembered the time in Beijing.
乾隆皇帝微服游幸3姑娘的事情来，更觉得心不能安，以为乾隆皇帝具见是非，弄到底势必把国家亡掉了才谢。现在又在半路上荒淫起来，倘然不去忠言进谏，那么覆巢之下。
When Emperor Qianlong visited the 3 girls in disguise, he felt even more uneasy. He thought that Emperor Qianlong refused to remonstrate and was covering up his wrongdoing, and in the end he would definitely destroy the country. Now he has started to indulge in debauchery in the middle of the road. If he doesn't give advice and give advice, then he will be overturned.
焉有完卵呢？宁为玉碎，不做瓦全。皇上倘能见连一片至诚，从此改过，那最好了，否则也不过牺牲这个微躯罢了。况且平日感情本已不好，活在人世，原没趣味可言，恋着他又何必呢？
How can there be a complete egg? It would be better to be a piece of jade than to be ruined. If the emperor can appreciate his sincerity and change his mind, that would be the best. Otherwise, it would just be a sacrifice of this small body. Besides, the relationship is already bad, and living in this world is not interesting at all, so why bother falling in love with him?
富察后独自想到这里，惨然掉下泪来，却想不到那位风流天子的乾隆皇帝，此时正在和妖姬姹女参欢喜之禅呢。依据乾清宫中的习惯，皇帝倘有所幸。
Empress Fu Cha thought of this alone and shed tears miserably, but she never imagined that the romantic Emperor Qianlong was currently participating in the zen of joy with the enchantress. According to the custom in the palace of the former Qing dynasty, if the emperor is lucky,
便在那被幸妃子的宫墙上面挂着一盏降纱灯笼，现在虽是在水面上，宫监们却仍照旧例在御船上面挂起红灯来。恰巧这时，富察后正把那脑袋探出船窗的外面，远望着御船。
There was a silk lantern hanging on the wall of the palace where the concubine was blessed. Even though it was on the water, the palace supervisors still hung the red lantern on the royal boat as usual. It happened that at this time, Empress Fu Cha was sticking her head out of the ship's window, looking at the ship in the distance.
那烁烁的灯光正和富察后的眼线碰成对面，冤家路狭，分外眼红。富察后见了那荒淫的标志，心坎中一发的伤心起来，不禁失声道：“唉，荒淫到这般地步吗？”他想到这里，实在是忍风所可忍。
The flickering light was directly opposite to the eyeliner of the rich inspector. The enemy was on a narrow road and he was extremely jealous. After Fu Cha saw the obscene sign, he became increasingly sad and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Alas! So debauched." When he thought of this, he really couldn't bear the blockade.
便愤然地站了起来，唤过一名进士的宫监来，对了宫监说明此事。那名宫监名唤孙毅，倒是个忠心义气的人，平日在富察后身旁很是忠诚，富察后也把他当心腹看待。
Then he stood up excitedly, called a palace eunuch who was a close attendant, and explained the matter to the palace eunuch. The palace eunuch's name was Sun Yi, and he was a loyal man. He was very loyal to the Empress Fu Cha, and the Empress Fu Cha treated him as a confidant.
所以富察后此番受了刺激，先和他说之。在富察后的意思，原想教孙毅按照在宫内时候的规例，过船去传报，立刻要去见着乾隆皇帝，当面去述说乾隆皇帝的荒淫过失。失误。
So after Fu Cha was stimulated this time, she told him first. After being in Fu Cha, I originally wanted to teach Sun Yi to follow the rules when he was in the palace, cross the boat to deliver the report, and immediately go to see Emperor Qianlong and tell Emperor Qianlong's debauchery and faults face to face. 15.
感激赐孤注一掷。话说富察后听得乾隆皇帝在大龙船中间和妓女作乐取笑，便草了一道谏章。正想过船去当面奏谏，恰巧又碰见大龙船上面挂着一盏降纱灯笼。
Grateful for the Thorn's desperate move. It is said that after Fu Cha heard that Emperor Qianlong was having fun and making fun of prostitutes in the middle of the dragon boat, he drafted a remonstrance. I was about to go on the boat to meet him in person, when I happened to see a silk lantern hanging on the dragon boat.
他本已闷着满肚子的心事，见到那盏龙灯更是火上添油，所以叫了宫监孙毅过来，想立刻过去当面述说乾隆皇帝的荒淫过失。那孙毅见富察后动了真怒，已是到了怒不可遏的地步。
She was already filled with worries, but the sight of the lantern only added fuel to the fire, so she called the palace eunuch Sun Yi over, wanting to go there immediately and tell Emperor Qianlong's debauchery and faults to his face. When Sun Yi saw Fu Cha, he became really angry and became extremely angry.
觉得终不可做是鲁莽，因为用事太行鲁莽，对于富察后本身很是有害无利的，所以他为爱护富察后起见，便想用些婉言劝止。那时富察后早已拂袖而行，正待夺出仓来。孙毅见势迫急。
He felt that he should never act rashly, because doing things too rudely would be very harmful to Empress Fucha herself. So in order to protect Empress Fucha, he wanted to use some polite words to dissuade her. At that time, Empress Fucha had already walked away, waiting to step out of the cabin. Sun Yi saw that something was urgent.
便牵了富察后的衣服，劝道：“现在已是4更天的时分了，皇上量必已经安歇。即使皇上虽待未安歇，仍肯传唤娘娘觐见，也何必这样冒着风露的迫不及待呢？”照奴才的意思。
He took hold of Empress Fu Cha's clothes and advised, "It is already the 4th watch, and the emperor must have rested. Even if the emperor has not rested yet, he is still willing to summon the empress to come in. Why bother to brave the wind and do like this? Can't wait? According to the slave's wishes."
不如等到天明再去。况且娘娘近来吃也吃得很少，睡又睡不安稳，究竟为了怎的才自苦到这样的田地？现在娘娘倘然有调遣的地方，奴才可以带娘娘去的，娘娘可以自己保重些。
It's better to wait until dawn. Besides, the empress has eaten very little recently and has been sleeping restlessly. Why on earth did she end up in such a miserable state? Now, if your majesty has to be dispatched somewhere, the servant can go there on your behalf, and you can take care of yourself.
富察后听着觉得话很有理，心中盘算主意，两脚便站住不走了，手里拿着一张荐书，呆呆地站着，真像一只木鸡。孙毅见富察后这般情景，知道自己的话已打动了他的心事，便趁此机会。
After hearing this, Fu Cha felt that what he said was very reasonable, and after thinking about it in his mind, he stood still with his feet on his feet. He held a chapter of advice in his hand and stood blankly, really like a wooden chicken. When Sun Yi saw Fu Cha's situation, he knew that his words had touched her heart, so he took this opportunity.
悄悄地说道：“奴才听得小安昨天告诉的话，说是皇上已经面奏太后，叫太后传旨娘娘，可总侍奉太后，不可常常地闯入御船，并且援引当初圣祖皇帝南巡的成立，所以说的很是有理。”
He said quietly, "I heard what Shaoan told me yesterday. He said that the emperor had already told the Queen Mother to teach the Queen Mother to pass the decree. The Queen must always serve the Queen Mother and not often break into the royal ship. He also cited the example of the emperor's southern tour, so it makes sense.
现太后也已允许皇上了，这样说来，现在娘娘倘然闯入御船，恐怕有意外的事情发生，非但独是夜深犯怒的罪力。富察后心中虽很知道乾隆皇帝和他很不和好。
Now the Queen Mother has given permission for the emperor to come to the throne. In this way, if the Queen Mother breaks into the royal ship now, I am afraid something unexpected will happen, and it is not just a crime of anger in the middle of the night. Empress Fu Cha knew very well that Emperor Qianlong was not on good terms with her.
但也想不到竟去奏了太后，不许他闯进御船，所以不觉得慌地说道：“有这样的事情吗？我现在先来问你，那御船中间 笙歌如沸，笑声如雷，究竟是谁献的乐曲呢？现在既是酒阑人散。
But he didn't expect that he would go to the Queen Mother and not allow her to break into the royal ship, so he said without panic, "Is there such a thing? Now let me ask you first." In the middle of the royal ship, there were loud music and loud laughter. Who composed the music? Nowadays, people are dispersed in the wine market.
红灯却高挂在船尾上面，究竟所幸的人又是谁呢？你知道吗？孙毅答道：奴才知道这件事情的，这都是小安所引进，那般女子们还有怎的，无非是些摇姐儿罢了。现在皇上留着几名。
The red light is hanging high on the stern of the boat. Who is the lucky person? Did you know? Sun Yi replied, I know this. These were all introduced by Shaowen. Those women, what else, are just some kiln girls. Now the emperor keeps a few of them.
正在为与星云建阳台之枕席，做高堂之香梦里，但是奴才却有话说，请娘娘原谅着奴才。因为从古以来的帝皇君侯，哪一个没有风流艳迹？娘娘仅可放宽肚皮，又何必这样耿耿于怀呢？
The clouds are stirring for the rain. I recommend pillows and mats on the balcony to dream of the fragrant dream of Gaotang. But the slave had something to say. Please forgive me. Because among the emperors and princes from ancient times, which one has not been romantic? The empress can relax her belly as much as she wants, so why should she be so brooding?
富察后听了孙毅的话，摇了一摇脑袋，说道：“不是的，我岂是为了吃醋才去觐见的吗？你们不知道这里的深意，遂想叫我不必气量太狭。这不是治我的话，你也枉为我的心腹了。”
After listening to Sun Yi's words, Fu Chao shook his head and said, No, did I go to remonstrate just because I was jealous? You don't know the profound meaning here, so you want to tell me not to be too narrow-minded. This is not knowing my words, and you are in vain to be my confidant.
我想皇上又称大统，本来很应得贤明的名誉，天下的百姓们都希望天下从此太平了。不料皇上满盈招损，忽然的丹情声色起来，好像唐明皇从开元时代到了天宝时代。
I think the emperor inherited the throne at a young age and has a reputation of being wise and wise. The people of the world hope that the world will be peaceful from now on. Unexpectedly, the emperor was full of troubles and suddenly became passionate and lustful, as if Emperor Tang Ming had gone from the Kaiyuan era to the Tianbao era.
并且非但像唐明皇的天宝时代，实际上简直像明朝正德皇帝的豹房了。咱们满家100年的基业，势必要倾覆的力。我既是正宫娘娘，当然是休戚相关的，怎能坐视不言？
And not only does it look like the Tianbao era of Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty, it actually looks like the leopard room of Emperor Jingde of the Ming dynasty. Our family's century-old foundation is bound to be overthrown. Since I am the empress of the palace, of course I am closely related to each other. How can I just sit back and say nothing?
所以我现在抱定着主意，前去竭力中见。倘然皇上能听我的话，这是朝廷之福，国家之幸；倘然不听我话，你可把我的衬里衣服和我锁着的文字送到我的娘家，我所有的一切金珠衣服。
So now I am determined to go and give my best advice. If the emperor can listen to me, it will be a blessing to the court and a blessing to the country. If you don't listen to me, you can send my lining clothes and the words I wrote to my natal family, and all the gold and pearl clothes I have.
统都赏给你，便是你也不必再恋着这里，仅可自往而谋生罢。至于我的前途安危，你现在也不必再思量。总而言之，我是拼此残生了。富察后说着
I will reward you with everything, even if you don't have to be attached to this place anymore. You can just go and make a living. As for my future safety, you don't have to think about it now. All in all, I am fighting for my life," said Fu Chaho.
便把桌子上的文稿和玉榻上的衣服交给孙毅，又嘱道：“你谨记我的话，千万勿寄忘。”孙毅听着，只得替其受命。16. 晋中言贤后授武。话说富察后把文稿衣服交给了孙毅。
He handed the manuscripts on the table and the clothes on the imperial couch to Sun Yi, and said, "Please remember my words, and don't forget them." Sun Yi listened and could only cry and accepted the order. 16. Being insulted after being loyal and virtuous. It was said that Fu Cha later gave the manuscript and clothes to Sun Yi.
又叮嘱孙毅不要忘掉了他的话，孙毅只得替其受命，也觉得实在是凄惨得很，便用了许多话去安慰他。怎奈富察后主意早已打定，凭孙毅千言万语，终是置之不理。等了好久时候，
She also told Sunny not to forget her words, but Sunny had to cry and accepted the order. He felt that it was really miserable, so he used many words to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Empress Fucha had already made up her mind, but despite Sun Yi's thousands of words, he finally ignored it. Been waiting for a long time.
东方已是发白，天光大亮。富察后心中有事，哪还等得及什么，便跑过船去，不待宫监传报，直闯到乾隆皇帝的寝室里来。因为他受了一夜刺激，用脑过度，精神有些恍惚。
The east is already white, and the sky is bright. Empress Fucha had something on her mind, so she had no time to wait, so she ran across the boat and rushed into Emperor Qianlong's bedroom without waiting for the palace supervisor to report. Because she had been stimulated all night and overused her brain, she was in a trance.
所以一时也想不到直闯进去是否有些不妥的。这时候，乾隆皇帝正和赛洪福、赛西施两个妓女睡在玉床，正在香梦甜甜的时候，乾隆辛苦了一宵，天明才睡着，哪还听得有人进来？
So I couldn't think of anything wrong with just barging in. At this time, Emperor Qianlong was sleeping on the imperial bed with two prostitutes, Sai Hongfu and Sai Shisher, having sweet dreams. Qianlong worked hard all night and fell asleep at dawn, but he didn't hear anyone coming in.
所以一些也不觉得，唯有赛洪福却分外灵敏，听得寝室中有脚步声响，忙得把朦朦胧胧的眼睛睁开来一看，只见那妇女衣服华贵，心想这定是宫中有地位的人，便想悄悄地穿了衣服。
So some people don't think so. Only Sai Hongfu was particularly sensitive. He heard the sound of footsteps in the bedroom. He opened his hazy eyes and took a look. He saw the woman's luxurious clothes. She thought she must be someone with status in the palace. I wanted to put on my clothes quietly.
一走了事，免得那宫内有什么事情波及了自己。不料身体刚一转侧，早把乾隆惊醒过来。乾隆皇帝猛然醒来，把眼睛四下里一看，忽 突然见着妇人手拿着剑章站在那边。那妇人是谁？
As soon as he left, he would not let anything happen in the palace affect him. Unexpectedly, Qianlong woke up as soon as his body turned sideways. Emperor Qianlong woke up suddenly, looked around, and suddenly saw a woman standing there holding a remonstrance seal in her hand. Who is that woman?
不待说是富察后了。乾隆皇帝见着富察后，心中非常害意，因为他正和妓女们睡在床上，给富察后闯了明白，觉得很不好意思，所以便恼羞成怒起来，斥道：“你来到这里是想干怎的？”
Needless to say, she is the Queen of Fucha. Emperor Qianlong was very shocked when he saw Fu Cha, because he was sleeping on the bed with the prostitutes, and Fu Cha found out about him. He felt very embarrassed, so he became angry and scolded. You came here because you wanted to what to do?
富察后见乾隆皇帝问他，便跪在地上道：“奴有要事面奏，谢皇上鉴察。”乾隆皇帝本来知道他必有不堪入耳的话来说的，便不叫宫监先来传报，竟敢直闯进来。富察后听着，答道。
After Fu Cha saw Emperor Qianlong questioning her, he knelt on the ground and said, I have something important to report to you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your inspection. Emperor Qianlong knew that she would have something offensive to say, so he dared to barge in without asking the palace supervisor to report it first. Fu Chaho listened and replied.
奴是正宫的皇后，位极重体，盛驾的起居，当然奴可以亲近侍奉的。现在又是半路上，奴更当维持调护，怎敢自持其之？不过奴现在听的皇上有不很正当的行为，想来进些中见。
The slave is the queen of the main palace. Her position is high among the people and she lives in the daily life of the emperor. Of course, the slave can be close and serve her. Now that she is halfway through the journey, the slave should maintain her care. How can she dare to relax her duties? However, I have now heard that the emperor has behaved inappropriately, and I would like to give you some advice.
所以也不必冒渎之罪，迫切到此。但皇上又何至遗记着奴，说奴是图谋不轨呢？况且皇上应当深思深量，这般烟花渐至，不可狭禁。倘然惊动了皇上，那是谁负责任？
Therefore, he does not avoid the crime of blasphemy and is eager to do so. But why would the emperor be suspicious of the slave and say that the slave is up to no good? Moreover, the emperor should think deeply. Such low-quality fireworks should not be approached. If the emperor is alarmed, who will be responsible?
乾隆皇帝听他又来了一大篇话文，一发的怒道：“你还敢巧辩？你知道你的罪是很大的吗？”说着，便叫宫监小安过来，拖了富察后出去。富察后跪在地上，哪里肯去，仍旧唠叨地说道。
Emperor Qianlong listened to her another long speech and said angrily, You still dare to argue cleverly. Do you know that your sin is very serious? After saying that, he asked the palace supervisor Shaoan to come over, drag Fu Cha and go out. Fu Cha Ho knelt on the ground, unwilling to go anywhere, still nagging.
奴被为皇后已有好多年了，皇上虽不愿听奴的忠谏，又何必竟要拖奴出去？独不想想香火之情吗？何不先看看奴的剑章，究竟是好意还是歹意里？乾隆皇帝听着，便起得身来，坐在床沿。
The slave has been preparing to be the queen for many years. Although the emperor does not want to listen to the slave's loyal advice, why should he drag the slave out? Don't you just think about the love of incense? Why not first take a look at the slave's remonstrance to see if it is a good intention or a bad one? After listening to this, Emperor Qianlong got up and sat on the edge of the bed.
挥手令赛洪福、赛西施自去，凶狠狠地把眼睛注视富察后，也不说话。富察后又继续地说道：“皇上明鉴，奴实在没有别的用意，怎么这样一记起来，叫奴背此恶名的，怎能再长六宫？”
He waved his hand to order Sai Hongfu and Sai Shisher to go away. He looked at Fu Cha fiercely and said nothing. After Fu Cha, he continued, "Your Majesty, the slave really has no other intention. Why is he so suspicious? How can the man who taught the slave such a bad reputation be in charge of the 6th palace again?"
奴愿辞正位，以待有德。但这张简章乃是奴血城构成的，皇上倘不自揽，奴终不敢退的。乾隆皇帝到了这时，没有法子，只得把复查后的谏章取过来看，看那谏章上面所写的繁征博引。
I would like to resign from my position in order to be virtuous. But this remonstrance is composed of the blood and sincerity of the slave. If the emperor does not read it, the slave will never dare to retreat. When Emperor Qianlong arrived, he had no choice but to take the admonishment chapter from Empress Fu Cha and read it. He read what was written on the admonition chapter, which was full of extensive references.
切之激昂，大概是把迷楼豹房等许多典故引来譬喻，当把这种事情作为前车。乾隆皇帝看未半篇，早已着脑，勃然地脸起青色，跳起身来，照准复查后的脸上拍拍的连打了几下巴掌。
It is so direct and exciting that it probably draws metaphors from many allusions such as the Lost House and Leopard House. This kind of thing should be taken as a precursor. Emperor Qianlong was already annoyed after reading half of the article. His face suddenly turned green. He jumped up, aimed at Empress Fu Cha's face, and slapped her several times.
一边打着，一边又斥道：“朕是隋炀帝、正德帝吗？你是个国母，说话竟没伦次，这还可以赦你的罪吗？”说着，把手里的谏书掷在地上，传旨命宫监拖了出去。复查后大呼3声列祖列宗。
While beating him, he shouted again, "Am I Emperor Yang or Emperor Zhengde of Sui dynasty? You are the mother of the country, but your words are incoherent. Can your sin be forgiven?" After saying that, he threw the admonishment in his hand on the ground and ordered the palace supervisor to drag it out. After the inspection, he called out to his ancestors 3 times.
仍是不肯出去。乾隆皇帝只说道：“这是有谈疾的疯子，怎可以母仪天子？”说着，又传旨命宫监们悠住他在后舱。17严逆耳怒贬贤后。话说乾隆皇帝看了复查后的谏章，一时火起。
Still refused to go out. Emperor Qianlong pointed out, "This is a lunatic with phlegm disease. How can he be the mother of the emperor?" Then he sent an order to the palace guards to keep her in the back cabin. 17 After speaking against the ears and scorning the virtuous in anger. It is said that Emperor Qianlong became angry after reading Fu Cha's remonstrance.
连批了复查后几记巴掌，又传旨命宫监们拖出去，悠住在后舱。宫监们正想动起手来，复查后哪里肯依，仍旧挺着不肯出去。 乾隆皇帝见他倔强，更披了衣服，站起来往外便走。
After criticizing Fu Cha, he slapped him several times and ordered the palace supervisors to drag him out and live in seclusion in the back cabin. The palace supervisors were about to take action, but Empress Fu Cha was still unwilling to go out. Emperor Qianlong saw her stubbornness, so he put on his clothes, stood up and walked out.
想去朝见太后。富察后知道乾隆皇帝此番往见太后，对于自己定没利益的，所以便上前去拦阻。富察后原是跪在地上的，便把双手去抱住乾隆皇帝的两只脚，嘴里仍说道
I want to go to see the Queen Mother. Empress Fu Cha knew that Emperor Qianlong's visit to the Queen Mother would be of no benefit to him, so he stepped forward to stop her. Empress Fu Cha was kneeling on the ground, so she hugged Emperor Qianlong's feet with both hands and still said,
请皇上暂息雷霆之怒，把奴的谏章看完了再去。乾隆皇帝听到他说谏章两字，提起谏章的事，一发的大怒起来。这时两脚已给富察后抱住，趁势使了全身气力，猛然的踢去。
Please, Your Majesty, please pause your thunderous anger and read the slave's remonstrance before going. When Emperor Qianlong heard her say the word admonishment chapter and mentioned the admonishment chapter, he became even more furious. At this time, Fu Chaho had already grabbed both of his feet, and he took advantage of the situation and used all his strength to kick him away.
富察后没有防到，又惊着那乾隆皇帝本是个雄彪多力的壮汉，怎能抵挡得住？便仰面朝天，跌得耳青面肿。女人家亮霞早已呜呜咽咽地哭了起来。乾隆皇帝理也不理，直出舱外。
After Fu Cha was not prepared, and after seeing that Emperor Qianlong was a strong and powerful man, how could he withstand it? He fell to the sky, his ears bruised and his face swollen. The woman was so narrow-minded that she had already started to cry. Emperor Qianlong ignored him and walked out of the cabin.
进得太后的大龙船来，见了太后，前前后后的把富察后惊扰事情说了一遍，但是他自己辖记的情形却一些不言。太后听了乾隆皇帝一面之词，也想起从前宫中的事情来。
Enter the Queen Mother's dragon boat. When he met the Empress Dowager, he told the story of Empress Fu Cha's disturbance in detail, but he did not say anything about his own situation with a prostitute. After listening to Emperor Qianlong's words, the Queen Mother also remembered what happened in the palace in the past.
也不问是何情由，以为富察后的性情未免太行固执，所以对于此番的吵闹，非但不怪乾隆皇帝的狂暴，倒很责备富察后的倔强，安慰着乾隆皇帝道：“你不要愁。”
No matter what the reason was, I thought that Empress Fu Cha's temperament was too stubborn. Therefore, for this quarrel, I not only did not blame Emperor Qianlong for his rage, but also blamed Empress Fu Cha's stubbornness. He comforted Emperor Qianlong and said, "Don't worry.
我给你们解了这番的纠葛吧。”说着，命宫监去召唤富察后过船来见。果然不到片刻功夫，富察后来了，哭得像泪人一般模样，连拜跪的仪节都忘掉了。太后见着，心中非常不乐意，劝谕道：“
Let me resolve this dispute for you." With that said, he ordered the palace supervisor to summon Fu Cha and then crossed the boat to see him. Sure enough, within a short time, Fu Cha came back, crying like a tearful person, and even forgot the etiquette of kneeling down. When the Queen Mother saw this, she was very unhappy and advised.
你也何苦力？我现在才知道你的性情不能再改了。倘然你依旧在皇上前唠唠叨叨，那是感情愈加要坏的。我现在给你打算主意，你不如暂住在这里济南府罢。这里的行宫原是座古庙。
Why are you bothering? Only now do I know that your temperament cannot be changed. If you continue to nag in front of the emperor, your relationship will become even worse. Now I have some ideas for you. You might as well stay here in Jinan Prefecture temporarily. The palace here was originally an ancient temple.
你果能清修，现在先留在这里，等这次南巡返京路经这里的时候，你倘然已把本性改了，便可以跟同返京，回到宫中，还能为天下尼姑的领袖，岂不是好？富察后听了太后的一篇话。
If you are able to practice Qing dynasty, you can stay here now. When this southern tour of anti-Beijing passes through here, if you have changed your nature, you can return to the capital with your companions, return to the palace, and still be able to serve as nuns all over the world. Isn't it good to be a leader? Empress Fu Cha listened to a speech by the Queen Mother.
知道太后是有偏袒乾隆皇帝的，怎敢争执，只得默默无语。隔了好久时候，才说道：“奴也明知徒争口舌是没有利益的，现在太后命奴在这里清修，也是一桩美事。”
Knowing that the Queen Mother was partial to Emperor Qianlong, how could she dare to argue, so she could only remain silent. After a long time, he said, "I know that there is no benefit in quarreling. It is a good thing that the Queen Mother has ordered me to clean up here."
因为奴实在是没有颜面回进宫去的了。太后听着，便传旨命宫监送他到济南府的治福庵去。这时乾隆皇帝早已溜了出去，富察后还想和他辩论披甲足踢的事情，怎生能够？
Because the slave really has no face to go back to the palace. The Queen Mother listened and sent an order to the palace supervisor to send her to Jifu Temple in Jinan Mansion. At this time, Emperor Qianlong had already slipped out. The Empress Fucha still wanted to argue with him about criticizing cheek and foot kicks, but how could she do that?
太后又是迫不及待，几番催富察后出去，富察后只得含着满眶的眼泪，呜咽地走了。原来乾隆皇帝在太后船中溜了出来，仍是回到自己的船中，心想太后既命富察后入庵清修。
The Queen Mother couldn't wait any more and urged Fu Cha to go out several times. Empress Fu Cha had no choice but to leave sobbing with tears in her eyes. It turned out that Emperor Qianlong slipped out of the Queen Mother's boat, but returned to his own boat, thinking that the Queen Mother had ordered Fu Cha to go to the nunnery to clean up.
眼中钉或许已经拔掉，立刻传命小安去收回皇后的喜寿，把皇后身旁应当有的许多侍卫也传旨撤掉。富察后孑然一身，眼看着凄凉景象，一发的伤心起来。但奉了太后的旨意，
The thorn in his side may have been removed, so he immediately ordered Shaoan to take back the Queen's seal and ribbon, and also ordered to remove the many guards who should be around the Queen. After Fu Cha was alone, seeing this desolate scene, he became increasingly sad. But according to the Queen Mother's will,
只得忍得满肚子的闷气。唯有他近侍的宫监孙毅却是忠义的很，恐怕富察后到了庵中没人侍候，所以跟了同去。且说那所治福庵坐落在大明湖的边上，风景非常佳胜，但是房屋不多。
I had to endure the suffocation in my stomach. Only Sun E, the palace eunuch who served him closely, was very loyal. He was afraid that there would be no one to wait on him when he arrived at the nunnery, so he went with him. Let's talk about the Jifu Temple, which is located on the edge of Daming Lake. The scenery is very beautiful, but there are not many houses.
地方也很荒僻。富察后和孙毅两人到了那边，无非是引起药炉茶灶、经卷中心，作为他们的伴侣，比较从前宫中气象，真是天渊之别。住了几天，富察后忽然接到他父亲傅恒写来的一封信。
The place is also very deserted. When Empress Fucha and Sun E arrived there, they were nothing more than arousing the excitement of medicine stoves, tea stoves, and scripture scrolls. As their companions, the atmosphere in the palace was completely different compared to the past. After staying for a few days, Fu Chaho suddenly received a letter from her father Fu Heng.
信里面都是些责备富察后率性妄行、不守妇道的话。他把这些信看了一遍，不觉掉下泪来，叹道：“骨肉之亲尚且不能原谅我，我的前途恐怕是没望的了。”
The letter contained some words blaming Fu Chaho for his reckless behavior and unruly behavior towards women. She read these letters and shed tears unconsciously, sighing, "If my relatives cannot forgive me, I am afraid my future is hopeless."
原来乾隆皇帝把富察后逼入治福安后，把他父亲傅恒和他叔父傅庸的官职统都急掉，满门富贵顿时衰败。傅恒以为他女儿必定误了圣旨，才有这种失意。
It turns out that after Emperor Qianlong forced Empress Fucha into Jifu Temple, he removed his father Fu Heng and his uncle Fu Yong from all their official positions. As a result, the family's wealth suddenly declined. Fu Heng thought that his daughter must have disobeyed the imperial edict, which was why she was so frustrated.
所以写了这信去责备富察后的。20建安观千里募资。话说了空来到北京，乾隆皇帝认为他为方外之交，成天的在一处谈禅说理。了空想趁此机会给了元说些好话。
So I wrote this letter to rebuke Fu Chaho. 20. Raising funds from thousands of miles away to build a nunnery. After talking about it, Kong came to Beijing. Emperor Qianlong thought that she was a close friend and spent all day talking about Zen and reasoning. Liao Kong wanted to take this opportunity to say something nice to Yuan.
使得乾隆皇帝重寻故建的意思，并且觉得乾隆皇帝说起当初皇后的事情，对于了元依然怒气未解。了空观此情形，实在没有开口的机会，并且想起在济南临行到北京的时候。
This made Emperor Qianlong rediscover the meaning of the old sword, and felt that Emperor Qianlong was still angry about the fate when he talked about the incident with the Queen. Looking at this situation, there is really no chance to speak. And I remembered when I was in Jinan before leaving for Beijing.
乐元曾叮嘱不必在乾隆皇帝面前妄想破镜重圆的，所以了空也便不再进言。原来了空来到北京，乃是目见安观，在济南临行和了元分别时候，曾和了元说道：“妹子此番进京。”
Liao Yuan once told him not to think about getting back together again in front of Emperor Qianlong, so Liao Kong stopped talking. It turns out that Ling Kong came to Beijing to raise money to build a nunnery. When he and Ling Yuan were leaving for Jinan, he said to him, "My sister is coming to Beijing this time."
虽是想募集巨款建造安观，但另一目的便是想乘机给子子进言，使得重返正宫，复正后位。这乃是妹子的区区热诚力。乐园听着，阻止道：“你到北京去办你的事罢，不必给我设法。”
Although he wanted to raise a huge sum of money to build a nunnery, his other purpose was to take the opportunity to give his sister some advice so that she could return to the palace and regain her post. This was just the girl's enthusiasm. Liao Yuan listened and stopped him, saying, "Go to Beijing and do your own business. You don't have to help me."
你一片好心，我很感激的。只是你要给我设法，绝不是爱我，实在是害我了。乐空答道：“子子终是这样胆小，妹子到了北京自有主意。”乐园见了空执意要给他设法，便哭道：“你执意要去
I'm very grateful for your kindness. It's just that if you try to help me, you are definitely not loving me. It is really hurting me." Liao Kong replied, "My sister is so timid after all. When she arrives in Beijing, she has her own ideas." When Liao Yuan saw that Kong was determined to help her, he cried, "You insist on going?"
那是要我的命了。我当初便想自寻短见，但我转念一想，何必把父母遗体这么的糟蹋？所以我近来不从死的路上去想主意，很想保全这颗脑袋了此余生了。乐空听着，凄然道
That would kill me. I wanted to commit suicide at the beginning, but then I thought about why I had to mess up my parents' bodies in such a mess, so I don't think about the way to death recently. I really want to save this head for the rest of my life." Lakong listened and said sadly,
子子说的话怎么这样的悲痛呢？但是皇上又何至到这样的地步里？乐空说到这里，心里想起了袁阻止他去进言，或许是疑他没有权利，恐怕进言以后非但没有效力，甚且因此得祸。
"Why is my sister so sad when she says something? But why did the emperor reach such a point?" When Liao Kong said this, she remembered that Yuan prevented her from speaking out. Perhaps she suspected that she had no power. "I was afraid that after speaking out, not only would it be ineffective, but it would even lead to disaster."
所以他便把当初传中侍寝的事情和盘托出。乐园听着说道：“你虽成宠眷，也不过暂时的，所以你不知道他的天性实在是凉薄的很厉。你需要明白，天下的人性情最饥渴的。”
So she told everything about how she slept in the boat. Liao Yuan listened and said, "Although you are favored, it is only temporary, so you don't know his nature. It is really cold. You need to understand that the people in the world have the most cruel temperaments."
第一个便当推倒他了。他倘然听得我还没曾死，他一定不肯甘休的。上回我在治福安落发为尼，也是改了姓名做的。现在京城里面大都说我已经死了好久。
The first bento was pushed to him. If he hears that I am not dead yet, he will definitely not give up. Last time I was ordained as a nun at Jifu Temple, I also changed my name. Now in the capital, most people say that I have been dead for a long time.
所以你以后也不必再存这种无谓的希望。乐空听着乐园这篇话，也就不敢再说了。所以乐空进京后见了乾隆皇帝，并没有一些顾见之情，便遵守了袁的话，并不提起了袁的事情。
So you don't have to have such useless hopes in the future. After listening to Liao Yuan's words, Liao Kong didn't dare to say any more. So after Liao Kong came to Beijing and met Emperor Qianlong, he didn't have any feelings for the old sword, so he obeyed Yuan's words and didn't mention Yuan.
且说了，空在京城住了月余，募集的款子实在不少，便满载而归。回到七鹤庵，见着了袁，说道：“妹子此番进京，虽没曾给子子转回天心，但募集得巨万的银子，很可以修建几座庵观。”
Moreover, Kong stayed in the capital for more than a month and raised a lot of money, so he returned home with a full load. Returning to Chihan Nunnery, he saw Yuan and said, "Although my sister has not returned to Tianjin for her sister when she went to Beijing this time, she has raised a huge amount of money and can build several nunneries."
妹子现在想在南方各省名胜的地方，四泰山、扬州、西湖、普陀等许多地方，各建一座庵观，请子子随便云游，可以到处挂稀，似乎比较幽静，在宫中舒服些罢。乐园听了，很是喜欢。
My sister now wants to build a nunnery in various scenic spots in the southern provinces, such as Mount Tai, Yangzhou, West Lake, Putuo, and many other places, so that my sister can travel around as she pleases and hang tins everywhere. It seems more comfortable than being confined in the palace. After hearing this, Liao Yuan liked it very much.
乐空便拿出许多银子，雇到许多工匠，先在济南大明湖边造起一座大庵。济南的大庵造成，又到江南浙东等处各建庵观，虽是工程浩大，绝非旦夕可浚事的。但天下之事，只要有钱。
When he had time, he spent a lot of money and hired many craftsmen to build a large nunnery by Daming Lake in Jinan. The large nunnery in Jinan was built, and nunneries were built in Jiangnan, eastern Zhejiang, and other places. Although the project was huge, it could not be completed overnight. But all that matters in the world is money.
那桩事都能办到的，所以不到半年光景，许多庵观统都造成。在造成的那天，大开道场，聚了许多善男信女。乐空预先在外面吹了无数的法螺，说乐园是天仙化人。
That thing can be done, so within half a year, many nunneries have been established. On the day of its creation, the Taoist temple was opened and many good men and women gathered. Liao Kong blew countless conchs outside in advance and said, "Liao Yuan is a deity transformed into a human being."
生在西方极乐国灵鹫山的石室中间，不知他肉身是从何而来的，曾奉佛旨，就是凡是有宿缘的人都可以超度的。这种法螺传布以后，四方的人都是不远千里而来，香花顶礼。
She was born in the middle of a stone chamber in Lingzhou Mountain in the Western Paradise country. I don't know where her body came from. She once saved the world under the orders of the Buddha. Anyone who has a long-term fate can be saved. After this conch spread, people from all over the world came from far and wide to pay homage to it with fragrant flowers.
崇敬的了不得。这时了元高升宝座，低眉说法。他神光圆满，好像宝月悬空，到晚上又是神灯万点，珠冠星罗，一般进香的人一发的深信不疑。了空见自己目的已经达到。
Extremely respectful. At this time, Yuan ascended to the throne and lowered his eyebrows to preach. Her divine light is perfect, like a precious moon hanging in the sky. At night, there are thousands of magical lanterns shining through the stars, making people who worship the incense more and more convinced. Kong sees that his goal has been achieved.
把济南的大安取名会阴安，这是他不忘师傅的意思，便请了袁做了正主持，他自己做了副主持，从此香火道也很是兴旺。18遭险难获生不测。话说富察后和孙毅两人
She named the large nunnery in Jinan Huiyin Nunnery because she did not forget her master. Then she invited Yuan to be the chief abbot, and she herself became the deputy abbot. From then on, the temple became prosperous. 18. Encountering dangers and misfortunes brings unexpected events. Let's talk about Empress Fu Cha and Sun Yi.
刚进了至福庵的时候，住持的尼姑名唤眉心，以为是贵人降临，特造了几间经室去安置他们。那山东省的一般文武大小官员也都争先恐后的趋奉，供给的着实丰盛。
When I first entered Jifu Nunnery, the abbot's nun was named Mei Xian. She thought it was a noble person coming, so she built several fine rooms to accommodate them. The general civil and military officials in Shandong province also rushed to follow him, and the supply was really abundant.
富察后有了这种境遇，成天的和孙毅参禅习静，倒也很是舒服。更有那许多官眷绅妇都抱着交接皇后便可富贵的心理，时常来拜谒的拜谒，送呈东西的便送呈东西。
After Fu Cha was in this situation, he and Sun Yi practiced meditation all day long, which made him feel very comfortable. In addition, many officials and gentry wives, with the mentality that handing over the queen would make them rich and powerful, often came to pay homage to those who paid homage, and presented gifts to those who presented them.
富察后这时虽比不上在宫内时候的尊严，却是依然清贵未减。光阴迅速，岁月有更，乾隆皇帝巡苏杭卷游回来，仍遵旧途北上，路经济南，也不探问富察后的消息，太后也是置之不问不闻。
Although Empress Fu Cha was not as dignified as when she was in the palace, she was still noble and noble. Time flies, and the years change. Emperor Qianlong came back from his tired tour of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and still followed the same route northward. Lu Jingnan did not ask for news about Empress Fu Cha, and the Queen Mother also ignored her.
直到回进京城，隔了好久时候，忽然听信玉妃的话，出了一道诏书，布告天下，把富察后废掉。原来玉妃本是乾隆皇帝宠幸的人，曾和富察后生了很大的意见，乃是势不两立的仇敌。
It was not until he returned to the capital that after a long time, he suddenly believed the words of concubine Yu and issued an edict, announcing to the world that the Empress Fu Cha should be abolished. It turns out that concubine Jade was originally a favored person of Emperor Qianlong, and she had a big disagreement with Empress Fu Cha, and they were irreconcilable enemies.
此番乾隆皇帝奉了太后回京，他知道富察后已经贬入尼安，心中当然非常快乐。但是他抱定一不做二不休的主意，便趁此机会落井下石，怂恿乾隆皇帝下诏废掉。
This time Emperor Qianlong sent the Queen Mother back to Beijing. She knew that Queen Fu Cha had been demoted to a nunnery, and she was of course very happy. However, she was determined to stop doing nothing, so she took this opportunity to add insult to injury and encouraged Emperor Qianlong to abolish it.
乾隆皇帝耳朵本极软的，又因深恨富察后的性情不好，所以玉妃进了废后的计划，乾隆皇帝立刻的下诏实行。论理富察后既处尼安， 原和已废一样，但是有了这道废后诏书。
Emperor Qianlong had a very soft ear, and because he deeply hated Empress Fu Cha's bad temperament, Concubine Yu joined the plan to abolish the empress, and Emperor Qianlong immediately issued an edict to implement it. Lunli Fu Cha Ho lived in a nunnery, which was the same as the one that had been abolished, but with this post-abolition edict.
却苦了富察后了。因济南地方的官绅起初认定富察后是当今的皇后，贵人降临，非常屈奉。现在接得诏书，一半的人以为宫中既有废后的事发生，当然宫内另有一个皇后。
But it was a bitter experience for Empress Fu Cha. Because the officials and gentry in Jinan initially believed that Empress Fu Cha was the current queen, and the nobles came to her, they were very attracted to her. Now that they received the edict, half of them thought that the empress had been abolished in the palace, and of course there was another empress in the palace.
可见济南的皇后必是假冒的了。有一半的人却虽明白济南的皇后必非假冒的，但她既是奉诏即废的人，当然没有权利可言。炎凉世态，人情之衡，他们有了这两种思想。
It can be seen that the Queen of Jinan must be fake. Although half of the people understood that the Queen of Jinan must not be fake, since she was deposed by imperial edict, she certainly had no power at all. In the hot and cold world, human feelings are constant. They have these two thoughts.
便不再去屈奉富察后，那制服安的住持梅西也是把青眼换作白眼。富察后到了这般田地，境况便觉得窘困了。他却很有主意，心想坐吃山空，绝不是永久之计，便命孙毅出门。
After he no longer worshipped Fu Cha, Mei Shi, the abbot of Zhifu Temple, also changed his blue eyes to white ones. After Fu Cha arrived in such a field, he felt embarrassed. But she had a lot of ideas, thinking that sitting in vain was not a permanent solution, so she ordered Sun Yi to go out.
到四处去求画，怎奈这时年岁很是荒欠，米谷贵的了不得，那里还能求画得到？富察后没有法想，幸而还有些金珠首饰，便命孙毅去治当度日。帝皇家的珍贵东西，岂是寻常可比？
Go everywhere to seek enlightenment. Unfortunately, I was very young at this time, and rice was extremely expensive, so I could still get it there. After the inspection, he had no idea. Fortunately, he still had some gold beads and jewelry, so he ordered Sun Yi to pledge them to make ends meet. How could the precious things of the imperial family be comparable to ordinary things?
孙毅奉命把几件到当铺里去估看，当铺里的伙计人等，没有一个不是眼红的。大凡市井无赖，第一的拿手本领便是会造谣言。现在富察后命孙毅去治当稀世珍宝。
Sun Yi was ordered to take a few pieces to the pawn shop for appraisal. All the clerks in the pawn shop were jealous. The number one skill of most scoundrels in the market is to spread rumors. Now the Empress Fu Cha ordered Sun Yi to pledge the rare treasure.
他们便引作新鲜的大题目，一传十，加油加酱的格外加了许多资料。这种风声一转到住持尼姑梅心的耳朵里来，梅心听着，心中顿时生了恶念。那梅心本是济南府的刘昌出身。
They introduced fresh big questions and passed them on to 10, adding a lot of extra information to add more flavor. This rumor reached the ears of Abbot Nun Mei Xian. When Mei Xian heard this, he suddenly had evil thoughts in his heart. Na Meixin was originally a prostitute in Jinan Prefecture.
因为犯了放火嫌疑，才剃了头发做尼姑为生。亏他善于交际，和济南府的一般贪官污吏、劣绅土棍都有皮肤的上关系，所以不到几年便主持了这座治福庵。
Because she was suspected of arson, she shaved her head and became a nun to make a living. Fortunately, she was good at socializing and had a close relationship with the corrupt officials, evil gentry, and local thugs in Jinan Prefecture, so within a few years, she presided over this Jifu temple.
治福庵乃济南府有名富于积蓄的尼庵，他做了主持，吃的穿的，哪一件不是考究到10分？只因人心没有知足的，他听得富察后有许多珍贵首饰，早起了攘为己有的意思。
Jifu Nunnery is a well-known and wealthy nunnery in Jinan Prefecture. She is the host, and everything about food and clothing is not very exquisite. Just because people's hearts are never satisfied, she heard that there were many precious jewelry after Fucha, so she decided to get them for herself.
他认识九流三教的人本事很多，一道命令，济南府的流氓土棍便成夜来到治福庵里劫掠起来。富察后和孙毅都是久居深宫的人，遭了这事，慌得手足无措。
She knew a lot of people from the 9-level and 3 sects. With an order, the gangsters from Jinan Prefecture came to Jifu Temple at night and robbed it. Empress Fucha and Sun Yi were both people who had lived in the palace for a long time. After this happened, they were panicked and at a loss what to do.
那班盗匪们便将富察后所有的一切珍贵首饰席卷得干干净净，东西到手，呼啸而去。富察后等盗匪去后，眼看一身之外已无常物，叹道：“太后命我住在这里，好久也不来探问。”
In this way, the robbers swept away all the precious jewelry owned by Empress Fu Cha, and whizzed away with the items in hand. After Empress Fucha waited for the robbers to leave, she saw that there was nothing left, so she sighed. The Queen Mother ordered me to live here, but she didn't come to inquire about it for a long time.
这是明明把我当作尼姑看了。我起初妄想尘缘可复，所以头发至今未剃。现在看来，前途非常危险。不如落发为尼，倒也可以了此残生力。他主意打定，果然把头发剃掉，深居入定。
This was because they clearly regarded me as a nun. At first, I thought that I would be able to return to this mortal world, so I still haven't shaved my hair. Now it seems that my future is very dangerous, so I might as well become a nun and live out my remaining life. He made up his mind, shaved off his hair, and fell into deep meditation.
外人很难见到他的面。孙毅也是光了脑袋，居然像个苦行头陀了。19，卑绅士贤后落发。话说富察后削发为尼，因为看出治福庵的主持眉心不是好人，所以他和孙毅两人。
It is difficult for outsiders to see her face. Sun Yi also had a shaved head and looked like an ascetic tutu. 19. Sadness that a virtuous man lost his hair. It is said that after Fu Cha, she became a nun because she saw that Mei Xian, the host of Jifu Temple, was not a good person, so she and Sun Yi decided to do it.
另行寻得一座尼庵，作为安身之所。那尼庵名法源庵，也在大明湖畔，安心静处，足足住了好几年。乾隆皇帝也是南巡过好几回了，但是乾隆皇帝每次南巡，虽经过济南府，
I found another nunnery as a place to stay. Nanny Nunnery is called Fayuan Nunnery and is also located on the shore of Daming Lake. I lived in a peaceful place for several years. Emperor Qianlong also visited the south several times, but every time Emperor Qianlong visited the south, he passed through Jinan Prefecture.
中没有一些固健的情谊去探望富察后。这种忍心害理的情形，也可算得乾隆皇帝失德的一端。且说这日有个妓女，名唤赛鸿福，便是当初在大龙船中侍寝时候。
In the end, there was no friendship with the old sword, so he went to visit Fu Chaho. This kind of cruel and unreasonable situation can also be regarded as the end of Emperor Qianlong's immorality. Let's say that there was a prostitute named Sai Hongfu that day, who was sleeping in the dragon boat.
见了富察后进来便回避的人，他亲眼看见富察后抱书入内和披甲足簇的情形，所以他出的船来，觉得身世浮沉，人情变幻，实在是离奇莫测的很。受了这样感触，恍惚若有所悟。
Someone who avoids Fucha after coming in. She saw with her own eyes the scene where Fucha was hugged and fucked, so when she got out of the boat, she felt that her life experience was ups and downs, and people's relationships were changing. It was really strange and unpredictable. After feeling this way, I felt as if I had some enlightenment.
便斩断情根，也把头发落了，披剃在水月庵，法名了空。那水月庵和法源庵相差不到20里远，有时逢到庙会，他们识相过从，倒成了手帕之交。了空本来是认识富察后的。
Then he cut off the root of his love, let his hair fall off, and shaved it in Shueihua Temple, and his Dharma name became empty. Shueihua Temple and Fayuan Temple were less than 20 miles apart. Sometimes they would go to temple fairs, and they would pass by each other, and they would become close friends. Liao Kong originally met Fucha.
只因不敢贸然自述来历，所以富察后却不知道了空是怎样的人。但是他们渐渐地默契起来，成天谈经说理，倒也很有些心得发挥。富察后本很聪明，所以禅机早悟，了空也是伶俐的人。
Just because he didn't dare to tell his origins rashly, Fu Chaho didn't know what kind of person Kong was. But they gradually became irresistible, talking about the classics and reasoning all day long, and finally showed some of their insights. Fu Chaho was very smart, so he realized the meaning of Zen early. Liao Kong was also a smart person.
新逢知己，更是近意非浅。恰巧这里离大明湖50多里的地方，有座七鹤山，那山庵便名七鹤庵。七鹤庵的住持老尼名唤普音，道行高妙，是很有名的高尼。他们两人便商量妥当。
The joy of meeting a close friend is even more beneficial. It happened that there was Chiha Mountain more than 50 miles away from Daming Lake, and the nunnery on the mountain was named Chiha Nunnery. The abbot of Chiha Temple is a nun named Puyin. He is a very famous nun with excellent Taoism. The two of them discussed it.
同去拜他为师。富察后本没有法名的，普音便给他取了个法名，唤作了元。从此以后，他们两人在七鹤庵内随普音度日，足足又住了好几年。了空久静思动，想把法力扩充出去。
Let's go together to worship her as our teacher. After Fu Cha did not have a Dharma name, Puyin gave her a Dharma name and called it Yuan. From then on, the two of them lived with Pu Yin in Chihan Nunnery for several years. I stayed quiet for a long time and thought about it, wanting to expand my magic power.
使得佛里愈加庄严灿烂，便希望募资建造一座很大的寺馆，还要加造一座13级的浮屠。这种消息传了出去，济南府的尼姑都以为他赤手空拳，要创造这偌大工程，岂非是空言欺人？
It makes Buddhism more solemn and splendid. He hoped to raise funds to build a large temple. A 13-level pagoda will also be built. When this news spread, the nuns in Jinan Prefecture thought that she wanted to create such a huge project with her bare hands. Isn't it just empty talk?
所以大家听到了空有这种计划，非但没有人来帮助设计，并且人人都引为笑谈。其实这般尼姑的非笑了空，无非是犯了同行避忌的毛病罢了。一般人的心里。
So when everyone heard about this plan, not only did no one come to help design it, but everyone laughed at it. In fact, the nun's non-smile is nothing more than a mistake that her colleagues will be jealous of. The psychology of ordinary people.
大概总是怕人发财自怕穷的，所以他们不来帮助，倒也不必论，而且暗中还去竭力破坏。 因此了空所募的钱很是有限，了空有志难行，觉得无计可施，便和了袁商量，请了袁出去募化。
They are probably always afraid of people getting rich and themselves afraid of being poor, so they don't come to help, don't bother to show up, and secretly try their best to sabotage, so the money raised is very limited. Liao Kong had ambitions that were difficult to achieve, and felt that there was nothing he could do, so he discussed with Liao Yuan and asked Liao Yuan to go out to recruit people.
乐园道，这种功德我也很愿意赞助的，但是我绝不出面发起的，因为无落发为尼，能够得安终世，了此残生，以为大幸，怎肯再把面目出去央求他人？
Liao Yuan said, I am also willing to sponsor this kind of merit, but I will never come forward to initiate it. Because I became a nun and can live in peace for the rest of my life, I am very lucky. How can you show your face and beg others again?
况且我若贸然出头露面的出走奔走求化，他人听了，势必又要妄造黑白，万一给朝廷知道，那真是自求其死了。我要自寻死路，也不必等到今天，现在想尽此天年，原是我的本分。
Moreover, if I rashly show up and run around seeking change, and others listen, they will inevitably make false claims. If the court finds out, I will really be asking for my own death. I don't have to wait until today if I want to commit suicide. It's my duty to live my life to the fullest now.
倘显了面目，性命就不能保，所以我不能带你去奔走求化，并不是贪婪的缘故，实在有一片苦衷的理。乐空听着，知道他实有隐情，也不相强，但是心里中觉得了原为人，未免太没能耐。
If you show your face, your life will not be saved, so I can't go and seek transformation on your behalf. It's not because of laziness, it's really because of your difficulties. Listening to Liao Kong, he knew that she had hidden feelings and was not trying to force her, but in the end he felt that Yuan was too incompetent.
乐空到了这时，在济南府的地界上已是分文难募了。忽然想起当初和乾隆皇帝的一番关系，便亲自从济南动身北上，来到北京。乐空的进京，目的原是想见驾求化的。他原是名妓出身，
At this time, it was difficult to raise any money in Jinan Prefecture. Suddenly remembering his relationship with Emperor Qianlong, he personally set off from Jinan to the north and came to Beijing. I came to Beijing empty-handed, with the original purpose of seeing Jia Qiuhua. She was originally a famous prostitute.
大凡名妓都有一副特别的交际手段，所以他到了北京以后，活动得很。一般王公贵人都有来往，募集的钱已经不少。他却仍不满意，好去了些银子，会通宫监，叫宫监传报到乾隆皇帝那边。
Most famous prostitutes have special communication skills, so after she arrived in Beijing, she was very active. She had contacts with the princes and nobles and raised a lot of money. But she was still dissatisfied, so she spent some money, bribed the palace eunuch, and taught the palace eunuch to pass the report to Emperor Qianlong.
乾隆皇帝想起旧情，便微服来到了空所遇的地方，亲身与了空谈禅说理，倒也非常亲热。名义上却说是方外之交，实际上当然还是肌肤的关系里。
Emperor Qianlong remembered his old relationship, so he went to Kong's residence incognito, and talked to Kong in person about Zen. They were very affectionate, but in name they were just friends, but in fact they were only skin-to-skin relations.
一般王公贵人听得了空是皇上的方外之交，一发争先恐后的来捐助巨款。乾隆皇帝也传旨捐师内躺好几万银子，了空于是目的达到，此行真是不虚了。21谈禅机话中有音。
The princes, and nobles heard that he was just a close friend of the emperor, and they began to rush to donate huge sums of money. Emperor Qianlong also sent an edict to donate tens of thousands of silver from his own funds. When the money was spent, the goal was achieved. This trip was really worthwhile. 21. There is a reason for talking about Zen.
话说了元和了空两人，住持那座会阴庵，香火道也兴旺，日子过得也很安逸。流光居系，不觉过了1年。那时乾隆皇帝又做南巡，一路来到济南、照例御驾所过梵语，都应该前来接驾。
After talking about Yuan and Likong, the abbot's Huiyin nunnery became prosperous and the life was very comfortable. In the blink of an eye, a year passed without realizing it. At that time, Emperor Qianlong made another southern tour and came to Jinan all the way. As usual, whenever the emperor passed through Fanyu, he should come to pick him up.
现在会阴庵的声名，即使在山东地方无人不晓，一般地方上的官绅，当然便把会阴庵的来历去奏之，并且还说起住持尼姑是怎样的灵异。乾隆皇帝听着。
Nowadays, the reputation of Huiyin nunnery is known to everyone in Shandong. Of course, the local officials and gentry will tell the story of Huiyin nunnery and talk about how the abbot nun is miraculous. Emperor Qianlong listened.
忙地派了几名宫监去唤那会阴庵的住持尼姑来见。一声旨下，宫监飞也似的而去。那宵一个时辰，只见宫监们领着一名尼姑进来。乾隆皇帝抬头一看，心中倒吃了一惊。
He hurriedly sent several palace supervisors to call the abbot nun of Huiyin Temple to come to see him. With a decree, the palace supervisor flew away. After an hour passed, the palace supervisors led a nun in. Emperor Qianlong looked up and was surprised.
原来那尼姑不是别人，便是那寂寂赛弘福。乾隆皇帝和赛弘福在京中分别的时候，虽已知道他落发为尼， 但以为她是云游四方的行脚尼姑，却想不到赛洪福竟在济南府。
It turned out that the nun was none other than the prostitute Sai Hongfu. When Emperor Qianlong and Sai Hongfu parted in Beijing, although he already knew that she had become a nun, he thought that she was a traveling nun, but he never expected that Sai Hongfu was actually in Jinan.
成了一名有道的高尼，所以惊道：“原来是你吗？你竟在这里吗？你近来身体可好？”了空听着，忙得跪倒尘埃，叩头谢恩，唯唯应诺。乾隆皇帝接着问道：“你何所闻而来？乃敢在此作锁骨菩萨？”
Became a virtuous Jouni. So he was surprised. Is it you? Are you here? How are you doing lately? Listening to this, Liao Kong hurriedly knelt down in the dust, kowtowed and thanked him, but he only agreed. Emperor Qianlong then asked, "Why did you come here after hearing that you dared to be the clavicle bodhisattva here?"
乐空听乾隆皇帝说到禅语，便合掌地说道：“专为西天大自在佛作狮子吼，使下界的善男信女有闻有见。”乾隆皇帝笑道：“狮子是伯兔去了，练此怎的？”乐空又合掌说道：“罪过，罪过。”
When Liao Kong heard Emperor Qianlong talking about Zen, he clasped his hands and said, "I made the lions roar specifically for the great Buddha of Western Heaven, so that the good men and women in the lower world can hear and see it." Emperor Qianlong smiled and said, "The lion is chasing the rabbit. Why do you fall in love with this?" He clasped his hands in the air and said, "Sin, sin."
狮子和兔子都是众生，都有三藐三菩提心，驳他则甚。皇上叫他驳，他也不肯驳，况且皇上是不叫他驳的。乾隆皇帝笑道：“叫他驳则甚。”了空仍是合掌的说道，他却安安稳稳的供奉着。
Both the lion and the rabbit are living beings, and they both have Samyak Sambodhisiddha, and fighting them is even worse. Even if the emperor asked him to fight, he would not fight. Besides, the emperor would not ask him to fight. Emperor Qianlong laughed and said, "It's even worse if you ask him to fight." Liao Kong still clasped his hands and said, "But he is worshipping peacefully."
兔便是狮，狮便是兔。皇上说他驳也罢，皇上不说他驳也罢。乾隆皇帝听了，又是哈哈大笑，谈了片刻，了空辞了出来。原来乾隆皇帝和了空所谈的一篇禅语，在了空的意思。
The rabbit is the lion, and the lion is the rabbit. It doesn't matter if the emperor says he will fight, or if the emperor doesn't say he fights. Emperor Qianlong laughed again after hearing this. After talking for a while, he made no excuses. It turns out that Emperor Qianlong and Liao Kong had a conversation about Zen, which meant Liao Kong.
句句都是语含双关，话中都有来音的。乾隆皇帝无心留意，所以不明白这中间蹊跷。且说了空退出以后，乾隆皇帝便召迎驾的绅士和官僚们来见。那班官绅们都是有牛马走的本领。
Every sentence contains a pun, and there is a reason behind every word. Emperor Qianlong didn't pay attention, so he didn't understand what was going on. After saying that Kong had withdrawn, Emperor Qianlong summoned the welcoming gentlemen and bureaucrats to see him. All the officials and gentry are capable of running like horses and oxen.
但奏请皇上登岸游览。乾隆皇帝也是久慕大明湖的名胜，所以听了他们的怂恿，立刻驾登上岸来，绕过六街三市，早在大明湖边。 经过那座会阴庵，那班官绅便道：“这便是会阴庵了。”
But the emperor was asked to go ashore for a tour. Emperor Qianlong also admired the scenic spots of Daming Lake for a long time, so he listened to their instigation and immediately came ashore. Bypassing the 6th Street and 3 cities, we were already at Daming Lake. Passing by the Huiyin Nunnery, the official said, "This is Huiyin Nunnery."
上次大开法场也便在这里。乾隆皇帝见会阴庵已在墓前，想起了空的事情来，便问道：“那冈山进见的尼姑名唤了空，是否便是这里会阴庵的住持？”官绅们听乾隆皇帝问起了空的来历。
The last time we held a large ceremony, it was also here. Emperor Qianlong saw that Huiyin Nunnery was already there and remembered Kong, so he asked, "The nun who came in just now, whose name was Kong, is she the abbot of Huiyin Nunnery here?" The officials and gentry heard Emperor Qianlong ask about the origin of Kong.
便答道：“了空乃是会阴庵的副住持，还有一个道行高妙的正住持哩。上回正住持在这里法场说法，奴才们都见到这个人的。这人神采光明，法相庄严，不知他是哪里来的。”
Then he replied, "Lakong is the deputy abbot of Huiyin Temple, and there is also a chief abbot who is highly virtuous. Last time, the abbot was preaching here at the Dharma ground, and all the slaves saw this person. This man has a bright look and a solemn appearance. I don't know where he comes from."
但是一定是名山的高尼，否则绝不能有这样的庄严灿烂。乾隆皇帝听升官们说起有个道行高妙的正住持，心中非常快乐，很想见一见面，忙问道：“这人现在哪里呢？何不唤他来见？”
But it must be Jiaoni from a famous mountain, otherwise it would never be so solemn and brilliant. Emperor Qianlong was very happy when he heard from the officials that there was an abbot with excellent moral practices. He wanted to meet him and asked hurriedly, "Where is this man now? Why not call her to meet you?"
冈山了空来见驾，他怎么不提起呢？说道，急忙传旨叫宫监们重唤了空来见。不到片时，了空又来。乾隆皇帝便问正住持的来历，了空奏道：“不错，这里果有一个道行高妙的神尼。”
Why didn't she mention it when she came to see the driver just now? Said, and hurriedly conveyed the order to the palace supervisors and called Kong again to see him. In less than a minute, it was empty again. Emperor Qianlong asked about the origin of the abbot, and he said, "Yes, there is a divine nun here who has excellent Taoism."
这人法名了元，现在已往云南鸡足山去了，所以小尼冈山没曾奏之。乾隆皇帝恼道：“何所闻而去？你莫非是信口开河吗？”了空道：“他前天和小尼说起，说是和皇上溯源未和。”
This man was destined to be named Dharma, and now he has gone to Jizu Mountain in Yunnan, so Xiaoni didn't know about it just now. Emperor Qianlong said angrily, "Why did you go away after hearing this? Are you just talking nonsense?" Liao Kong said, he told Xiaoni the day before yesterday that he and the emperor had not been together for a long time.
现在还不是见面的时候，所以行脚天难，去避掉这次的尘根。小尼听他的话，也不知是什么意思，但是昨天看他所著的神事，已是空人去了，所以不敢奏闻。乾隆皇帝到了这时，福至心灵。
Now is not the time to meet, so we are traveling far south. to avoid this dust route. Xiaoni didn't know what she meant after hearing her words, but yesterday she saw that the sacred room where she lived was empty, so she didn't dare to tell her. When Emperor Qianlong arrived, he felt blessed in his soul.
才想起话中有音，知道正住持必是复查后了，不觉失声道：“溯源吗？”话还没完，也不往下说了。了空知道乾隆皇帝已经觉得，便又辞了出来。22重遭难冤家路狭。
Only then did he remember that there was a reason behind his words, and he knew that the current abbot must be Fu Chaho, so he lost his voice and said, "Is it a long-term fate?" He hasn't finished speaking yet, so he won't continue. Liao Kong knew that Emperor Qianlong had already felt this, so he resigned again. 22 Enemies encounter difficulties again and again, and the road is narrow.
话说了，空见乾隆皇帝已经觉得话中有音，退出以后，心想机会到了，仗着他募得的银子，造安观所余存的还有很多，所以便耗了2000两纹银，孝敬了总管太监。那总管太监见钱眼开。
After saying this, Emperor Qianlong felt that there was a reason for his words. After quitting, she thought that the opportunity had come. With the money she raised, there was still a lot left to build the nunnery, so she spent 2,000 taels of silver as a filial piety. He became the eunuch in charge. The chief eunuch's eyes widened when he saw the money.
果然听从了空的吩咐，在乾隆皇帝面前给了元说了许多好话。乾隆皇帝一时天良发现，允等南巡回来，路经济南，把了元带回北京。这个消息，太监便传给了空知道。了空又和了元说之。
Sure enough, he obeyed Kong's instructions and said many good things to Yuan in front of Emperor Qianlong. Emperor Qianlong found out in a moment of conscience, so Yun waited for the tour from the south and took Yuan back to Beijing. The eunuch passed this news to Kong Zhizhi. The emptiness is gone and the fate is known.
于是大家都阿首称庆了。但是了空还不十分放心，便亲自再去朝见皇上。乾隆皇帝这时却是有悔悟的诚意，因说道：“了元脾气虽不见好，但他飘荡了几年，也未免风尘劳顿了。”
So everyone celebrated with their hands on their faces. However, Liao Kong was not very relieved, so he went to see the emperor in person. Emperor Qianlong was indeed sincere in repenting at this time, because he said, although her temper is not good, she has been wandering for several years, and she is tired from the world.
朕现想南巡回来，把他带回京城，在西山地方给他建议安观，使他清修终身。你可以回去告诉他，现在你先好好的看待他便是。了空奉旨，谢恩而退，以为目的是完全达到了。
I now want to travel to the south, bring her back to the capital, and build her a nunnery in the western mountains so that she can cultivate her purity throughout her life. You can go back and tell her, just treat her well now. I accepted the order, thanked him and withdrew, thinking that my goal was completely achieved.
所以很快乐地和了元安排回京的事情。隔了几天，乾隆皇帝的车驾离开济南，直往扬州而去。了空也因为庵中有佛事，须往普陀进香，所以也离开了济南。唯有了元却仍是静居会阴庵内。
So I happily arranged my return to Beijing with Liao Yuan. A few days later, Emperor Qianlong's car left Jinan and headed straight for Yangzhou. Lakong also left Jinan because there were Buddhist services in the nunnery and he had to go to Putuo to offer incense. Even though he was destined, he still stayed quietly in Huiyin Nunnery.
眼巴巴等车驾回来，同返北京。不料福还未到，祸已先至。常言道：天有不测风云，人有旦夕祸福。天意莫测，实在是离奇的很。总而言之，人交好运便事事遂心，交了坏运便事事糟心。
Waiting eagerly for the car to come back, we will return to Beijing together. Unexpectedly, misfortune has already arrived before good fortune comes. As the saying goes, God has unforeseen circumstances, and people have misfortunes and misfortunes. God's will is unpredictable and really bizarre. In short, if a person has good luck, everything will go well for him. If he has bad luck, everything will go wrong.
纳了缘刚有回京的希望，却又受了一个很大的影响。这个影响是怎样呢？等在下作书的细说一说。看官们先请想一想，宫中不是有个玉妃吗？那玉妃是了元的仇敌。上次玉妃落井下石。
Na Yuan had just hoped to return to Beijing, but he suffered a big impact. What was this impact? I'll tell you more about it later when I'm writing a book. Judges, please think about it first. Isn't there a jade concubine in the palace? That jade concubine is Liao Yuan's enemy. Last time, concubine Jade added insult to injury.
怂恿乾隆皇帝下诏废后，看官们大概是记得的，前文不再重提。且说这次乾隆皇帝面允了空，等南巡返京，把了元带回北京，安置西山。这个消息早有人报给玉妃知道。
After instigating Emperor Qianlong to issue the edict, the officials probably remembered it and will not mention it again in the previous article. Let's say that this time Emperor Qianlong gave up his promise, and when he returned to Beijing from his southern tour, he took Liao Yuan back to Beijing and settled in Xishan. Someone had already reported this news to concubine Yu.
原来玉妃自从怂恿乾隆皇帝下诏废后以后，心中终是不很宽心，派了许多心腹，日夜的探访废后的踪迹。便是乾隆皇帝几番南巡，玉妃虽不跟在身边，但也派着几名心腹攻坚。
It turned out that concubine Yu was not very relieved after she encouraged Emperor Qianlong to issue an edict to abolish the empress. She sent many confidants to visit the traces of the empress day and night. Emperor Qianlong made several southern tours. Although concubine Yu was not with her, but he also sent a few close palace supervisors.
在乾隆皇帝左右探听消息，所以了元有了回京的希望，他的心腹便立刻报信。玉妃知道了元的事情，心想仇人不去，对于自己中很危险，万一了元重振后位。
After snooping around Emperor Qianlong for news, Luo Yuan had hope of returning to Beijing, and her confidants immediately reported the news. Concubine Yu knew about Yuan and thought that it would be very dangerous for her if her enemy did not go away.
那就自己的生命都要断送到了元的手中了。他因此又生了一条毒计，他利用太后是糊涂的人，并且当初他很不喜欢皇后，所以玉妃便假借太后的名义下了一道诏书，说了元妖言惑众。
Then your life and body will be ruined in the hands of Yuan. As a result, she hatched another vicious plan. She took advantage of the fact that the Queen Mother was a fool, and she disliked the Queen very much at the beginning, so concubine Jade used the name of the Queen Mother to issue an edict, saying, the devil's words are used to confuse the public.
所做的事情都是触犯法律的，应命司法部来问罪。玉妃诏书记下，立刻又派了许多兵马南下捉拿了袁。但是事有凑巧，那从前了空在北京募款的时候所会通的那个总管太监仍在北京。
Everything he did was against the law, and he should be arrested and questioned by law. After Concubine Yu issued the edict, she immediately sent many soldiers and horses to the south to capture Yuan. But as luck would have it, the eunuch in charge whom Ling Kong had bribed when he was raising funds in Beijing was still in Beijing.
那太监见玉妃已下了诏，忙地派了他的胞弟从小道日夜不停地赶路。那太监名唤平，他的胞弟名唤小皮。小皮这人很能干，果然赶过玉妃所派的兵马。那玉妃所派的兵马还在半路。
Seeing that Concubine Yu had issued an edict, the eunuch hurriedly sent his brother to rush along the trail day and night. The eunuch's name was Pyre, and his brother's name was Xiaopi. Xiaopi was very capable, and he really outran the troops sent by Concubine Yu. The troops sent by Concubine Jade are still halfway there.
小皮早已到得济南府了。小皮心中有事，忙地去寻了空说话。这时了空已往普陀。小皮扑了个空，心中当然非常着急，只得直接对了袁说明。那了袁本是生性固执的人。
Xiaopi has already arrived at Jinan Mansion. Xiaopi had something on his mind, so he hurriedly went to find Kong to talk. At this time, Liao Kong went to Putuo. Xiaopi missed it. Of course he was very anxious, so he had to explain directly to Yuan. Na Yuan is a stubborn person by nature.
听了小皮的话，并不在意。小皮急道：“娘娘千万要小心，这是不比寻常。现在皇上出巡在外，万一给玉妃捉拿进京，娘娘的前途便不堪问闻了。奴才此次不避险难，到此报信。”
Xiaopi didn't care after hearing what he said. Xiaopi said anxiously, "Mother, please be careful. This matter is unusual. Now the emperor is out on patrol. If Concubine Jade is captured and brought to Beijing, the future of the empress will be in doubt. This slave will not avoid danger this time, but comes here to report the news.
原想请娘娘预先躲避几天，再做驱处的。乐园听得仍是不肯避去，答道：“我现在既是罪人了，避在那里皆不能免，即使避到他方，也是没有法子的。现在他们要我死，我就是死掉也不要紧的。”
I originally wanted to ask the Empress to stay away for a few days before making any arrangements. After hearing this, he still refused to avoid it and replied, "Since I am a sinner now, I can't avoid it anywhere. Even if I avoid it somewhere else, there is no way. Now they want me to die, but it doesn't matter if I die."
我本是不打算再活的了。小皮见他固执，只得叹息而去。23就贤后铭记仗义。话说小皮见了袁，抱定主意，宁可坐以待捕，终不肯预先避去，只得叹息而去。刚要想，仍旧一路北上。
I wasn't planning on living anymore. Seeing her stubbornness, Xiaopi could only sigh and leave. 23. After rescuing the virtuous, the famous prostitute acted righteously. It is said that Xiaopi made up his mind after seeing Yuan, and would rather sit back and wait for arrest, but finally refused to avoid it in advance, so he had to sigh and leave. I just wanted to continue heading north.
恰巧了空从普陀回济南，小皮便忙地去告诉了空这种情形。了空听着，便想自己去竭力劝说了袁必逆，怎奈是以燃眉、玉飞派来的许多兵马，便在这天晚上来到济南。
It happened that Kong was returning to Jinan from Putuwa, so Xiaopi hurriedly went to tell Kong about the situation. After listening to this, he wanted to go and try his best to persuade Yuan to avoid hiding. However, things were already getting serious, and many soldiers and horses sent by concubine Yu came to Jinan at noon that night.
了空虽有救护了袁的意思，但也没有下手的机会。他本是聪明绝顶的人，心想自己倘不走开，势力也给玉飞派来的兵马捉去，与其两败俱伤，不如自己先逃跑，不妨让了袁先去吃些苦。
Although Liao Kong wanted to save Yuan, he had no chance to take action. She was a very smart person, so she thought that if she didn't go away, the forces would be captured by the soldiers sent by concubine Jade. Instead of losing both sides, she might as well escape first, and let fate suffer some hardships first.
然后自己再设法去救他。了空主意打定，也不胡了袁见面，自己拔脚便走，直往扬州而去。那了袁不听小皮的话，住在会阴安，等兵马来捉拿。果然兵马来到济南，那有他说雄赳赳的军爷们。
Then try to save her yourself. Liao Kong made up his mind and left without meeting Liao Yuan, heading straight to Yangzhou. Neji Yuan did not listen to Xiaopi's words and stayed in Huiyin Temple, waiting for soldiers and horses to come and capture him. Sure enough, the soldiers and horses came to Jinan, and there were the military gentlemen who she said were so heroic.
认定了袁是奉旨捉拿的侵犯，不管3721，把了袁押入囚车，许多兵马前后左右的围着，直向京城而去。一路上的袁受尽风霜之苦，遭到那般押送官员的种种虐待，真是苦不堪言。
It was determined that Yuan was an imperial prisoner captured by the order, and regardless of the situation, he put Yuan into a prison car, surrounded by many soldiers and horses, and headed straight for the capital. I suffered a lot along the way and suffered all kinds of abuse from the escorting officials. It was really miserable.
走了月余光景，来到京城，玉妃便又传命把了袁拘禁在特别监狱之内。且说了空来到扬州，住在平山堂临近的一座小庵里面。他本想等乾隆皇帝路过扬州的时候，呈便进言。
After walking for more than a month, I came to the capital. Concubine Yu then ordered Liao Yuan to be imprisoned in a special prison. Let's talk about Kong coming to Yangzhou and living in a small nunnery near Pingshan Hall. She originally wanted to wait for Emperor Qianlong to pass by Yangzhou and make some suggestions.
后来吊念一想，觉得事不宜迟，恐怕了袁到了北京，给玉妃的党羽所谋害，所以他便把许多银子捆在进京。亏得他非常干练，上下行贿，把这件案子耽延了好久日子。
Later, I lost my mind and thought that it was not too late. I was afraid that I might have arrived in Beijing and be murdered by concubine Yu's gang, so she bundled a lot of money into Beijing. Fortunately, she was very capable and paid bribes, which delayed the case for a long time.
了空又走通了太监的门路，叫太监去对玉妃说之，说是了袁既已出家落发，当然不能再回宫来。不过皇上的允他带回北京， 乃因皇上非常恨他，想把他提回北京，悠在别宫的。
Liao Kong went through the eunuch's path again and taught the eunuch to tell concubine Yu that it was fate. Since she had become a monk and lost her hair, of course she could not come back to the palace. However, the emperor allowed her to take her back to Beijing because the emperor hated her very much. Wanting to take her back to Beijing and hide her in a secluded palace.
倘然现在不等皇上回京，先将他杀掉，恐怕不是皇上的本意，皇上倒要反起一计的心了，所以不如等皇上回京了再说。玉妃听太监说了这一大篇，觉得很有理，便传命把了袁囚在内务府。
If we kill her now without waiting for the emperor to return to Beijing, I'm afraid it is not the emperor's original intention. The emperor is about to become suspicious, so it is better to wait until the emperor returns to Beijing. Concubine Yu heard what the eunuch said and thought it was very reasonable, so she ordered Yuan to be imprisoned in the Ministry of Internal Affairs.
了袁进了内务府，日夜把《华严经》作为他的功课，端端地坐着，也不吃饭，每天不过喝些清水。乐空知道了袁在内务府非常受苦，但也没有救出他的办法。这时三姑娘还在北京。
She entered the Ministry of Internal Affairs and studied the Avatamsaka Sutra as her homework day and night. She sat upright, did not eat, and only drank some water every day. Liao Kong knew that Yuan was suffering very much from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but there was no way to save her. At this time, the third girl was still in Beijing.
开了一家妓院，因为年长色衰，自己做了掌柜的老鸨，平日仗义疏财，在京城地面很有侠名。乐空心想，不如求救三姑娘，或许可以帮些忙力，于是便上门求见。三姑娘原是来者不拒的人。
He opened a brothel and because of his age and beauty, he became the proprietor of the brothel. He was always generous with his wealth and had a reputation as a chivalrous person in the capital. Liao Kong thought it would be better to ask the third girl for help, maybe she could help. So he came to see him. The third girl turns out to be a person who welcomes everyone.
见了乐空，听得了空所说的话，便跳了起来道：平民家人夫妻，尚且不能无缘无故的丢掉，况是金枝玉叶的国母，反可以随随便便的休掉吗？我早年时候，虽是因为盖史的事情。
When he saw Kong and heard what Kong said, he jumped up and said, Common people and their husbands cannot be thrown away without any reason, let alone the rich and beautiful mother of the country. Can they be divorced casually? In my early years, although it was because of the incident involving Gaishi.
受了皇后叔父的几次欺媒，论起来了，原也是我的仇人。但是我为人是很知心任侠的，既是了原为了忠谏而获罪的，那也可算的是个贤后了。现在他有了这种险难，我倘不能救他一救。
I was bullied several times by the Queen's uncle, who was also my enemy in terms of Yuan, but I was a very outspoken person. Since I was punished because of Yuan's loyalty and advice, I can be regarded as a virtuous queen. Now she is in such danger, if I can't save her.
我心中不能安，况且我以德报怨，更可以见到我三姑娘的人是究竟怎样的理。了空见三姑娘义气得很，着实佩服之至。三姑娘与了空没法救助了缘以后，
My heart is never at peace. Besides, if I repay evil with kindness, I can see what kind of person my third girl is. Liao Kong saw that the three girls were very loyal, and he really admired them. After the third girl agreed, Kong could not save Yuan.
立刻便聚集他手下的一班关西大汉。那班关西大汉足有70-80人，都是三姑娘平日全养的，所以一听号令，个个来到。三姑娘自己装束齐整，领着一班关西大汉，一直来到内务府。
She immediately gathered a group of Kansai men under her. There were 70 or 80 people in that group of Guanxi men. They were all raised by Miss San, so they all came as soon as they heard the order. The third girl dressed herself up and led a group of Kansai men all the way to the Ministry of Internal Affairs.
那内务府来的大小办事官员，没有一个不是久仰三姑娘的盛名的，并且没有一个不知道三姑娘和乾隆皇帝是有肌肤关系的。所以三姑娘率领许多关西大汉来到门口，怎敢拦阻？
There was no official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs who had not admired the reputation of the third girl for a long time, and no one did not know that the third girl had a physical relationship with Emperor Qianlong. Therefore, the third girl led many big men from Guanxi to the door. How could they dare to stop her?
只得让他们直闯进去。三姑娘遂呼他们进来，见着了袁，也不说什么，一声令下，70-80个关西大探7手8脚的把了袁抬入轿子中间，一直抬了出来，回到三姑娘的家中。24
We had to let them go straight in. The third girl then called them in. When they saw Yuan, they didn't say anything. With a command, 70 or 80 Guanxi sighed and carried Yuan into the middle of the sedan with all their hands and feet, and then carried him out again. The third girl's home. 24.
念旧情天凉发现。话说三姑娘受了空的嘱托，果然把了袁抢了回来。了袁便在三姑娘处暂住，倒也可算是患难中的知己了。隔了多时，乾隆皇帝车驾回京，玉妃便在乾隆皇帝面前。
Nostalgic for old love, Tianliang discovered. It is said that the third girl accepted Kong's instructions and indeed snatched the fate back. After meeting the fate, he temporarily stayed at the third girl's place. When he arrived, he could be regarded as a confidant in times of trouble. After a long time, Emperor Qianlong drove back to Beijing, and concubine Jade was in front of Emperor Qianlong.
造了许多谣言，把了袁的事情装头装脚地说了一遍。乾隆皇帝果然便说去向内务府管事小臣要了袁这个人。内务府的官员不敢说了袁是三姑娘抢去的，只是说给强盗抢了去了。
He spread many rumors and pretended to be predestined. As expected, Emperor Qianlong said that he would ask the minister in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to find this person. Officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs did not dare to say that the third girl had snatched Yuan away from her. They just said that it had been stolen by bandits.
乾隆皇帝心中未免有些疑心，因为京城地面又是在内务府的衙门中间，竟有白日抢人的事情发生，便把内务府的管事大臣训斥了一顿。内务府的管事大臣只得领罪不提。
Emperor Qianlong was a little suspicious, because there was a robbery during the day on the ground in the capital, and in the middle of the yamen of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, so he reprimanded the minister in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who had to accept the blame. Carry.
唯有玉妃在宫中听得了袁给人抢去，心中更是着恼。现在利用乾隆皇帝训斥内务府管事大臣的机会，去请求乾隆皇帝补治抢人的大道， 乾隆皇帝当然是允承的，但是这种强盗
Only concubine Jade in the palace heard that her fate was being snatched away by others, and she was even more annoyed. Now she took advantage of Emperor Qianlong's opportunity to reprimand the minister in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ask Emperor Qianlong to arrest and punish the robbers. Of course Emperor Qianlong agreed. But this kind of robber.
教京城内的官员怎样的去捉？所以单言好久日子，强盗的影子都没捉到。这时乾隆皇帝却已知道了袁的抢去乃是三姑娘所做的事情。这种消息是宫监小安给乾隆皇帝说明的。
Teach the officials in the capital how to catch him. So after a long delay, the robber was not caught. At this time, Emperor Qianlong already knew that it was the third girl who took away Yuan. This kind of news was explained to Emperor Qianlong by the palace supervisor Xiaoan.
但是乾隆皇帝想起当初和三姑娘的关系，也很知道三姑娘是有能耐的人，所以明知三姑娘把了元抢了去，自己却假装吃聋，置之不问。又过了好多天，乾隆皇帝在宫中闷得有些乏味。
However, Emperor Qianlong remembered his relationship with the third girl and knew that the third girl was a capable person, so he pretended to be deaf and ignored him even though he knew that the third girl had taken away his fate. Many days passed, and Emperor Qianlong felt a little bored in the palace.
便有微服出游，来到三姑娘处闲逛。乐空也在那边，乐园却不便和乾隆皇帝见面，所以暂时避在别室。乾隆皇帝见着三姑娘胡了空，笑问道：“你们怎么这样的迫不及待，甘心去做强盗？”
Then he went out incognito again and came to the third girl's place to hang out. Sora is there too. However, it was inconvenient to meet Emperor Qianlong, so he took refuge in another room for the time being. When Emperor Qianlong saw the third girl and Kong, he smiled and asked, "Why are you so impatient and willing to become robbers?"
犯这种应砍脑袋的罪呢？三姑娘道：“我们倘然不去做强盗，那么皇上便要犯杀妻的罪哩。所以宁可我们去做强盗，免得皇上去犯罪。这样的忠义，皇上不来奖赏，反来责怪我们吗？”
Who commits such a crime that deserves to be beheaded? The third girl said, "If we don't become robbers, then the emperor will be guilty of killing his wife. So we would rather be robbers, lest the emperor commit a crime. If the emperor doesn't reward such loyalty, will he blame us instead?"
乾隆皇帝听着，大笑道：“你可算的恃宠而骄中间最厉害的人了。”三姑娘趁势跪倒尘埃，谢道：“皇上爱我们，真是无所不至，可见得天恩浩荡。但是我们既是深受恩宠。”
Emperor Qianlong listened and laughed and said, "You can be regarded as the most powerful person among those who rely on favor and arrogance." The third girl took advantage of the situation and knelt down in the dust, saying thanks. The emperor loves us so much. It shows how much God's grace has given us. But we are deeply favored.
独有皇后却忍心把她不沾些雨露吗？皇上倘不把她安置个妥当位置，那一般宵小事起毒计来，皇后的性命终是难保，皇上也终不免杀妻的罪名，婢子们不能不为皇上担一分有据的。
Is it the only queen who has the heart to keep her from the rain and dew? If the emperor doesn't put her in a proper position, then Xiao Xiao will use poisonous tactics, and the queen's life will eventually be difficult to save, and the emperor will inevitably be charged with killing his wife. The maids have to bear a share of fear for the emperor.
现在有千载一时的机会，皇上何不把皇后安置妥当，使得将来永无后虑，那才是皇上恩所赐的礼。乾隆皇帝听着，点头称是。三姑娘见乾隆皇帝已有念旧之心。
Now that we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, why don't the emperor arrange the queen properly so that there will never be any worries in the future? That is the gift of the emperor. Emperor Qianlong listened and nodded in agreement. The three girls felt nostalgic when they saw Emperor Qianlong.
便胡了空去携了元出来相见。乾隆皇帝天良发现，便搀了元的手，安慰了一番。元却不说他话，只说：“但愿皇上修德自爱，使奴宽心才好。”乾隆皇帝听了，倒很体恤了元的苦处。
So he and Kong went out to meet each other with Yuan. Emperor Qianlong Tianliang found out, so he took Yuan's hand and comforted him. After meeting the fate, he said nothing to him. He only said, "I hope the emperor will cultivate virtue and love himself, so that the slave can be at ease." After hearing this, Emperor Qianlong sympathized with Yuan's plight.
允许了元即日迎归坤宁宫。元谢了道：“皇上恩典真有天般的大，奴当然很是心幸。但自从皇上把奴放弃以来，奴的心肝好似浮云野鹤，恭维的礼节好久没曾显洗。倘然脱了礼节。”
Yuan agreed to welcome him back to Cunning Palace today. He thanked me and said, "Your Majesty's grace is truly as great as the heavens." Of course I am very happy. But since the emperor gave up the slave's heart has been like a wild crane in the clouds, and the etiquette of the palace has not been practiced for a long time. If you lose your etiquette,
或是因此而获罪，虽是奴的自作之孽，但也绝不是所以全皇上之恩。所以皇上果能原谅奴的愚忠，指望皇上指定一座冠安，使奴终此余年，奴便已感恩无穷的了。乾隆皇帝听着，
perhaps he was convicted because of this. Although it was the slave's own fault, it was by no means the result of the emperor's favor. Therefore, if the emperor can forgive me for my stupidity, I hope that the emperor will designate a nunnery so that I can live out my remaining years. I will be extremely grateful. Emperor Qianlong listened.
凄然的答允，立刻便取过笔墨，写了一道敕书，交了元在扬州天宁寺主持，并且令地方仪随时供给粮食，派人保护。元有些际遇，便谢恩而退。乾隆皇帝当晚便在三姑娘处歇宿。
With a sad promise, he immediately took the pen and ink and wrote an edict, instructing Yuan to preside over Tianning Temple in Yangzhou, and ordered the local area to provide food at any time and send people to protect him. After some chance encounters, I thanked him and left. Emperor Qianlong stayed at the third girl's place that night.
到了天初放亮的时候，乾隆皇帝便自回宫不提。三姑娘等乾隆皇帝走了以后，便胡了空了元商量。三人商议妥当，了空便拿了乾隆皇帝的手敕，伴送了元南下。三姑娘却仍在北京。
When it was first light, Emperor Qianlong returned to the palace without mentioning it. The third girl waited for Emperor Qianlong to leave and then discussed it with Kong Liaoyuan. The three of them discussed it, and when they were free, they took the imperial edict from Emperor Qianlong and sent Yuan off to the south, but the three girls were still in Beijing.
这时，乾隆皇帝又下一道诏书，命江南的督府随时侍奉。于是天下的人统都知道了袁便是从前已废的皇后，现在住在扬州的，因此一般势力官绅又是争先恐后的来趋奉了。25.
At this time, Emperor Qianlong issued another edict, ordering the governor of Jiangnan to serve at any time. So everyone in the world knew that Yuan was the former deposed queen, and now lived in Yangzhou. Therefore, the generally snobbish officials and gentry were rushing to come. Followed. 25.
信谗言，暗施毒计。话说了袁奉旨在扬州天宁寺主持，因为人家知道她是皇后出身，又是奉旨出家的，所以都来趋奉。了袁嫌着应接太烦，便在山林幽静的地方另造了一所精舍。
Believe in the slanderous words and secretly use poisonous tactics. It was said that Yuan Fengji presided over Tianning Temple in Yangzhou. Because people knew that she was a queen and had been ordered to become a monk, they all came to worship her. Liao Yuan thought it was too complicated, so he built another monastery in a quiet place in the mountains and forests.
也不和人家来往，倒也清闲自在。乐空从此以来，一年中间，有时住在济南，有时住在扬州，也很潇洒，并且他靠着从前侍寝的关系和三姑娘的势力，交通恭进，声势很是煊赫。
I don't interact with other people, so I feel at ease when I arrive. From then on, Liao Kong lived sometimes in Jinan and sometimes in Yangzhou during the year. She was also very free and unrestrained. Moreover, relying on her former relationship with the bedchamber and the power of the third girl, she was able to travel to and from the palace and became very famous.
一般御史老爷们吃饱了饭，没事可做，便上书请求补治。乾隆皇帝见到这种奏书，当然是置之不问，便把奏书擦桌子似的擦去了。但玉妃知道了袁在扬州奉旨出家，都是了空的缘故。
Usually, when the censors are full and have nothing to do, they go to Shu and ask for a rest and treatment. When Emperor Qianlong saw this kind of memorial, of course he ignored it and wiped it away like a table. But concubine Yu knew that Yuan was ordered to become a monk in Yangzhou, but it was all because of nothing.
心中不觉大恼，便和他的心腹党羽商议报复的方法。内有一名党羽名唤阿铁踏，官居内大臣，乃是乾隆皇帝面前最亲近的一个宏员。阿铁踏奉了玉妃的命令，便上前对乾隆皇帝说道。
Feeling very upset, she discussed with her close friends how to take revenge. There is a party member named Atayatu, who is an official and internal minister and is the closest red member to Emperor Qianlong. Following the order of concubine Jade, Atayatu stepped forward and said to Emperor Qianlong,
那个尼姑了空，不僧不俗，邪了左道去惑人。其实左道惑人，其害有小，但是传播皇上的罪恶，其罪那才大哩。皇上以为了空能尽忠业成的，却不知道他专把废后和宫闱的密室。
That nun was empty, neither a monk nor a lay person. She used the right way to deceive people. In fact, the harm caused by the right way to deceive people is relatively small, but spreading the emperor's sins is a big crime. The emperor thought that Kong could be loyal and sincere, but he didn't know that she kept secrets about the deposed queen and the palace.
逢人便道的乱谈乱说，奴才的意思，皇上何必因为爱了一个妇人， 使得恶名远播呢？乾隆皇帝听着果然大恼，但是调过念头一想，想起已经允许他们自由，倘然再去补治。
Talk nonsense when meeting people. I mean, slave, why does the emperor have to be notorious because he loves a woman? Emperor Qianlong was really annoyed when he heard this. But as soon as I thought about it, I remembered that I had allowed them to be free, and if I wanted to arrest them again.
岂不惹外省督府的笑话？乾隆皇帝向来做事，原是貌为尧舜心同节奏，所以他又想起名作不如暗算，便密令地方官先去探访了空的踪迹，在暗地里派了几名力士，乘机把了空杀掉。
Wouldn't it make the governor of other provinces laugh? Emperor Qianlong always acted under the guise of Yao and Shun, and his hearts were in agreement with Jia and Zhou, so he thought that it was better to do things overtly than to do things secretly, so he secretly ordered the local officials to check for Kong's traces, and then secretly sent a few strong men to take the opportunity to kill Kong.
想灭掉这种口，乐空也是随时小心的人，这种消息他便探听得明明白白，便去和三姑娘商量计策。三姑娘说道：“我所以不离北京一步，便是为了这个缘故，因为北京的地面。”
I want to eliminate this kind of mouth. Liao Kong is also a person who is always careful. She found out this kind of news clearly and went to discuss strategies with the third girl. The third girl said, "That's why I never leave Beijing. Because of the ground in Beijing."
我的权力可以普及，万没有他们下手的地方。倘然出了这个范围，我便不能保了。于是乐空便住在三姑娘处，不敢出头露面，足足住了2年。乐空闷得很是烦恼，几番想南下到扬州。
My power can be spread universally, and there is no place for them to attack. If it goes beyond this range, I can't guarantee it. So when he was free, he stayed at the third girl's place, not daring to show his face, and stayed there for 2 full years. I was very bored after the flight, and I thought about going south to Yangzhou several times.
去看一看了园，都给三姑娘阻住，叫她不要冒险。了空便只得留着。又隔了多时，三姑娘的母亲忽然死了。三姑娘想到南海去做道场，聚了一班关西大汉，做了护卫，防备得很是严密。
I went to see Yuan, but was stopped by the third girl, who taught her not to take risks. I had to keep it when it was empty. After a long time, the third girl's mother died suddenly. The third girl wanted to go to the South China Sea to do a dojo, so she gathered a group of Kansai men to serve as guards, and the guards were very tight.
乐空趁此机会想一同南下，三姑娘难以推却，只得允许。直到扬州见过了袁，三姑娘请了袁同船往南海。乐园恐怕出去招摇，于自己很有不利，所以不愿同去。乐空便接着说道：
Liao Kong took advantage of this opportunity and wanted to go south together. The 3 girls could not refuse and had to agree. Until Yangzhou, I met Yuan, and the 3 girls invited Yuan to go to the South China Sea with him on the same boat. I was afraid that going out to show off would be very detrimental to me, so I didn't want to go with him. When he was empty, he continued.
当初我因为有奸人暗算，所以闷住3年，直到现在才得南来。但是现在三姑娘有许多护卫，奸党也不敢怎样的。我们现在年已快老，倘再不到普院进香， 再吃几年，恐怕都要朽木了。
At first, because of a plot by a traitor, I stayed in seclusion for 3 years, and it was only now that I was able to come south. But now that the third girl has many guards, the traitors don't dare to do anything. We are almost old now. If we don't go to the general courtyard to offer incense, in a few years, we will all be rotten wood.
何不趁此一息尚存的时候，携叶灵山，同参妙地，机会不可失的哩。乐园不得已，只得同去。三人渡过长江，宿在金山寺里。乐园恰巧有些小病，卧床未起，乐空和三姑娘便看金山寺的道场。
Why not take advantage of this breath of life to visit Lingshan together and understand the wonderful truth together? This is an opportunity not to be missed. Due to the fate, we had no choice but to go together. The three of them crossed the Yangtze River and stayed at Jinshan Temple. Liao Yuan happened to have some minor illness and was bedridden. Liao Kong and the third girl visited the dojo of Jinshan Temple over and over again.
现身说法了一回，道场完毕，乐空因为受了些香烟的闷味，便搀了一名小尼姑，登庙高台上观看长江的风景。正在顾盼自乐的时候，忽然有一个巨无侠式的莽男子直闯前来。
Show up and speak the truth once. After the ashram, Liao Kong was suffering from the stifling smell of cigarettes, so he helped a young nun to climb up to the wonderful platform to watch the scenery of the Yangtze River. While he was enjoying himself, suddenly a reckless man who looked like a gigantic cloud came straight towards him.
眼光直住了空看着，乐空也留心细看，知道这人是玉妃身边的一名宫监，曾在玉船中见过的，心中吃了一惊，但想走避，哪里还来得及？那男子抽出一把尖刀，对准了空的胸脯刺去。
His eyes were fixed on Sora. Liao Kong also paid close attention and took a closer look. He knew that this person was a palace supervisor next to concubine Jade. He had seen him in the imperial boat. He was shocked, but he wanted to run away, but there was no time. The man pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed Sora in the chest.
乐空吃着一刀，仗着他本身的气力，便反手去掐他臂膊，两人便拼作一团，站脚不住，都跌下台去。那台下便是长江，潮水卷来，都入波心了。小尼姑见这种情形，早已吓得魂飞魄散。
After taking the knife in the air, she relied on her own strength to pinch his arm with her backhand. The two of them fought together, unable to stand, and both fell off the stage. Below the stage is the Yangtze River, and the tide rolls in and reaches the center of the waves. Seeing this situation, the little nun was already frightened out of her wits.
忙得奔告三姑娘和许多尼姑知道。三姑娘领着尼姑们登台一看，哪里还有什么影踪，只得叹息罢了。26惨遭截骨化灰烬。话说三姑娘见了空给仇人卷入长江，尸体毫无。
I was so busy that I told the third girl and many nuns that they knew. The third girl led the nuns to the stage and saw that there was no trace of them anywhere, so she could only sigh. 26 Brutally robbed and turned into ashes. It is said that the third girl saw the sky and was swept into the Yangtze River by the enemy, with no body left.
不觉大家恐慌，只得严加防备，并且想把了元仍旧送到扬州，免得也遭暗算。 但是恐怕了袁病中听得了空出了乱子，势必要受惊恐，所以密着不说，见着了袁只说了空有了他事。
Unexpectedly, he panicked, so he had to take strict precautions and wanted to send him to Yangzhou anyway to avoid being plotted. However, I was afraid that I would be frightened if I heard that Kong was causing trouble when I was sick, so I kept it a secret and did not say anything when I saw Yuan.
大概隔几天再往扬州。乐园听着，怎能想到不测的事，便独自回扬州而去。三姑娘等乐园回去以后，便往普陀进香住了半月兴景，不敢久住，便一路北上。路经扬州，乐园出来和三姑娘话别。
I'll probably go to Yangzhou in a few days. After hearing this, Liao Yuan couldn't think of anything unexpected, so he went back to Yangzhou alone. After the third girl got her chance to go back, she went to Putuo to offer incense and stayed there for half a month. She did not dare to stay for a long time, so she followed the road north. Passing by Yangzhou, I came out to say goodbye to the third girl.
却仍不见了空，乐园心中不免疑虑，三姑娘仍不直说。两人聚首了几天，三姑娘因为京城中还有许多事情没有料理妥当，所以便自启程回京。乐园见三姑娘去了，才盘问小尼姑道
But Kong was still missing. Liao Yuan couldn't help but have doubts in his heart, but the third girl still didn't speak out. The two got together for a few days. The third girl set off back to Beijing because there were still many things in the capital that had not been settled properly. After meeting the third girl by chance, he interrogated the little nun and said,
了空究竟是怎样了？小尼姑知道事已无可再密，只得把了空遭人暗杀的事情说了出来，并且说道：上回所以不说出真情，乃是三姑娘所嘱咐的，现在她既回京，所以才敢告知。乐园听着。
What happened to Liao Kong? The little nun knew that the matter could no longer be kept secret, so she had to tell the story of Kong being assassinated, and said, the reason why I didn't tell the truth last time was because the third girl asked me. Now that she has returned to Beijing, so only then dare to tell. Liao Yuan listened.
大惊道：这定是玉妃派人来暗算的。哎，为了我竟害掉了他的生命，叫我怎样的对得起他呢？况且朋友已死，我也义不独生了。乐园经此刺激，从此以后便俨然成病，病是一天重似一天。
He was shocked and said, this must be the conspiracy sent by concubine Jade. Well, she actually lost her life because of me. How can I be worthy of her? Besides, my friend is dead, so I am no longer alone. After being stimulated by this meridian, from then on, he became seriously ill, and his condition became worse day by day.
到后来，乐园自知病入膏肓，事已危殆，便正起身子，写信去告诉三姑娘。信里面无非是些诀别的话，还想请三姑娘设法去对乾隆皇帝说之，千万恳求乾隆皇帝原谅他些。
Later, when Liao Yuan realized that he was seriously ill and in critical condition, he got up and wrote a letter to tell the third girl. The letter contained nothing more than farewell words. I also wanted to ask the third girl to try to tell Emperor Qianlong of the incident and beg Emperor Qianlong to forgive her.
把他棺椁仍旧葬在陵园旁边，使得魂魄仍可依傍祖宗帝后。乐园一方面写信给三姑娘，一方面又去对扬州地方官说明，说是自己虽是负罪被废， 但是皇上殊恩，终不敢忘。
Her coffin and coffin were still buried next to the cemetery so that her soul could still be close to her ancestors, emperor and empress. On the one hand, Liao Yuan wrote to the third girl, and on the other hand, he went to explain to the Yangzhou magistrate that although he was guilty and deposed, he would never forget the emperor's kindness.
死后仍需先告朝廷，以尽寸心。至于应该怎样的殡葬，都听皇上的圣旨罢了。乐园嘱咐完毕，病势一发沉重，但是扬州地方官却不敢贸然便去奏之。这时，三姑娘在京城内接到了袁的信。
After death, one still has to report to the imperial court first, so that every detail is taken into account, and the emperor's imperial edict is all that is needed to determine what kind of funeral and burial should be carried out. After the instructions were given, the illness became more serious, but the Yangzhou magistrate did not dare to inform him rashly. At this time, the third girl received a letter from Yuan in the capital.
便不分昼夜地赶到扬州，恰巧了袁便在上一天死的。三姑娘便督令扬州的地方官用皇后的礼节去观殓。地方官到了这时，才去上书报奏，请旨送子官北上。这道奏书送进北京。
He rushed to Yangzhou day and night, and by chance, he died on the previous day. The third girl then supervised the local officials in Yangzhou to bury the coffin with the etiquette of a queen. Only then did the local officials go to Shangshu to report the memorial, requesting an order to send Ziguan to the north. The memorial was sent to Beijing.
乾隆皇帝见了，虽然自己生平和皇后感情不好，究竟有些香火之情，到了死别的时候，怎不哀悼？所以便想用皇后的礼节去归葬陵园。怎奈冤家路狭，玉妃这时已补了正宫皇后的职位。
Emperor Qianlong saw her. Although he had not had a good relationship with the queen in his life, he still had some affection for her. When it was time to die, why didn't he mourn her? So he wanted to use the etiquette of the queen to bury her in the cemetery. Unexpectedly, the enemy was in a narrow road, and concubine Yu had already filled the position of the queen in the main palace.
听了这个消息，哪里肯容忍，遂在乾隆皇帝的面前说道：“把已经出家的尼姑当作皇后看待，怎能昭示天下里？”乾隆皇帝听着，果然改变了初心，下旨道：“笔记居外无发，不得以后礼祭葬。”
After hearing the news, he could not tolerate it, so he said in front of Emperor Qianlong, "How can you show the world that you treat a nun who has become a monk as a queen?" Emperor Qianlong listened and changed his original intention. He issued an edict: since he lives abroad and has no fortune, he cannot be buried later.
古今岂有无发之国母哉？应照僧尼葬法，火化灭迹。这旨下后，扬州的地方官果然把了袁从棺椁中间倒了出来，放起一把无情火，把了袁的尸身烧得支烂身毁。究竟人体不比稻柴。
How can there be a mother of a country without hair in ancient and modern times? It should be cremated according to the burial method of monks and nuns. After this decree was issued, the local magistrate of Yangzhou poured out Liao Yuan from the middle of the coffin, set off a ruthless fire, and burned Liao Yuan's body until his limbs were mutilated. After all, the human body is no better than rice firewood.
放起火来，一时也难烧干净，烧了半天，留下许多枯骨残肉。扬州的地方官把了袁鱼骨，草草地埋在寺后的塔下。地主官事情办妥，进表奏之， 乾隆皇帝又下了一道密旨。
Even if you set a fire, it would be difficult to burn it clean immediately. It burned for a long time, leaving behind many withered bones and residual flesh. The local officials in Yangzhou took the remaining bones and buried them hastily under the pagoda behind the temple. After the landlord's affairs were completed, he reported to the court and Emperor Qianlong issued another secret edict.
交扬州的地方官把这事秘密着，千万不可说出来，倘然走漏风声，罪必不轻。看官们请想一想，专制时代皇帝旨意，谁敢违误？所以地方官都是缄口不敢言，一般小百姓们更是无从知道。
Teach the local officials in Yangzhou to keep this matter a secret and never tell it. If the news leaks out, the crime will not be light. Judges, please think about the emperor's will in the autocratic era. Who dared to disobey the emperor's will, so the local officials kept silent and dared not speak, and the ordinary people had no way of knowing.
大家都以为必是妖妇冒充工人，才用火葬灭迹，地不知道一生吃苦，死了还把尸身火掉的人，便是那位贤德的富察后里。三姑娘眼看这种伤尽天良忍心害的事情，本想给富察后出口气。
Everyone thought that it must be a witch who pretended to be a palace official and was cremated to destroy her traces. The person who endured hardship all his life and burned his body after death was the virtuous Empress Fucha. The third girl saw this kind of thing that was so heartbreaking that she wanted to vent her anger on Fu Chaho.
只因前清运气方盛，无从下手，便发愤出得官来，后遂不知所终，大概是留为剑侠一派的人了。乾隆皇帝后来传位太子，不到几年也便死了，却不知道乾隆皇帝死了以后，见着富察后。
Just because the luck in the Qing dynasty was so good and there was no way to start, he was so angry that he came out of Daguan. Later, he didn't know where he ended up. He probably became a member of the swordsman sect. Emperor Qianlong later passed on the throne to the crown prince, and died within a few years. Little did he know that after Emperor Qianlong's death, he met Empress Fu Cha.
可有什么面目相见？
How can we meet each